Hi there. So this video has been a work in progress for an absurd amount of time here, and I would like to explain a little bit why before we actually get into it. I've just finished editing the entire thing, minus this little intro bit here, and let me explain what I mean by that, because with most YouTube channels now, you can probably expect some degree of editing, just kind of as a bare minimum, which I don't even meet myself, because editing takes a lot of work and time, and I usually just don't have the patience for it. It's probably why my channel doesn't do very well. Regardless, I did put work into editing this one. It's just not super noticeable, because all I did was remove silence over the entire thing, manually, and it took freaking forever. How long, you may ask? The intro to this video, before I even get to the tier list, was recorded August 6th, 2023, and then the tier list itself was recorded October 7th and 9th, 2023. It is currently July 2025, so it has been almost 2 years. Over the course of those 2 years, I decided that it would be a good idea to trim this down to make the overall video length a little easier to stomach, because added together, everything is 9 hours, 20 minutes, and 46 seconds. And I'm like, that's absurd. No one's going to watch this. I got to do something to make this a little bit more watchable. Plus, I have to go through and kind of cut out some sections where I'm just thinking and not saying anything anyway. So I'm like, all right, let me go through and, trim any extended silence. And that eventually changed into me trimming almost all silence. I tried to leave some gaps between sentences, so it's not just constant talking with no pausing, but I sped it up considerably, because my natural cadence when I'm speaking has a lot of weird pauses in it anyway that I kind of hate, and nobody needs to hear that. It's better to speed it all up. I also got rid of a lot of umming and awing and just repeating stuff. Not perfect, but I did it. And so, just to kind of throw some numbers at you here, like I said, the original length of this, 9 hours, 20 minutes. Currently, without this part I'm recording right now, that is 6 hours, 30 minutes. So I removed 2 hours and 50 minutes from this video, just by cutting silence. I'll throw the actual numbers up on screen just to have them, because, my god. If I had really buckled down and just done this for hours every day and until it was done, I could have gotten it done in like a week or two probably, but it was insanely boring, which is why I wouldn't touch it for months on end. I can't do that when I know that there's not really much of an incentive to. After a while, I just started doing it because of the sunk cost fallacy. I'm like, well, I did the first third of the video, I gotta do the rest. Is it going to increase the number of views that it gets? Maybe a little bit. It'll save people time. They'll have watched it for 3 hours less than if I hadn't done it. That's good. Doesn't really help me, and I'm not going to get any money from this, so yeah. I do want to do more of these, I just can't do the editing. It's horrible. Enough of that. Let's get this started here. So I've been tossing around the idea of doing a Pokemon tier list for a while now. I wanted to do it really at the start of the year, and I've just been putting it off for various reasons. One of those reasons being that I kind of expect this thing to be a monumental undertaking. This video, which is going to be just Generation 1, I fully expect to be like at least 6 hours long. I just kind of have an inordinate amount of things to say about this series. And so what's really going to be happening here is, before I even actually can start this tier list, I need to establish basically what the series means to me. And I feel kind of like pompous saying that. Maybe not pompous, I don't know what the right word for that is, but it's like, everybody who grew up with Pokemon basically has, like, if they've stuck with it throughout the years, they all have the same story, where it's just, they were into a lot of different fads as a kid, and then Pokemon came out, and it's like, this is the one that I'm going to stick with, and it just made this huge, like, impact on their lives. And mine is kind of like that, but it's also a little weird. And so what I'm expecting the first hour or so of this video to be is an unnecessary deep dive into my childhood history, explaining basically what led up to me getting into this series, and then kind of my experience with Gen 1 while it was current. Because the thing with the Gen 1 Pokemon is, on an individual basis, there's a lot of them that I do really like, but there's also a lot of them that are just really plain. And I have kind of, meh feelings towards. But the group as a whole is just so iconic that it's, like, even the ones that I don't care about, I usually have something that I can say about them, just due to, when I first encountered them and what kind of thoughts I had at the time. And we're talking about thoughts from, at this point, 25 years ago, basically. So it's a lot to unpack. And I do want to start out this by saying that if you've watched any of my old Pokemon material, my LPs and stuff, a lot of this is going to be repeated information, especially in the Platinum LP, where I kind of recapped my history with the series one game at a time. So the early stuff you're going to be hearing again. In the Pokemon Crystal LP, which was still never finished, and I do really want to actually finish at some point, I did the Pokemon bios, where every time I would catch something new, I would talk about it for about 4 minutes during post-commentary, explaining some design ideas behind it, like what it's based off of, and also just my personal thoughts. And so we're going to be recapping a lot of that too. But I kind of plan on this to almost replace those, so that when I return to Crystal, I don't have to worry about doing those little recaps for everything, and I can just play the game and kind of get it done. But yeah, it's the other thing is, this isn't news to anybody who has watched me, but I'm not a Gen 1er, in the sense that the typical Gen 1er, grew up with the original games, loved them when they were hot, and then dropped the series pretty shortly after, and then, everything that came later sucks and is childish, and they ruined the series. But those original games were so perfect, and they were really amazing. I'm not that at all. I love most of the generations. The current ones are a little iffy in some ways, but up until, like, at least Gen 6, 7, I have very few negative things to say, and then 8 and 9 are kind of mixed. But yeah, I'm not that, but I still have a special place, for all the originals. So that's what we're getting into here. And so I've made a timeline. It's kind of a mess. We're going to just start at the beginning here. When the universe began, there was the N64. And so I made this to basically kind of recap what was going on in my life during these years, so you can see how I got to the point when I first started playing, like, Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow, and watching the show and all that. So we're starting out here in basically September of 1996, because as far as I'm concerned, I just kind of wasn't a person before then. I was just a kid. I did kid stuff, but nothing really that stood out to nothing that really stands out to me as, like, anything that has, like, shaped my life necessarily. I had an NES and an SNES and a Genesis. I was always into video games, mostly platformers, and I could talk on and on about those games, and trust me, I have. Got my Mario World, Kirby Superstar, Donkey Kong Country, like, all that stuff. But where I'm starting this off is the N64, because I have very fond memories of when this system first released, and it was just the biggest deal ever. By the way, before I even get into that, I want to explain how this timeline works. I have these colored bars at the top. They're indicating what grade I was in at the time. So we're starting out with second grade here. Red is second grade. When it came out, I didn't get one for quite a while. But, up to this point, video games were 2D, pixel graphics. And then suddenly this thing comes out, and it just blows my mind. I think the PlayStation came out earlier, but it was kind of off my radar for whatever reason. But, I see commercials for Super Mario 64, and it's like, this looks like real life. This is amazing. Like, I need to get this, but I wasn't able to for quite a while. And so my experience with it was basically non-existent for like at least a year. And we'll get to my first experiences with the N64 when that comes up later, but just kind of keep that in mind as, like, this was, it was my dream to have one of these for a while. And so we come to my 8th birthday, which, this is when I peaked. I joke about that a lot, but when we get up to, like, 1998, I in a certain depressing sense, I honestly feel like that kind of was my life-defining moment. But, anyway, yeah, my 8th birthday, I have a Beanie Baby here, because this was the first beanie I ever got. It was, to describe my birthday, basically, I guess I really have to describe just, my school days in general. It's hard to really put into words because I don't know what really a typical kid's life is like at that point. I only have my own frame of reference and stuff from, like, cartoons and stuff, which obviously is not always going to be accurate to real life. But for me, I only had, like, one friend that I was, like, I would consider myself, like, close to, and even then we never saw each other outside of school. And everybody else in the class was just, we were a close-knit group. It was just everybody in the class knew each other well enough. We talked during school, and then that was it. And so there was also this rule that I don't know if it was common in other places, but at least in my school, the rule was if you had a birthday party and you were going to invite people from the class, you kind of had to invite everybody. It was kind of stupid because we had this cubby system where there was, like, little mailboxes at one end of the classroom where if you wanted to give something to one person specifically, you could put it in there. Then that way people wouldn't notice, like, oh, hey, everybody got this thing except for me, and feel left out. So you'd think that that would be a perfect opportunity to give the invites to the birthday party to the people who you wanted to come. But no, the rule was still you had to invite literally everybody. So I did. And my grandma worked at a hotel, and so we basically just rented out a room at the hotel. We swam in the pool, and then we went up to the room for presents and cake and stuff, and then everybody just kind of went home after a while. To me, it's like, I have fond memories of this. It might sound like a lame birthday party, but whatever. So I have no idea who gave me what gifts, but I know that I got 3 Beanie Babies. It was Lizzie the Lizard, as we see here, Sly the Fox, and Rover the Red Dog. And I also put the picture of the Lego set here. I'm pretty sure it was this one specifically. I had to look up space sets from 1996, and I seem to remember this one. But yeah, it was the first Lego set I ever got, and I don't think I've ever really talked about this before, but there was a point when I was a kid when I was super into Legos, and they kind of overlapped with the beanie obsession. The reason I have these here, at this point we're nowhere approaching Pokemon, but we're getting there eventually. I have to introduce my mindset, like my overall personality here. When I got this stuff, I kind of just started obsessing, because up to this point, I had stuff that I sort of collected, but not, like, actively. It would be like, there was a point when I was younger where I was into Ninja Turtles, and I had a bunch of those figures, but I never tried to get, like, all of them and that type of thing. But when I first got the Beanie Babies and when I got some of these Legos, it's like, I found these lists of all the beanies that existed, and I'm like, I want to get all of these. I want a full collection, because that's the point of these. It's to collect them all. And the Legos, I just wanted a bunch of them to go together so they could, you could have, like, the different parts playing with each other and whatnot. And I was an only child at the time, and I was a little bit spoiled. And so usually when I asked for this type of stuff, I would get it. Just little... The beanies were $5 each, so, throw in some money here and there for those. Legos were a lot more expensive. I didn't get those as often, but I would get them occasionally for birthdays, Christmas, etc. But yeah, I'm just kind of inserting that here because for a while those were like my main interests. And throughout the timeline, we're going to have these little tie tags that show whenever there were major Beanie release / retirement periods, which is mostly irrelevant to the timeline, but I'm putting it there just to kind of show kind of how that progressed alongside everything else, because that was always something that I was paying attention to in the background, was whenever there was news on this stuff. And you have to keep in mind, the internet was just barely in its infancy at this point. I didn't have it in my home until a few years after this. Once in a blue moon, I might be able to go to the library and use it for a half an hour. And at that point, it's like, what do you even do on the internet as a kid when you don't know how it works? We had Yahoo, or at that point, I think there was like Dogpile or Alta Vista or whatever it was you were using for your search engine. But you didn't know how to do that stuff. You would hear of a website from a friend and you would look at it, and that would be your activity. So whenever there were these announcements, I usually wouldn't know about them for quite a while after the point. But yeah, there was a major retirement on January 1st, and then some new ones came out. I learned about them as I saw them in the stores. And so that's another thing where it's just like, oh, I'm needing to keep up with this info. I need to get these checklists that they're handing out at the stores and update my own lists at home in my little spreadsheet program and crap. I was already making spreadsheets at this age. So that's kind of what that is. Then let's move ahead a little bit. This was when most people got into beanies, if they weren't already, was when McDonald's did the Teeny Beanie promotion. That kind of drove everybody into a frenzy, which is so stupid looking back at it now because these things sell for like 50 cents each. But these were hot shit at the time, and I have vivid memories of basically just riding in the car with my grandma going to McDonald's all over the place, like everywhere in the city, trying to find ones that weren't sold out and getting the few that I still needed. And it was a hectic time. She definitely didn't need to do that for me, but I was her baby, I guess, and so we just kind of did that. There's the Mother's Day batch that came out at this point. I remember learning about that one at some sort of like flea market. Somebody made I don't know what to call it. It wasn't a poster. It was almost like it's not a tablecloth because it was like made out of paper. But it's like, just a big flat, what do you call it? It's just a sheet of paper that had like the new beanies listed around the outside of it and like some sort of logo in the middle. And so I'm just like, oh man, I've never seen any of these. And I was like immediately like, I need to learn what these are based off of these grainy little images and commit them to memory and immediately update my list when I go home. This is a big deal for 8-year-old me. There's new beanies that came out. So second grade ended. I never remember when school would actually get out or start up again, but I generally remember it being like you would get all of June off and then like you'd get all of July and then like most of June and most of August. So I kind of have the dividing lines there. And the end of second grade was kind of a big deal for me because I had to switch schools, and it wasn't because I moved or anything. It was because I had tested for the gifted program or the magnet program or whatever you want to call it, and I basically passed that. And they're like, if you want to, you can switch to this other school with all the other kids in the same school district that also passed. You're all going to go to this different school and be in one class together, and you'll basically be able to learn, more challenging things than the other kids of your year, because we feel like you're not being challenged enough with the regular material. And so I went along with that, which meant that I wasn't going to see any of my old friends again, but again, I didn't have any super close friends. But, it's always a bit of a scary thing going to a new school or whatever. So that was a point of transition. And then here we have, indicated by the Minecraft mod baby sprite, early August was when my first brother was born. So this was the point where I was no longer an only child. Fairly big deal. As a kid, I can't say I necessarily, it wasn't the biggest deal to me. It was, on par with a new Beanie release. But, obviously there was, some changes here. I was not going to always get the same amount of attention that I did before. You've all watched shows of that, where the kid is like, oh no, my parents aren't going to love me because the new baby. Oh, it wasn't that stupid for me. I obviously knew that wasn't going to be the case, but, there's always some aspect of that that's true. And so, we have a baby around the house. Next up, I have this outline of Wisconsin here. And if you've noticed that, you're probably like, what the hell is that doing there? So, this is my best estimation to when this happened. I don't know for sure, but it seems to make sense with everything else that I remember around the time. So, I grew up with my mom and my grandma. I barely knew my dad. I only ever saw him, once every couple years at best. But, I actually did see him on my birthday back here. He came to the hotel and hung out with him for a little while there for that night. But, yeah, after summer vacation, I specifically remember this being the case because it's I've had 3 months off and now I'm going back to school. And then I'm back to school for a week. And then it's oh, hey, you're going to go up to Wisconsin with your dad for the weekend for Labor Day. It's this couldn't have happened when I had all the other time off. It had to be just during a weekend. All right, sure. So I go up and visit him for a few days. And, where do I, again, this is really showcasing my priorities at this age where a normal person might be I got to see my dad after years. Oh, we're going to do all this stuff. We go out on the lake and go fishing, all this stuff. And these are the things that a normal person would remember. What I remember is I went over to some other relative's house at one point. There was a family get-together. I didn't know any of the people there. And they had an N64. And that was a big deal for me. Because I had never really seen one in action before, other than very briefly there were demos at stores that I would see. But they had an N64, they had Mario Kart, and they had Star Fox, and they looked awesome. And I didn't get to play any of them, but I got to watch them. And for me, seeing Rainbow Road in 3D with the music that it has, the super vapor wavy, I don't know what you want to call that music, but it's extremely nostalgic for me. Seeing that after my memories of thinking I had seen Rainbow Road exist in the Super Nintendo version, but never being able to unlock it on my own copy. I only ever saw it in a rental. And then seeing this version, it's that was kind of a big eye-opener for me, is holy crap, I need this. And Star Fox looked super cool. I had never played the original one. I barely got to see anything of Mario 64. But, yeah, I'm mainly just remembering that, and I'm I need to get in on 64 now. This thing is great. And, unrelated, but I believe the weekend that I was up there was also a week or two after South Park first debuted, because I remember very briefly seeing it on TV, and my dad is oh, you can't watch that show, that's for adults, and turns it off. And I think that was my first ever exposure to it, and then it became a very quick cultural phenomenon after that. And so there was always oh my god, you killed Kenny merchandise everywhere for this show that I wasn't allowed to see, but, it was very clearly the cool thing to like. And so that was always just kind of weird. It was weird being a kid at that time, and, the cool thing is it's not for you. You can't look at that. So I don't know, but that was what happened there. I don't know when I actually got an N64. It was some point after that, because third grade was the year of the N64. People were just obsessed with it, and it was all that like any of the boys would ever talk about in the class. I don't know if any of the girls in my class were really into games. I never talked to any of them, but it got to the point where we had to do this play that basically like the class as a whole would write. We would just make up a play from nothing and then, script it out and decide who played what, and we would perform it. And it was about the N64, and it was the stupidest, cringiest thing of all time. But that's getting beside the point. So, again, this is a whole new class of people that I barely knew. I was still super into beanies, and there was a big retirement at this point and a few new releases, and then the first issue of the Beanie World magazine came out pretty shortly after that. And being a stupid kid and not realizing that my interests don't necessarily overlap with everybody else's, I'm like, oh, this is big news. I need to share this. And so I like printed out 20 copies of the list and handed it out to everybody. I don't think anybody like verbally made fun of me for it, but I'm sure a few of them thought it. But I just remember that happening. There was no more to that story. Just kind of felt like mentioning that one. I have Diddy Kong Racing listed here for no real reason other than I remember that one just being like a big release that happened and everybody was playing this game and trying to be the first one to finish it, and I think I was actually the first. I am almost positive I didn't actually get it on launch. The launch was around here, late November. Because I still don't know when I got the system, but it was definitely towards the end of the year. Anyway. So, not much else of note really happened for a while. Just, everybody's still loving that N64 stuff. I'm following the Beanie news. This is when Gen 5 started, etc. I have this listed down here is sometime in 98. I'm pretty sure it was the second half of the year. If you don't know what this is, don't worry. We're going to get to it soon enough. But, yes, the rest of third grade kind of passes without much incident, from what I can remember at least. This was the May Beanie release plus another Teeny Beanie promotion. I have marked here over the summer. This was a demo disc that I got when I got a PlayStation. And, I don't know why I have this here. I had these in order. But yeah, we had this creepy-ass CG turtle. And then just a bunch of cars and stuff. And then these were the demos that were on the disc. I remember having this, and I don't remember if I actually had any proper games for a while. It was just these demos. But it had Crash 2, it had Gex 2. I thought it had Tomb Raider. Maybe it did. I think on the bottom it said, like, L1 and R1 for more games, and it would flip a few of these. But, yeah, I definitely played demos of a lot of these games. Oh, yeah, there was Tomb Raider on there. Okay. But, I just have that listed because that was when I got that. Banjo-Kazooie released at this point. It sure is unrelated to anything else that's going on, but it's a game that I am, passionate about, and I rented it shortly after it came out and got it some point afterwards, and it was, a favorite of mine, so I figured I'd list that. So then we have the second half of 1998, and dear God, the amount of important things that happened here. The least important of which being the release of Spyro, but that was, a favorite PS1 game of mine, and I got that shortly after release. But we're going to ignore the fact for a second that I didn't catch on to these immediately, but, we had The Pokemon anime debuted September 7th, technically one day earlier because there was the Battle on the St. Anne episode that was like a weird teaser for it, but whatever. Pokemon Red and Blue came out later that month. Harry Potter came out at the beginning of that month. Ocarina of Time came out in November. The card game came out just barely after 98. There was a lot of stuff going on at this point, and like I said, I kind of was oblivious to a lot of it at first. So this is where we talk about Crazy Bones for a while. So I'll get back to this in a bit. Crazy Bones were stupid. I don't know how to explain these things other than just they were dumb little plastic things. So here we go. Like, I had to look up when these came out, and I haven't gotten very good information. Because apparently they were popular in, like, Germany, and I think they came to Canada at one point before they came to the US. I'm not positive of that. But Wikipedia claims that they started getting popular in America in February of 98. I don't remember them being a thing until 4th grade, so I think it happened after summer. But basically, it was just you would buy a package of these, and you would get, I think, 4 of them in one package. And so there were 60 to collect. And they could come in a whole bunch of different colors. There were more normal colors like most of these, but then there were like the special ones that were kind of like glossy, or there were clear ones, there were glow-in-the-dark ones, there were the metallic ones, which were super rare. I never had any of those. Sparkly ones. I'm amazed that these things were as popular as they were. But they were. From what I remember, everybody in the class got like this little sample thing. It legitimately was like, you know, when they talk about the DARE program and like how, you know, people are going to get you hooked on drugs by giving you free drugs, so don't accept them. That's basically what happened here. Was they gave us these little packets. It's like, here's 2 Crazy Bones and a little tiny booklet that explains what these things are so that you can go out and ask your parents to buy more of them. And it worked. People were obsessed with these for a few months, and I was no exception. You know, everybody had to collect all of them and trade for the different colors and stuff. Eggy was always one of the most popular. I remember at my school, at least, Top Hat was, like, for some reason really hard to find, and so that one was a hot commodity if people got it. There were some other ones. I think Scared was the last one I got, that nobody could ever find this one. I know everybody hated Chef. I think everybody hated Long John. There were some that were just really unpopular for some reason because you would just get them way too often and they were crappy shapes. Because there was a game associated with these where you would throw them, and then depending on the way that they'd land, you would earn points. And so people would cheat by claiming that there were certain ones, I don't remember which, I think Menace was one of them, where if you were being a pedantic asshole, like, you would say that, like, you know, the way that they're laying right now, this would be considered face up, which is 1 point. If they're standing up, I think it was like 5. If they're face down, it's no points, and if it's on its side, it's 2. But there would be ones that would lean slightly, like this one up here, I think, is leaning slightly, and they're like, oh, this one's technically on its side, so that's 2 points. So those would always be the popular ones, because you could cheat with them. It's kind of hilarious, but yeah, those were a big deal for a while. They came out somewhere around here, and so here's where Pokemon finally comes in. 30 minutes into this video. So if you had Nintendo Power, which I didn't, I don't know why I didn't, honestly, given all the other things that I followed. Like, this first Beanie magazine came out here, and there was another one like shortly after the start of the new year. I guess I hadn't gotten too many of those at this point, but I had borrowed the magazines from the school library a few times. I was interested in it. I just never had a subscription. But whatever. If you had Nintendo Power, you knew that Pokemon was going to be some big deal shit coming out soon, because they they went a little nuts with the advertising. They're like, these games are super hot in Japan and we're bringing them over stateside, and you better, prepare your butts for them. And there's going to be a brand new cartoon and it's going to be super awesome, and you got to collect all the merchandise. And they had that stupid VHS tape that I'm sure I can find it. I didn't prepare this one ahead of time. Pokemon Nintendo Power promotion. Is it yeah. This one that has the live action, like, this is Ash's mom. I know there's 150 Pokemon out there. Here's Professor Oak. He got to teach you the strategy. But yeah, this was just, it was kind of insane. It's just like, man, look at all these dolls and comics and all this stuff that you're going to get the cards, you got to get the little Tamagotchi. There's going to be Pidge. There's going to be so much Pokemon stuff, you're not going to believe it. And if you don't get all of it, you're not cool. So I kind of missed out on that, honestly. Believe me, I saw the after effects. Who didn't? But I didn't get that initial first wave because I didn't have the tape. I didn't read the magazines or anything. So I started, hearing about this at school just from other people talking about it. And I was never really, like, how do I explain this? It was never presented to me in, like, hey, you should try this out, it's cool. It was always just sort of something that was being discussed around me, and for some reason, I just resisted it. And I think it was an early manifestation of how I am now, where I'm this big asshole, where whenever something new and popular comes out and everybody's talking about it, I'm like, no, fuck that. This didn't exist a few weeks ago. Why does it get to exist now? Get your new stuff out of here. Which is weird, because I latched onto all this other stuff just fine, and it's like, oh man, Banjo-Kazooie, this is great. Oh, Spyro the Dragon, this is great. Pokemon, no, this is bad. I don't want this. And I think, if I had to guess, it's partially because it was just so insisted upon that I'm like, there's no way this is actually any good. It's just, they're throwing everything here, and it's like they're gonna catch somebody, like, they're gonna catch everybody through one of these things, either the toys or the games or whatever. But it's not actually something that you're really gonna care about that much. Crazy Bones are where it's at, yo. No, I didn't say that, but that's how it felt at the time. The other thing is, I never watched anime. I don't even think I had ever heard the term. It was always just Japanimation. But I'm like, no, I don't want to watch this. It's that crappy Japanese cartoon. Like, it's not like the cool cartoons that I watch, like Hey Arnold. But so like I said, this kind of just existed for a while, and I was aware of it, but not wanting really much to do with it. And I've listed up here, Harry Potter came out at this point. I didn't get into that for a couple years. I do remember my 4th grade teacher reading us the first chapter of the first book and ending with like, oh, I wonder what's going on here. I'll have to keep reading and find out. And then never continuing. And then the following year, we did a class play that just was the Sorcerer's Stone, but I didn't realize that it was the same book until later on. And then that same teacher ended up kind of reading all the books out to us. After we would get out of recess, we would get like a chapter. And everybody else seemed totally into this stuff and was, listening and actually paying attention to the story, and I just didn't give a shit. But then finally, around the time Goblet of Fire came out, I just caved in and read the books and actually paid attention to them and liked them. But anyway, that was where that came in. Ocarina of Time, major release, one of my favorite games. Never played it. I didn't play that until after the GameCube came out, because I just didn't... Zelda wasn't on my radar. I knew nothing about it. I have the Game Boy Color listed here just because that's when that released, and I know when I did get into Pokemon, it was after Game Boy Color. I don't know when I got one. Definitely not at release, but probably sometime later the next year. But then the Pokemon card game came out, and this was, for me more than anything, this was more when it was kind of inescapable, because, you know, it was one thing to have people talking about Pokemon stuff in general, but not really having much context for it. It was another thing for people to actually be bringing the cards to school. And there were a couple times where I would go to, like, a birthday party, and someone, like, a pack of the cards would be in, like, a goodie bag that everybody would get. And I'm like, well, I don't care about this stuff, but sure, I'll look at them. And I would have no context for what I was seeing. But that was when that came out. And I think I was, like, slowly starting to maybe take an interest in it, but not admit it at this point. Not sure if that's exactly true, but again, that was a big milestone, at least. Some more time passes, some more Beanie news. I'm at this point actually starting to kind of slow down on the Beanie interest. There was a mass new release at the start of 1999. I did get all of those. It was 24 new ones, and it took me a while to get them all, but you know, I did want to complete the set. I had almost all the ones that retired at that point. The only ones I didn't were the holiday exclusives. But you know, I'm keeping up with those. Here's another one. Came out, you know, they kind of slowly trickled these from April to May. And at this point, I still don't think I actually had internet at home, but I remember using it at, like, my uncle's house, and kind of, I saw some of the news after it happened, before the new magazine came out. And so I would track that stuff. So I was still interested in these things. But, you know, not quite as obsessive as I was in the first few years, where, you know, the first magazine was the first point where I'm just like, hey, I'm not alone in collecting this stuff. Like, these are a worthwhile investment. Look at all these other people collecting. I didn't buy into the whole sell them to make millions thing as I was still a kid. I didn't really have that sense of greed. I don't know what you'd call it, but I didn't actually fall for that stuff, but, you know, I still wanted to get them all anyway. So, moving on a bit, we have the first Smash game came out. I didn't play it at this point. I didn't play it until, I think, a few months before the GameCube came out, or maybe even after it did, but before I got it. It was a while, but it was on my radar. I had seen it. I first learned about it on the Nintendo website when I used the internet at a library, and it looked kind of cool. But it had Pokemon stuff in it. Ew. And I remember actually going to at least one birthday party where they had the game, and I don't remember if I played it or just watched it, but I definitely remember, like, oh, this has, like, it has, like, the Pokeballs and stuff. They're like, oh, they're really trying to make this a thing. I don't know, whatever. So this car indicates the second wave of Crazy Bones. I think it might have been the third, but it was the second one that I was aware of, at least. The sports set was weird. It was called, it was just called Things. There were 60 new ones, and they were all different things. Like, you know, here's one that's a pair of scissors. Here's one that's a sack of potatoes. And, like, oh man, I gotta get all these now, and I did. It's another Teeny Beanie promotion. These had been significantly more understated each year. Like, they were not hard to get, but I still got them all anyway. New trading card set. And then we come up at the end of 4th grade. And here's where things kind of started to shift a bit. And I think I have some stuff I wanted to show here. I don't remember the exact order of it, but so I want to just kind of take you back to 1998, early 99, when Pokemon took over the world. Because you couldn't avoid seeing this stuff everywhere. And me not really having an interest in it, I never, looked through these, but I would kind of glance at them occasionally. And so I have this one, or not that one, actually. I have this one pulled up just to kind of illustrate a point. Because, the whole appeal of this series was there were 150 different creatures, and you got to collect them all. And so, everybody knew the popular ones like Pikachu. For a long time, I somehow amalgamated the name Squirtle and the image of Eevee into one creature called Pokesquirrel. And so, Pokesquirrel was a popular one, obviously. But, I think I knew about Charizard and Blastoise, but I didn't know a lot of the other ones. And so I would go to a store and I would kind of see these, and the fact that these were actually numbered, I think for some reason that was an important detail to me, because it's you're seeing all these things, and without any further context, it's okay, here's a little mole guy, but I don't know anything about it. But it's number 28. It's it's one of the set, and here's just these stupid crabs that it's why would I care about these? Oh, but it's number 98 and 99. Okay. This fish, I feel like I'm not really making sense here, but something about the fact that they numbered them made it more appealing to me, because I had the collector's mindset from Beanie Babies and from Crazy Bones, and you got to get them all, and they have, there's like a checklist. You got to, here's what they are, and the fact that they made the merch for some of the lame ones, like Krabby, and I think there's one for Seal that I found it earlier. Yeah, here, Metapod. You got to get that Metapod toy. I don't know, it was interesting seeing all this stuff. And so all that stuff happened. Where were we? Yeah, we were here again. Pokemon Snap came out. That one, I was aware of it. I don't remember when I played it, but I definitely played it at some point early on. But the reason I have this image here, just this random piece of merchandise, is because this was the moment when I caved. It was back to school, about to start 5th grade. I had spent the whole last year wanting nothing to do with this series, and I'm just you know what? I'm kind of digging this. I want to get in on it. And so, I had to shop for school supplies, and this was there. And it's I don't need a tape measure and a stapler, but these are cool. I'm going to get them. And I had to make the conscious decision, do I care that, I put up this whole big show the previous year of I'm not getting into Pokemon, and then I'm going to show up with this? Do I care if I'm a hypocrite? And I kind of did, but I'm you know what? It's fine. I'm going to do it. So I bought this, and at some point, I don't know if it was during the summer break, but I have a feeling it was, I rented Blue version. And I had the Super Game Boy, which was the thing where you could put the game into the Super Nintendo and play it on the TV. And I went into this game basically knowing nothing other than gotta catch 'em all. And I didn't even know what kind of game it was. And I played it with my grandma because she actually had an interest in the stuff I was playing. And she would watch, even if she didn't really care that much. It was something for us to do together. And so I start this game up, and it's it's like Mario RPG. And I had not played any other RPGs. I knew nothing of the entire genre, really. But, okay, here's the part where you pick your starters, and I had remembered people saying that Squirtle was the best starter because it was good against the first gym. I didn't remember the specifics, obviously, because this wasn't the type of thing where people were telling it to me. I would just kind of overhear conversation. But, I knew it was a good pick early on. And it was always just between Squirtle and Charmander. Nobody gave a shit about Bulbasaur. It gets its love now, but back in the day it kind of didn't. But I picked Squirtle, and I just remember kind of going through the early game, and it's like, okay, these graphics are kind of lame. It's just, here's a picture of my Pokemon, here's a picture of the enemy, and then it's like, wah, 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 tail whip. And just stupid stuff like that, and it's like, not much to look at, but, I'll give it a chance. And I wish I could remember for certain if this is what happened, but I know I played it for a little bit, and I have vivid memories of playing it in the basement of my uncle's house with my cousin. And he didn't live there either. We were both just visiting for some reason or another. I don't think it was a holiday, so I don't really know what we were doing, but we were there, and I, playing it on the Super Game Boy, and he also didn't really know much about Pokemon. And this is going to sound extremely cheesy, because it is, but that, early game experience going through, Mount Moon, and I think we got up to, the SSN, that was, magical. I really wish I had some way of reliving that and really, or having footage to watch back of how it went down, because I remember certain aspects of it, of just the most mundane stuff just being a big deal, where it's I'm walking through the grass between Pewter and Mount Moon, and a Spearow pops up. It's like, oh, what's that? It's a different bird. It's not Pidgey again. I've never heard of this one before. And we get into the cave, a Zubat. Oh, what's that? What type even is it? Maybe it's psychic or something. Because I didn't even know, I knew about the types from the trading cards. There was no poison. It was, you had grass, fire, water, colorless, lightning, psychic, and fighting. There was no ground or rock. There was no poison. So I'm the Zubat, I'm oh, I wonder what that is. And, so yeah, we played through the beginning of it, and I remember basically only training the Squirtle. I'm sure I caught some other stuff, but I never used it. I got up to the SSN. I'm just fighting through the trainers on there, and at one point, my cousin had to go to the bathroom or something, and while he was gone, my Wartortle hit level 36 and evolved into Blastoise. And I'm oh man, I finally got there. And he came back, and he's like, whoa, where'd you get that? And I'm just oh, one of the guys on the boat gave it to me. He's like, what do you mean? I don't know why I said that. I remember saying that, though. And I think I had to stop playing at some point after that. And, had to return the game. But at that point, I was just yes, get more of this, please. I need this in my life now. And so, the year finally starts, and like I said, I had some... I might have played the game after school had already started again. I really don't remember for sure. I wish I did. But because I had the Beanie Baby interest, this particular magazine was something that I was aware of, because it was from the same people that made the Beanie magazines. It was Mary Beth. And I'm I want to learn everything about Pokemon that I can. So I got this, and all this magazine really was pictures of the first two sets of cards, the base set and the jungle, because Fossil wasn't out yet. And I'm I want to learn what all the Pokemon are so that I can be cool. And there was a picture in there somewhere of a t-shirt that had all 150 of them, but it was really, really small, and I couldn't make out what most of them were. So my knowledge of most of the Pokemon were what they looked like on the cards, and if they didn't have a card, then a very, very tiny blurry image associated with a list on a different page that had all the names. So, this vague blue smudge is Tentacool. I guess that must have happened before I had played the game, because I would have seen Tentacool on the SSN or something, but No, I don't know, because again, I didn't know what Spearow or Zubat were, so I really don't remember the timeline, but it was somewhere around there this happened. And eventually they released another one, and it was separated from the Mary Beth thing. Pojo took over, and this was a more in-depth magazine. This had the fossil set. And so at this point, I more or less kind of had all the Pokemon. Like, I knew what all of them were. And again, I went out of my way to like immediately memorize all the dex numbers and everything. Couldn't tell you why exactly, but that's just how I roll. So at this point, I'm officially a big super fan. And I didn't get yellow when it came out, but I got blue somewhere around the time that it did. I want to say probably a little bit before. I got a copy of blue, and I brought it to school because, people had their Game Boys. They'd bring them into school. You couldn't play them during class, obviously, but you could play them, like, before school started or sometimes during recess or whatever. And I remember, like, I basically remember, like, oh, you got that? Why didn't you get yellow? That's, like, the new cool one. So I might have gotten it before, and then they saw me playing it after. I don't remember. But once again, basically just played through the game with Blastoise. I got a Doug Trio. I think I just caught it as a Doug Trio and then leveled it up. Maybe not as much as the Blastoise, but it was, fairly high level. Caught the legendary birds. That was just my team. And then I just beat the Elite Four or 5 million times. And I learned about Missing No, and, the story goes on from there. But that was more or less my initial Gen 1 experience. And the thing is, I almost always would play games with a strategy guide. The only times I wouldn't were if I couldn't find a guide for it. And so I know I didn't have it when I first rented it, at least. I might have had the guide when I bought the game, or, when I was given the game, because I didn't have money. But, when I actually had the game for real. And the guide that I had was this one. And so I looked through this one a little bit over the last couple of days, just to kind of, remember stuff about it. It's fairly nostalgic for me. And I don't really have much here to show specifically, but I wanted to show the back of the book where it has the information on all the different Pokemon, because this was between this and this poster. I did have this poster. I spent, way more time than any person ever should, just kind of admiring the artwork and drawing it. I have so many tabs here. Where the hell was it? And so this particular artwork of all of the Pokemon is very memorable to me. And this one had a set of stickers that you could put on the Pokedex pages whenever you caught something. And I remember even as a kid noticing that some of these were a little off. I'm like, hey, they can't have 3 colors in the same sprite. They changed this. That's wrong. And the Porygon is totally different colors. They kind of fudged the Oddish line a little bit. I don't know why I'm mentioning that. I noticed it as a kid, and I'm surprised that I was able to realize that. But it's I don't really have a point that I'm making here, but again, I just wanted to say this was kind of the artwork that for me was the Gen 1 Pokemon artwork. And so if you go to let me just do I don't know, Charizard. If you look up the original artwork for all the Pokemon, there's here's the one that says RG, and is that the one that I used here? Yeah. So to my understanding, these are the originals, the ones that were in the guide, and then there's these other ones, which, let me look up a different Pokemon. I'll do Pidgeot. I did that one earlier. Yeah, so these ones with the RB, these apparently came later. But to me, like, something about the way these ones look, I think there's a weird grind. Yeah, something about these always seemed older to me. It was like, they were more off model, doing weirder stuff. They weren't just kind of like plain artwork of them standing there. And so I always thought that these were the originals, but apparently they did come later. I'm not really sure. But, I had the RG artwork, which I guess was the original. And then these ones that are usually called the OS anime artworks are the ones that would show up on the posters and stuff with more solid colors, less of the watercolor type thing going on. So all that artwork is very memorable to me. This is the Fire Red Leaf Green redrawn stuff, so I'm not as attached to it, but this is what we've got. Oh boy, where was I? Like I said, I played Pokemon Snap at some point. I remember thinking, like, oh man, all you do is take pictures? That's so lame. But I played it anyway and still bought it. And then was like, there was like a thing where you could turn in games to Toys R Us and get like some money back or like credit to buy another game. I'm like, oh man, this game was super lame. I'm going to turn this one back in because all you do is take pictures. But I end up like still kind of liking the game anyway. I don't know. But there was the movie. I saw the movie in the theaters. Obviously, at this point, I had watched the show whenever it was on. I didn't start from the beginning, but, I just kind of watched the episodes as they came on, and I liked it a lot. There were certain episodes that I would just never catch on TV. The School of Hard Knocks, I didn't see for a long time. Tentacool and Tentacruel. That one apparently got banned after 2001 because of 9/11, but, even when it was still on TV, I somehow never caught that one. And I just think it's kind of funny because Tentacool not being in the first two card sets made it, like, strangely elusive to me, and then it's like I didn't see the episode with it either. And it's like the super common thing in the games that everybody's sick of seeing, but that's just kind of how it was for me. But movie comes out. I saw it in the theater with my grandma. She, knew a little bit about the series just from me watching the show and playing the games and stuff, but obviously wasn't really particularly invested in it. So, we get in the theater, watch this thing with the stupid Pikachu short at the beginning with the Executor and like all those weird drug trip sequences were just kind of like, what the heck is that? And then that ended, and then the actual movie started, and, looking at it critically as an adult, not really the best movie. It's a little dumb in some places. The moral doesn't make a lot of sense. But I didn't care. That movie was awesome. Like, come on. It had Mewtwo in it. Mewtwo was the best. That was all that mattered. And besides, it came with the Burger King promotion with the 50 million toys you gotta collect. I remember this being a big deal. And then they had to recall the little plastic Pokeballs because apparently a kid suffocated on one of them. And they had this dramatic commercial that's like, if you still have these Pokeball toys, please redeem them for a small bag of fries. Like, it was like really dramatic. But yeah, that's I'm kind of wrapping up here finally. I did get Yellow also at some point. I played through both Blue and Yellow, and I tried to get a full collection. I had an original gray brick Game Boy that I didn't really use much, and I had the clear purple Game Boy Color. I don't think I had a link cable. I might have gotten one eventually. But yeah, trading was very much not a thing that happened for me. It would happen on very rare occasions because nobody ever had the cable, or like, I think my old Game Boy was lost, and I couldn't use it. I don't really remember the specifics, but I knew it was a big deal being able to actually trade between games because I didn't get to do it very often. And I believe between Blue and Yellow, I was able to get everything except for Ekans Arbok and Electabuzz. And I remember getting those from somebody at school. And so I was able to get my full collection, and I was super proud of it. In one of the games or the other, I don't remember which. I replayed through both of them a million times. A lot of times I would start up a new file and be like, I'm going to get my team up to level 20 before Brock. I'm going to have, a Fearow and Eradicate. And then I'm going to have like level 20 Butterfree. And I'm going to totally, kick his ass. And it's like, spending hours and hours doing this for no reason. And then I would just restart again anyway. Because like, oh man, I got to get up to level 40 before Misty. And then I would get bored and just restart the game. But, so yeah, like I said, I had the games that I played through a bunch of times. Pokemon Stadium comes out. I got that day one. And I remember I played it. I'm just like, oh man, the Pokemon's in 3D. Oh. And I remember talking about it at school the next day. I brought in the instruction manual to show off that I had it. And, to kind of show the artwork and stuff. And people were like, oh, you got that, huh? Like, how is it? And I'm just like, oh, it's fun. And they're like, is it? It's just like a bunch of battles over and over. There's no like story or anything. I'm like, oh, Pokemon, so. And honestly, that's kind of my opinion now, is that it's not that great of a game. But, if you were a kid, you ate up everything you could. I have this marked here because this was a Mew event that I was actually able to go to. It was at Woodfield Mall in Illinois, and they had the Pikachu Volkswagen, and whole big events with tournaments for both the video games and the card games, and you could bring in your game and you could get a Mew and you'd get a certificate with it. And I'm like, oh man, I want this thing so bad. And it was the day of the event, and I checked my game that had the full Pokedex, whichever version that was, and I think I had already restarted the other one. And I turned it on, and the file was gone. And I'm like, what do you mean? So I, take it out, blow in it, put it back in, turn it on, file's gone. All that work was gone. And I was so bummed out. I went to the event anyway, and I didn't get a Mew, because in my mind, I was like, what's the point when my whole other collection is gone? Like, I'm going to have this, new file with, like, a starter and nothing else, and then I'm like, I'm not going to get a Mew in that, which is stupid. I should have gotten it anyway, but I didn't. And it's not like it really matters, because I wouldn't still have it today even if I did. So it's not like I missed out on this great keepsake, but it was still stupid that I did that. But I was super sad. I just remember being there and being like, oh, everybody's having a great time. I can't make this save file's gone. And I remember like some kid that I didn't know coming up and trying to talk to me, and I'm like, no, I don't care. But, anyway, I need to wrap this up here. We're going so long. Yeah, I have this magazine here because I believe this was when I first learned about the Gen 2 Pokemon. These magazines were kind of hilarious. Let me check if I missed anything in these earlier tabs before I move on. I think I've shown all this. Yeah, so these magazines had super bootleggy looking artwork. I'm pretty sure the first one I had was this one with Raichu on the cover. But yeah, they advertised like, oh man, we have all the new Pokemons. Like, you can see them here, exclusive info, because Gold and Silver had been out for a while in Japan already, but the internet was still, again, in its infancy. And I, at least, didn't really think to look it up online. If I even had internet at home, I don't remember. But yeah, here we go. Yeah, look at this awesome new artwork. Oh. Like, man, I want to get Kuroba. I didn't want to get Kuroba, but let's see. What are some ones like? Oh, what's up with Anoon? Oh, it's so weird looking. And like this thing And this is getting into gold silver stuff, so I'm not going to dwell on this too much. We're going to have to look at this artwork again later because some of it's just hilarious. Like my god. But I remember seeing this, like, and it's like, oh man, new Pokemon. Like, they had, Togepi was in the show, and there was the mystery golden bird in episode 1, and then the movie had, like, Meryl and Snubble and Donphan, which I had already known about from the Pojo magazine, but it's like, oh man, all 100 of them, that's awesome. And I bring it into school, and I'm showing it to people, and I'm like, this stuff's so cool. And I remember some people kind of sharing with me, like, oh man, I haven't seen any of these before, what is this stuff? And some people are like, oh, you're still into Pokemon? We're into pig farts now. But yeah, that was already the divide when people were already kind of moving past this, like, oh, the craze is over, Pokemon's for babies now. But I was still into it. Team Rocket set came out. I thought they looked like shit. I still kind of do. I scrolled through some of the cards earlier, like, where were they again? It was... No, let's get away from the terrible gold silver artwork. Here, let's look at the Rocket Diglett card. If we can. Is it even in here? What, is it on the other end of this? Maybe it's not in... What the okay. But... Sorry, I have to look up the Rocket Diglett card. It's... Ugh. It's so terrible. Where's the sets? Yeah, Rocket Diglett card, yeah. Yeah, it's like 100 feet tall, tearing up a building, and it looks like shit, yeah. Like, I remember seeing this and being like, what the crap is this? And I had already kind of... I was already like, they already did a card for all 150 Pokemon. Why are they doing them again? And then it's like, oh, Dark Eradicate. Oh, it's dark. Oh. I just kind of didn't really care for that so much either. So I got a few Rocket cards, but I had no intention of collecting the set. I already basically didn't with the previous. I got as many of them as I could, but there was no way I was going to get all the rares. So I think I settled for getting like all the commons and uncommons and some of the rares. But anyway, that happened. Pokemon 2000 came out. I saw that in the theater too. I thought it was cool. Lugia was the best. So I'm like, oh man, I gotta get Pokemon Silver because I got the Lugia in it. And, there was, I think from the moment that I saw this magazine up until the games came out, these, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, let's just say 7, 8 months. Those 7 to 8 months were like the longest 10 years of my life waiting for these new games to come out. I wanted them so bad. Like, you have no idea. It was, like, honestly, the most anticipated I ever was for something before. But got them day one. Or I mean, not both of them, I got silver. And that starts my Gen 2 story, which is not going to be in this video. But there you have my incredibly lengthy discussion of how I developed as a human being and became defined by the things that I like. And how I gave into corporate collect-em-all mentality and learned to love the bomb. So, I guess we can finally start the tier list. So here we are, over an hour into the video, and at this point it's been at least 2 months since I've recorded the timeline thing. And I have no idea how long this segment's going to go for, but I expect this tier list to also take quite a while to get through, several recording sessions. So, yeah, we're going to just kind of do this. I don't know what Ditto's here. Should be here. So I decided that instead of going through them in NatDex order, I'm actually just going to randomize it. So then that way I'm not necessarily comparing each member of the Evolutionary family to each other. And, talking about 3 similar things in a row in some cases. I figure it'll be more interesting that way. So, The thing is, there's very few Pokemon that I actively dislike, but there are a few, and so I don't know if I'm going to make use of all these tiers yet, but the middle ones, you know, we might have to cut some of those out. But yeah, the bottom tier is just going to be ones that I generally don't actually like at all. I find basically no value in. I wouldn't ever want to use on a team other than to say that I did, or to, like, you know, force myself to give them a chance. And then, of course, to contrast, we have the S tier, which is just my all-time favorites. Not just ones that I think are cool or whatever, but ones that are, you know, I genuinely really love these. Let's go ahead and randomize the list. And somehow we are actually starting with number 1. Okay, so I guess we're starting with Bulbasaur. So I think Bulbasaur is my favorite of the starters, probably. So here's the thing about Bulbasaur, is it's kind of gotten, like, a resurgence lately, where because Charmander was always, like, you know, the fan favorite, and Squirtle was not too far behind, Bulbasaur was always treated as sort of the oddball that nobody really liked, and it became the underdog, and so it started getting a lot more support because of that. And also being number 1 in the Nat Dex leads a lot of people to doing projects where it's like, you know, I'm going to draw every Pokemon in order, and here's number 1, or, you know, something along those lines. And so you get a disproportionate amount of fan works made around Bulbasaur, and then, you know, they get however many in, and then they just kind of stop. But we always start with this one, so there's a lot of Bulbasaur fans out there, or at least fan art. But yeah, I like it. I like that it's not incredibly obvious what it's supposed to be, because the name indicates it would be a dinosaur, but it is more of a frog or a toad. Nice simple design, it's cute, it's iconic. I'm going to probably say that for, like, everything, so I should probably stay away from that word. Let's drop off the bottom 2 completely, just to make it a little less hard to decide where stuff goes. So I would say it's a solid B. It's teetering on an A, but I'm going to give it a B. 148, that should be Dragonair. So there's a lot of people who like Dragonair better than Dragonite. I am not one of those, but I can see the reason why. It is very elegant. I guess while I'm talking about Pokemon, I'll just pull up their pages on here just to look at their old art. Oh boy, look at that art. It was so worth the effort. But yeah, no, it's one of the Pokemon that I remember seeing really early on, before I got into the games or the show or anything, and the reason for that was just I saw somebody who had... Don't mind me, I'm getting cheese off of my desk. I had Taco Bell earlier, and there's like a piece of cheese on here. But yeah, I saw somebody at school had a card of this one, and I thought that its name was like the dumbest thing ever. I'm just like, oh, it's Dragonair, who made that up? I don't know why. It is weird, you know, it's the Chinese myth dragon, it's Henry Zhao's textbook, where at the end of the Pikachu short before the second movie, you see this thing flying around, and, you know, it has air in its name, it has wings on its head. It isn't a flying type, but it's associated with it sometimes. You never really see it addressed in the games, from what I remember, or in, like, any other context. Yeah, I don't dislike it, so it's gonna... I'm imagining a lot of Pokemon are gonna be in the B tier. So just prepare for this thing to balloon out. It's fine. I just, you know, I don't love it. 101, that is Electrode. You know, there's the ever-present arguments of object Pokemon being bad, and then there's the arguments of Gen 1 Pokemon being better because they're, you know, they're normal animals or whatever, and, like, they don't get too crazy. But then, you know, we have stuff like this, and so that's the constant argument between people is... We have the exceptions in Gen 1, and it's like, you know, why do these get overlooked? And it's because, well, they were part of the originals, they're fine, but it really doesn't make any sense. The other thing about Gen 1 is it does have a sense of simplicity to it that I enjoy. I don't think it's my favorite set of Pokemon. That would probably go to either 3 or 7. We'll have to see how I feel when I get to those. Even 5, really. But yeah, it's like, it's fine. I don't love it. It's a little derpy. You know, it's hard to talk about these without not in context with their other evolutions, but the thing that I kind of hate about Voltorb and Electrode is that in the early games, they just got absolutely no electric moves. If you used this thing, it was, you know, you would give it the Thunderbolt TM from Surge if you still had it, and of course, you only get one of them, so you can't teach that to anything else. I think Thunder was purchasable TM. I actually don't even remember if it was. Yeah, it's like, you know, it gets that and it can blow up. And really, in-game, how often are you wanting to do that? Because even if it does allow you an easy win over a strong Pokemon, as long as you have something else on your team that's alive, it's not going to get any experience after it blows up, so you usually don't want to do that. Even in games when happiness isn't a thing and you don't want to worry about that. It's just, it always seemed like something you didn't want to do. It's not on my shit list, but I don't particularly love it. It's fine. If anything, it gets points for being easy to draw. I think as we go along, we'll find a lot of Pokemon that is one of their selling points, is because I liked drawing the Pokemon a lot when I was a kid, I always appreciated the ones that had really simple designs that I could just draw from memory without having to remember all the details. And I'm curious, you know, if I was given no reference and just tried to draw the original 151, how accurate some of them would come out. Because there's ones I'm sure that would be perfect. You know, you've got your obvious simple designs. You've got some of the more complicated ones that are, you know, that stick in my memory. Like, I don't know. I mean, Bulbasaur is a good example, I guess, but I don't know. There's plenty of ones I could do that for. And then there's ones that I just won't remember, like, at all. Like, Rhyhorn. This thing's just a pile of shapes. I'm getting a little off track. 54. That is Psyduck. I like Psyduck. I don't like Golduck. We'll get to that one later. Psyduck's pretty good. It's in a weird position where it's, because of the anime making it like a joke character, it kinda has that, like, pseudo-mascot vibe to it, where, you know, it's obviously not Pikachu tier, but it's up there in terms of recognizability. It had a big role in the Detective Pikachu movie, too. Not a big role, maybe, but, you know, it was there. It makes an identity for itself. Its whole shtick is, you know, it's dopey and clueless, and it's constantly having headaches, which is just miserable sounding, honestly. And when the headaches get bad enough, then it has, you know, massive psychic powers, and then it doesn't remember them afterwards, and then it's just like, you know, has no idea what it just did. So you know, it's an interesting little shtick. Kind of feel bad for it, honestly. It's also really weird that we have this and Slowpoke, which are really similar concepts. Not necessarily the animals, but yeah. A lot of people insist it's supposed to be a platypus. I can see it, but I still think it looks like just, you know, like a rubber ducky. I think it's abstract enough to where it's a duck monster, and a platypus has duck-like features, so it's similar to that. I could see it going either way, but I still believe it's just supposed to be like a basic little duck monster. I think I'm going to put it here. It's not a favorite of mine, but it's good. 45. That should be Vileplume. I didn't mention this with Bulbasaur, but yeah, we've got a frickin' 9 grass poison types in Gen 1 for some reason. I don't know why they did this. And I generally like most of them. Grass is one of my favorite types. One of the stupid issues I have with Vileplume, and this is the dumbest thing to bring up, is some of the sprites just kind of don't know what to do with it, where it's like, you know, for this thing to make sense, its head would have to be super long. And because it's hard to not obscure the head with the flower, so the shape of it is a little questionable. And then, yeah, as it got further on, I think they started making a little bit better poses for it. But yeah, it's good. I don't know what else to say about this thing. It was a blue exclusive. Or no, it wasn't. It was a red exclusive. Because blue had Bellsprout. I didn't play red, so I didn't get to use this in blue version, but I did in yellow. I don't remember if I ever made use of it in that. And, you know, it caps off an interesting evolutionary family of grass types that are more nocturnal and a little darker than usual. Like, you know, this is also carnivorous plants over here, but it's based off of the Rafflesia, which is, you know, decaying, rotting meat, basically. It's, you know, it's an interesting take on a grass type that isn't all just sunshine and rainbows, so I kind of like it. I would say it goes about here. I'm wondering when we're going to get our first A. Some stuff might get bumped up later. I don't know yet. 71. Is that Weepin' Bell? No, that's Victory Bell. How the hell did that happen? Okay. Well, let's immediately compare the two. So, they're both grass poisons that evolve from, yeah, no, you know, it's version exclusives that go level 21, then Leaf Stone. Which do I like better between the two? Probably Vileplume in terms of design. In terms of combat, I think I prefer Victory Bell just because I like Razor Leaf. At least in Gen 1, you know, Giga Drain didn't exist yet, and Mega Drain was kind of shitty. Even in Gen 2, Giga Drain was really low base power, and I think it was a TM only. This isn't necessarily about in-game abilities, it's more just about the designs. It's weird, you know, it's got... So we take Weepin' Bell and flip it upside down, basically, and then make it angry. But then, in addition to that, it has this weird thing going on where there's a leaf attached to a vine that is also just kind of stapled to its lip. The leaf and the vine both come out of the bottom of its lip or something. It's kind of odd. I get what it's there for. It's supposed to be like a trap door type of thing, like stuff falls inside it and then it keeps it shut. I don't know what the vine's there for, other than just give it a little bit more, I don't know, interesting stuff going on with its design. It's about there, I guess. 36. That is Clefairy? No, it's Clefable. Ah, God. So, is this our first instance? Yeah, I think this is going to be our first instance of what I'm going to call Raichu Syndrome, where basically you have a Pokemon that is very marketable, and you see it all the time in advertisements, and, you know, it has a role in the show. Clefairy didn't, but it was in the manga, I guess. You know, everybody knows the base form, and then it just kind of evolves and is kind of less memorable than the original. There's a lot of Pokemon like that in Gen 1. I call it Raichu Syndrome for a reason. Like, don't get me wrong, I like Raichu, but it's obviously overshadowed by Pikachu. I feel like Clefable's kind of the same way, where, you know, nobody really uses it in the games, at least the early ones. I'm trying to remember if any notable trainers do. I think Lusamine has one. I like its design, but it really is just, it's Clefairy, but more so. It's got spikier wings, longer ears, it's taller. Like, that's about it. So it's kind of lazy. I don't dislike it. I'm already starting to feel the problem with these tiers, because this is supposed to be favorites, like it, meh. Yeah, let's change these. I think we're going with that. This is supposed to be the dislike tier, which I don't dislike Electrode, and I don't really dislike Clefable either. But the problem is I don't dislike that many Pokemon. So I guess this tier is really just ones that I could take them or leave them, whereas this one is more like, you know, it's fine, it's just not amazing. And so Clefable would probably be here. It's hard to say, but that's what I'm going with right now. 112. Well, whatever it is, we're getting 111 right after. Is that Rhydon, I think? Here's the thing, is I still don't know how to feel about this, because, like, apparently, I don't know if it was Satoshi Tajiri, or if it was some other, like, early dev that said it, but apparently they've gone on record saying Rhydon is the first Pokemon, even though I feel like there's evidence it was actually Nidorino. But they said this is the first, so whatever. It is also index 0 in Gen 1, not that that necessarily means anything. So yeah, this thing's basically just classic kaiju monster, except, you know, it's not that big. It's like 5 feet tall or something. It's also one of many Gen 1 Pokemon that is not really based on anything. It's, you know, the Nidos are very similar to it. Kangaskhan's kind of same. It's just kind of a big, bulky thing. And, you know, it has a horn like a rhino, but that's about it. It's funky. Like, I don't know why I'd call it funky. But yeah, it's kind of just like, you know, the classic monster Pokemon design. Like, you've got the substitute doll based on it, you've got the statues. As a design, it's to me, it's just alright. I never loved it. I don't dislike it, though. So I think that means probably mid-tier? Maybe? I'm already having to second guess myself, and I'm only 8 Pokemon in. So, immediately then, 111, we got Rhyhorn. Honestly, I think I kind of like this one a bit more than Rhydon. As weird as that sounds. You know, it's a lot more bestial. I don't know if that's the word for it. It's more of an animal than, you know, a monster, I guess. And I mentioned before how it's just kind of a pile of shapes, but it does have an interesting, like, geometric thing going on that is unusual for a Pokemon, especially a Gen 1, where it looks all, you know, it's all bony, and its whole thing is this thing is basically a tank, and I like that. It's very bulky. As for moveset, I'm pretty sure this thing, yeah, in the early games at least, this thing ain't learning anything useful. Like, oh boy, takedown. Wow. But, so you gotta use your TMs, but I think they fixed that in later gens at least. Gen 1 is really bad about giving Pokemon anything that isn't a normal move. So, yeah, it's fine. How many things am I gonna say that about? I keep comparing everything to Dragonair, because it's like, this is the Pokemon that I feel like I should like, and I just kind of don't care about that much. So, it's like, do I like it more than that? I don't know. Do I? Nah. 66. That is Machop, I think? Well, I know where Machop's going. I don't actively hate it, but I don't really like it either. So, now that I've put it in this place, let's discuss it a little bit. Fighting is generally one of my least favorite types. It can be done well, it just depends on what they do with it. When they just make sort of a humanoid thing that is muscly and punches or whatever, it's like, okay, fine. I don't care about that sort of thing. I tend to lean towards the special-based Pokemon more than the physical ones overall. It's just because I find them more interesting. Like, it doesn't only apply to Pokemon. This is the case in any game where you can, like, choose a class or whatever. I feel like, you know, if you have the option between using a sword or hitting things, or using magic, like, magic is always the more interesting option. It's something you can't do in real life. Like, do I want a pet that can tackle stuff and throw rocks at them? Or do I want one that can shoot, like, you know, ice? Like, yeah, I would want the one with the elemental powers. That just, to me, that just seems natural. And so fighting types are usually pretty low on the list, unless they have an interesting dual type. I'm sure there'll be exceptions, but yeah. Machop is just weird. It's, like, kind of emaciated looking, almost. It's got, like, you know, its ribs showing and almost a pot belly in some of its appearances. It's just kind of like a little half-dinosaur dude. Like, I don't really get what its deal is. I don't know what else to say about it. It's just, it's kind of like, to me at least, it's like the, you know, the mascot fighting type. And yeah, it encapsulates a type I don't like that much. 62, that should be Poliwrath, I think? Well, we got another fighting type, but, oh boy, this is a weird one, because, I would say it being a dual type gives it points, but, I really don't like that it's just an angry Poliwhirl. It's one of those things where you know, as a standalone design, if Poliwhirl didn't exist, would I like this thing more? Probably yes. And so it's a little unfair, but I kind of can't help it. So, on its own merits, first of all, it's supposed to be a tadpole, but, you know, so let's look at the whole family here. So we have Poliwag is you know, it looks like a tadpole. It has legs, which tadpoles don't have, but that's fine. And then it's like, you know, supposed to be kind of metamorphosing into a frog, but it never really gets there. It just stays this weird humanoid blue shape with Bugs Bunny gloves, and it's angry. It's like, you know, it's unique. Well, not unique compared to Poliwhirl, but, you know, as a concept, it's unique. Here's the thing, though, is I like Poliwhirl quite a bit, and if it wasn't for the fact that this is a 3-stage family, this would absolutely just be Raichu syndrome, where it's just, you know, the kind of lame evolution that doesn't keep the charm of its original, even if it is kind of better. It's kind of down there. I feel bad. I don't dislike Poliwrath, it's just, 124, that should be, oh, okay, well, we peaked early. Here's our first S. So yeah, Jinx is a really weird one. I'm definitely in a minority for liking it. Most people would put this in the bottom tier easily. A lot of people say it's the worst Gen 1 Pokemon, or just the worst Pokemon ever. And usually the reason for that is because, like, well, you know, it's blackface, it's racist. I can't get into that mindset, and, you know, whatever that says about me, go ahead and think it, whatever. But I really don't think it was intended to be malicious, and they fixed it. You know, they made it purple or whatever. Whether or not you think that, you know, absolves it of its crimes or whatever, then you can go on thinking that. But my thing with Jinx is, you know, before, long before I had any idea that that was a controversy or, that was offensive or whatever. For me, it was just, it was a weird Pokemon that was part of the set, and I never really thought much of it. And, like, in Red and Blue, it's a trade only. You're probably not going to use this thing. It's obscure. It's just kind of this weird thing that exists. The thing that set it apart for me was, stupidly enough, in Pokemon Snap, there's the cave level, which is, in my opinion, the best level in that game. It has a very mysterious atmosphere to it, where you're just kind of flying through this cave, and there's like all these, distant dark sections that you can't see, and there's stuff kind of flying out of the darkness. There's the part where you go into a cave with the Articuno egg, and there's a couple jinks around it, and if you play the Poke Flute, then they wake up and they start using magic to hatch the egg. And I couldn't really explain why, but just something about the fact that there's these weird humanoid creatures hidden away in this cave that, are related to this legendary somehow. Even if it has nothing to do with their, appearance in the other games, it's just this thing in Snap, just this random little set piece. It just has this intrigue to it to me, where it's like, it's like a witch or something. It's the, to me, it's the opposite of Machop. I said that I don't like the humanoid, just, generic McPunchy things. And this thing is humanoid, but it's a magic user. It is Psychic and Ice, which are two of my favorite types. And it just, to me, it always had this very mystical presence to it. It's really hard for me to describe why. I kind of think that, like, the original black-faced version of it was kind of meant to just be like a face peering out of darkness, not that it literally had pitch black skin. It was just, it looked unfortunately like that. And kind of similar to, like, Cloyster, where, like, here, the way that you see it, it's like a black orb with a face, but you kind of can picture it's just supposed to be like this face peeking out of darkness, and I feel like Jinx is kind of meant to be the same way. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's a weird witch thing, and I think it's cool. That's basically what it comes down to. So, moving on, 129 is, I don't remember, oh, it's Magikarp. Okay. What hasn't been said about Magikarp before? It's the basic-ass fish, it's supposed to be, like, the weakest Pokemon ever, and the whole gimmick of it is, surprise, it becomes something strong. On its own merits, it's hard to really say much about it. It's just a basic-ass fish. It's impossible to separate it from the fact that it has the, secret evolution or whatever. I just like it. It's funny to me that if you were trying to think, like, let's make one Pokemon that's supposed to be, like, the weakest, most pathetic thing you could imagine. If you gave me that prompt, I would probably say, like, like a little fluffy, like a puffball type of thing. But they went with a fish, and it kind of makes sense, because as soon as this thing's out of the water, what's it gonna do? Even when it's in the water, oh boy, it can swim. What like, wow. And then we have another fish that is supposed to be taken more seriously than Magikarp, and it's okay, whatever. But plus, in later generations, like, what separates this thing from Finneon? Why is Finneon stronger and this thing sucks? But I don't know. I like it just because of its dopey face and the fact that it's supposed to be kind of worthless. I'm gonna put it bottom of A. I wouldn't normally think of it as a favorite of mine. I might lower it later. Number 70, well, we're getting a lot of weird repeats here, because that's Weepinbell. Speaking of fish, this thing's obviously a pitcher plant. It's not a fish, but it looks like a fish. Is this the only grass type in Gen 1 that doesn't have legs? I mean, other than Victreebel, too. I try to imagine this thing's existence, where it's probably meant to just hang off of branches, but, if it ever falls, it just kind of bounces awkwardly. I don't think this thing is supposed to, like, levitate. It's like, just hopping along. And, I mean, really, what else do I say about it? It's just, it's a funny-looking thing. It's based off of a carnivorous plant, which is lesser known than the Venus flytrap. So I kind of like that they're not necessarily going for the obvious. To me, nothing about this is poison type at all. But, I guess it has, like, digestive juices or anything. So, any Pokemon that can eat is poison type, according to that logic. Yeah, it's funky. I like it more than Victreebel, at least. I don't know if it's good enough to get into A tier. We'll see. I might change my mind on it later. I'm already changing my mind on Magikarp. I think I like Magikarp less than Weepinbell. I think I'm going to stick with that for now. Oh boy, it's Pikachu. Pikachu's just fine. It's, you know, it's gonna get a high placement on the tier, but not, like, super high, I don't think. I don't even have to think about it much. I think this is fine. I like it more than Psyduck. I don't love it. It's just, it's, you know, solid. I don't know if I have much to say about Pikachu, really. Like, what is there to say? It's just, first of all, you know, the old, fat, dumpy Pikachu is way the hell better than the modern skinny one. Like, I don't know if there's anybody who disagrees with that opinion. Because there's this one, but then there's also this one. The one where it has, like, this tiny little, just circular body and the super long tail. Like, this thing is adorable. You know, if we're gonna allow frickin' Clefairy and Clefable to be two different Pokemon, this should be the Pichu that evolves into this, which evolves into Raichu. Like, this is a totally different design to me. And this thing is fucking top tier. Like, I love the original Pikachu. But newer one is, like, you know, it's okay. So, I guess, you know, average out the two and put it here. I feel like nobody ever wanted Let's Go Pikachu. They always went for Eevee version, and I never liked Eevee as much, so I went for that one. In most of my playthroughs of Yellow, I kept it on the team the whole time. I think I've used it. Yeah, I've used it a couple times even outside of that. Like, is it overrated? Yeah, probably. Is it underhated? I don't know. I think it's probably hated about the right amount. But it's fine. Oh shit. 137. We got a cool thing. It's going up in S. Okay. So, Porygon, honestly, I think is the weirdest Gen 1 Pokemon. It's such a bizarre concept. So we have this world full of basically just, you know, animals, but with powers, or slightly more out there than regular animals are. Or than in, you know, the cases like Sea King, it's literally just a fish. And then we have a few oddballs, like we've got a couple ghosts, we've got some weird robotic things, or it's just, you know, stuff that came to life or whatever. And then we just have programmers just kind of created a living being. I don't know how, but they did it. Someone made this thing in Blender, and then it just gained sentience, and shit, there's gotta be like a creepypasta in universe of, like, this programmer made this thing, and then, you know, their computer became haunted, and Porygon emerged from the screen and, you know, ate their face off, and I don't know. The other thing I need to mention is, out of all of the things that they could have made for a digital Pokemon, where it's super polygonal and basic graphics, they went with, like, a duck, and I love that. It's like, I don't know what you would have necessarily gone with. Like, it could have just been, like, you know, a frickin' Sega Saturn quality, like, humanoid figure. But it's a duck, and it's fucking great. I love this thing. I don't love how hard it is to get in some of the games, and the fact that it needs to trade to evolve twice. But that doesn't matter, it's still great. 48, what are you? Venonat? Yeah. It sure is the fuzz thing. It sure is a fuzz thing. That's about all I can say about it. This one is, here's the thing. I don't dislike it. If C is the... Okay, I need to redefine these tiers. Give me a minute. Okay, so, again, there could stand to be more tiers here, but this is... I think 5 is fine. Trying to make dividing lines between these at some other, like, into more categories is kind of pointless. So first of all, let's move you down. Venonat, then, is, like, maybe there. Electrode is such a weird measuring stick to where it's, like, you know, I don't really dislike it, but it's kind of whatever. I don't know what to say about Venonat. It's, as I learned from my old playthrough of Pokemon Fire Red Omega, this thing is kind of pathetic until it evolves, and it evolves strangely late. What level is it again? It's, like, 31? Yeah. Its stats are kind of turbo-ass. You know, I don't like to judge them based off of their ability in-game. As a bug type, it's kinda unique, because it's... Most of the other ones that turn into butterflies or moths start as a caterpillar. This one's just kind of a fuzzy mass. It's like the idea of a bug without actually being one. Like, this thing doesn't look like anything other than a Butterfree head. So it's, you know, it's unique, I'll give it that much. I can't say I really love it that much. I feel a little bad for it now, but I don't think I want to place it any higher. Maybe more than Electrode. That's as high as it's getting. 138, that is Omanite, I think? Between the two fossils, to me, there is a clear winner, like leagues ahead of the other, and that would be Kabuto. Omanite's just okay. There, I guess. Honestly, no, it's creeping up. It's getting points entirely based on the fact that it's easy to draw. And, you know, it's kind of cute. I think that's as far as it's going to go. I don't want to necessarily talk about the entire set of fossils here, but, you know, they went for 2 different families of rock-water types, which is a bold decision, I guess. They also decided for both of them to avoid dinosaurs and just go for... In one case, we had, you know, ammonites, basically. And the other case is a horseshoe crab and whatever the fuck this thing is, which is not anything. It's just fossil Scyther. Kabutops is cool as hell, and the other two are just kind of like, eh. They're fine. I never really felt the need to use these. I'm sure I will one day. 92, is that Ghastly? Yeah, okay. Ghastly's a kind of a cool guy. Let's see, where would we put Ghastly? Definitely above Magikarp. I would say... yeah, I think that's as high as it's going. Still, number 4 out of what I have so far is not bad. That's a lot higher than I thought I would put it, but I keep thinking about it, and yeah. Ghastly's a bit of an odd duck, because much like what I was saying about Jinx, I'm pretty sure this thing is supposed to just kind of be a cloud of gas with a face inside it, and the black orb is just kind of what it got stylized into over time. I say over time, it was, you know, obviously very early on, because even the Gen 1 artwork shows it that way. If you look at the original red, green, and then blue sprites, it's just like an MS Paint spray can tool with eyes and a mouth, and if it had stayed that way, I might even like it more, honestly. It's hard to say, because that's like a speculative future, but I like that, you know, out of Gen 1, we only have one family of ghosts, and they could have gone any route. They could have gone with like a basic-ass sheet ghost type of thing, but they didn't. They specifically made it part poison, and they're still the only ghost poison types. Yeah, burping. I think that was more just due to the fact that they didn't have Dark as a type yet, and Poison was kind of like the proto-Dark, and so they slapped it onto a bunch of shit. But they kind of ran with the idea at first, because this thing is supposed to just be a toxic cloud. The ghost aspect of it is almost more just because it's intangible, and then I think, like, you know, as they tried to figure out where to put this thing, they developed the whole idea of the Pokemon Tower where the graves are, and they're like, yeah, you know, this thing's also just, it's a toxic cloud, but it's also, you know, a soul, I guess. Sure, why not? Like, Ghastly can't decide what the hell it wants to be, and I kind of like that about it. Yeah, it's just, I think it's neat. That's basically my Marge Simpson opinion on it. I think it's neat. Moving on, 39 is Jigglypuff, okay. Well, it's another mascot. Oh boy. I don't really like it that much now that I think about it. I'm trying to think where I want to put this thing. I never thought I would have this problem where I can't decide where between these 3 tiers it goes. But I think it's going here. Because if I separate it from, like, so here's the thing, I need to admit right now, because, you know, I was being unfair with Jinx, where it's, you know, my opinion on it is based off of its single appearance in Pokemon Snap, more or less. And here it's like, you know, I don't want to be influenced by the anime or by Smash, but I kind of don't care about Jigglypuff that much. You know, what does it have going for it? It's basically a Kirby-like creature which sings, and that's about it. And between it and Clefairy, I think I prefer Clefairy, because it at least has the whole aspect of, like, you know, potentially being from the moon or whatever, and it's, like, supposed to be this rare, you know, it's a fairy. Whereas Jigglypuff is just kind of a blob. Like, it's a balloon, and if we look at Snap again, it flies in that game, and it can almost, yeah, it can basically fly in Smash, and it's like, you never really see it do that in the show, and so whenever it shows up in that, it just, you know, kind of does its shtick and puts everybody to sleep, and haha, it's so funny, and I kind of don't care. So it's like, I think this is about as high as it's gonna get, in my opinion. It doesn't do much for me. 23, that's Ekans, I believe. Snake, oh, it's a snake. I mean, really, what else is there? It's a snake. That's exactly what it is. Does it have anything interesting going on? It's like, rattlesnakes are supposed to be venomous, right? And this thing is, like, you know, it's poison type, so it probably is, but you never see it with fangs. It just kind of, like, squeezes shit. Or, like, swallows eggs. I don't really have a very high opinion of Ekans, to be honest. It's also, there's the aspect of, you know, it had a role in the show where Jesse had one, and then it evolved relatively early on, and it didn't have a personality before evolving, and it didn't have one after evolving. It's just, yeah. I feel weird doing this because I don't have any ill will towards Ekans, but I think it's going bottom of this tier. It's not bad enough to go in dislike, but it's damn close. This is the closest I've seen so far to something that I cannot form an opinion on because I just don't give a shit. That would be Dratini. You know, it's cute. It's Dragonair, but less so. I think right off the bat, I actually like it more than I like Dragonair. The whole thing with Dratini is, you know, there was sort of a sense of mysticism to the dragon type in the early games. You know, there weren't very many of them, and they were quite rare, and you had to work really hard with them to get, like, actually decent results, because Dratini kind of blows. Let's compare this with Ekans. They're both snakes. You know, this thing is a sea serpent, I guess you could say, or whatever. They're the same thing. It's just, what's the difference is Dratini has a very cute face, and Ekans is just like, that's basically it. So that, you know, that on its own is enough for there to be that much of a jump. I like how its face is just a big nose. The lack of a visible mouth kind of sells it for me, I think. 88, what are you? I don't remember. Was it Grimer? Let's see, how do I feel about Grimer? Because, as I said back with Voltorb, I don't mind, or Electrode, I guess, I don't mind things that are object-based or whatever. Does this even count as an object when it's just a pile of sludge? I think there basically needed to be a blob monster of some kind. Grimer is, you know, it's a step above just being a slime, because it's, you know, it's specifically based on pollution. Kanto had this whole thing of, like, there were a lot of, like, dirtier, kind of darker aspects to it that you didn't really see much. But you could see it sometimes in the trainers where you had, like, the biker gangs and all the people with whips, where it's like, you know, this isn't necessarily an idyllic world, and then it kind of got toned down in later games. And Grimer, I feel, sort of comes from that. I would love to see some sort of, like, statistic on anybody who played Red and Green and Blue, and I guess Yellow, when they first came out. Just, like, what Pokemon did everybody have on their final teams? Because I have to imagine that at least half of the Pokedex was probably on, like, less than 5% of people's teams, because they're just available too late, or they're just not very impressive. And Grimer is definitely one of those. If this thing was available earlier, like, if you could find this thing outside of Celadon or something, then I might be more inclined to pick it up. But because you don't get it until frickin' Cinnabar, or I guess you could get, I think it was in the power plant in Yellow, but it's like, because it was so late, you would never use this. There's already 33 poison types in Gen 1. Like, you're gonna definitely have one, especially if you're using a grass type, because those are all fucking part poison. So, I don't imagine Grimer got that much love early on, and I kind of appreciate that, the, like, underdog aspect to it. I don't know if I love it that much, though. It's just, like, I would say it escapes the meh tier, but just barely. Okay, 84. That would be Doduo. I don't know if I have much of an opinion on Doduo. You know, I don't necessarily love creatures with multiple heads. It's a little upsetting. Here, it's less, you know, it's less horrific than what it could be, basically. Like, you know, wheezing. I'm trying to think of an example that isn't freaking Zack and Wheezy from Dragon Tales, but that's the first one to come in mind, where it's just, your whole life is spent stuck to something else, and it sounds unpleasant. Now, as an animal, you know, we can debate all day whether or not Pokemon have, like, you know, human-level intelligence, or if they're basically just animals that can take more complex commands than usual. You know, maybe that wouldn't be so much of an issue, but there's something about that is a little upsetting to me. That being said, it's kind of cute. You know, it's just a fluffy ball with fluffy heads. The heads, you know, look relatively happy. It's fine. I at least think it goes there. I think it's going about here. I don't like it well enough to really move up in this tier, but I don't really have any issues with it either. It's okay. Well, 150. Should all know who that is. Wonder where this one's going. I think it's actually here. You know, as cliche as it is, everybody loves this thing, but I mean, I kind of can't help it. It's my inner 10-year-old, what can I say? I never liked angsty emo characters, and Mewtwo pretty much is one. But, you know, that aspect of it wasn't what I liked necessarily. To me, it's just, it is psychic type and is strong. And that was basically all I needed. The fact that it actually does have, like, an established backstory, which most legendaries don't. Well, not most, but, you know, you've got the legendaries that are like forces of nature, not the forces of nature trio, mind you, just that definition. You have the ones that are just like, it is a rare creature that lives in a cave somewhere. And then you have Mewtwo, which is genetic experiment. It's created to be the super powerful thing, and it escaped, and there's only one of it until, you know, there weren't, because later games are confusing. But it's cool. I don't know what else to say about it. I like it. Goes up there because I don't know what it is about running through the Elite Four for the 50 millionth time, just, you know, soloing it with Mewtwo, that child me found interesting, because that sounds like the most boring shit ever. But I did it. I used it to beat a lot of stuff in Stadium. Not much could touch it. I can't really give it any less of a score than that. 95. Oh boy. Yeah, 95 is Onyx! So, I have to explain the Onyx thing. I don't know how well known this YouTuber is, but I quote him a lot recently. Imported Cheese. Does a lot of tier lists and just Pokemon content in general that I find generally amusing. I don't always like the negativity towards the later games, even though I can't necessarily disagree with it. But, one of the bits that he does that I just love is the insistence on always saying Onyx in like a weird, excited way. And so I've just kind of picked that up now. I don't really know where it came from. Oh god, what do we say about Onyx? What do we say about Onyx? It's like, it's kind of a tragedy. This thing is so cool, but it sucks so bad. So it's the biggest thing in Gen 1. This thing, you know, should be massively imposing. You see it on Brock's team, and it's like, holy shit, that thing looks impossible to beat, and, you know, then you end up beating it with either Bubble or Vine Whip or Confusion from Butterfree or whatever method you have. You know, you can use a couple Embers and take it down, honestly. It's not that hard. It's like, I can't wait to find one of these, and then you find one and you put it on the team, and the thing is, as a kid, I didn't actually really try to use it, and if I had, I don't think I would have necessarily noticed that it sucked, because I never really paid attention to stats. I definitely never looked at the stats in-game, and in the guide, it shows the stats, like, it compares them, but I never really cared. You know, that meant nothing to me, because to me it was all just about, like, what type is it, what kind of moves does it get, and does the design look cool? And, you know, I give this thing Dig and Rock Slide TMs, and, you know, it's fine. But, it's not fine because its attack stat is dog shit for some reason, and that really sucks. But I don't think I care. I still like it a lot. It's definitely going up here at least. I'm trying to think how far up. Maybe like there. I feel a little bad for Onyx. Just the fact that it is big and it is made of rock and it is cool. Like that's basically my entire opinion on it. And anything else is just sort of a, you know, tragic downside. Number 10, Caterpie. Boy, do I not have many shits to give about this thing. I don't not like it. Do we have a new top of Met here? I don't like it more than Jigglypuff. I don't think I like it more than Venonat. No. No. I didn't think Caterpie was this low. I don't dislike Caterpie. I think it's kind of cute, but I just... I think it might have to go here. I think I like it more than Ekans. Oh, I feel so bad now. I know I like it more than Weedle, at least. At least I think... I might have to rethink that one. But, you know, it's very, very similar to the Caterpillar that it's based on. It looks fairly realistic. It's almost got a little bit of Dratini nose going on, where it doesn't really have, like, a visible face. You know, it has eyes and just sort of a blob. I do think this thing's kind of cute, but it's a Caterpie. Like, you have it for a few minutes until you evolve it. That's about it. 31, is that Nidoqueen? Yeah. This whole family is probably not going to get rated that highly, to be honest. It's like... I'm, like, rethinking my entire tier structure now, because, like, I'm like, you know, is this thing worse than Rhydon? Like, you know, not really. It's about the same. Can I justify putting it that much lower? Like, what is it about Doduo and Jigglypuff and stuff that would be better than this? And it's like, you know, not much, but I kind of don't care about Nidoqueen that much. I might just have to share my opinions on this family as a whole all at once now. It's really weird that they did the gender dimorphism thing with one family like this, and then, you know, it got grandfathered in, and there's the whole aspect now where if this was a later generation game, this would just be alternate forms of each other, probably. At least the first stage would be. You know, I can see what they were going for. They wanted to try to do something unique. I like some of the designs. I feel like this artwork of the female Nidoran is awful, and it's exactly the same as the Gen 1 art, I think, which is also awful. Yeah, can we find an image of this thing that isn't terrible? Like, yeah, you know, it can be cute. It just, I guess it usually isn't. God, okay. I've seen artwork of it that looks okay. And then, you know, Nidoking is cool, I guess. I like it. I just don't love it. The middle forms are... I think we haven't had middle stage syndrome come up yet, but we'll get to that eventually. Nidorino is fine. But yeah, Nidoqueen's just... I don't know. Part of me is like, oh my god, I'm being sexist by putting it below where I'd put Nidoking, but it's... It doesn't do much for me. I don't like its weird breastplates. 115, is that Kangaskhan? Yeah, Kangaskhan. Boy, we're getting out all the similar looking, you know, big bulky dudes all at once. Out of all of them, Kangaskhan sure is one of them. Is it the best one? No, but it's close. Oh god, the more I think about it, it's like, you know, it's losing points for its atrocious 3D model animations. Like, I think the 3D model itself was fine, it's just the way this thing was animated in Stadium, it has no weight to it. The thing just flops around like it's made of fucking jello, and it has this really awkward animation of, like, constantly licking its lips, and it kind of makes me hate it a little more than I would otherwise. If I, you know, separate that from it, you know, there's the whole aspect of, is it related to Cubone? Probably not, but some beta stuff indicates that it might have been. That's kind of a whole interesting aspect to it, I guess. You know, it's a normal type, which makes it a little on the more boring side. Yeah, I think this is a solid place for it. Let's not even get into the whole aspect of, like, why does this thing hatch with a baby already in its pouch, but, you know, it's game mechanics. What can you do? 146, is that Moltres? Well, Moltres is definitely the worst of the three birds. I don't even know if that's just my opinion. I feel like that is most people's opinion. It's not enough to make it bad, necessarily. It's just not as good as it could be. But I'm trying to think now, like, if they wanted to just make 3 different elemental birds, and, you know, you gotta have one based on fire, this is a logical design to go with. I don't know what else they really would have done, and if you like fire, then it's fine. I personally, you know, as much as I was singing the praises of, like, the elemental types over the physical ones, I find fire usually kind of boring, and so it's just... It's, like, I can't put it that low, though. Here, it's, like, okay. Yeah, that's about how I feel about it, I think. What is 134? That would be Vaporeon, I guess. Hey, guys, did you know? Yeah, no, I fucking hate the Vaporeon memes so much, but not getting into that. I never liked Vaporeon that much. Honestly, I don't like most of the evolutions that much. A lot of them are just okay. So here's the thing is, I have to look at this from two different perspectives, because as a kid, I'm like, alright, here's this thing that can evolve into 3 different types. We've got 50 billion water types already. Like, you know, I would usually start with Squirtle, and if I didn't, then, you know, you can get, like, Lapras. Trying to think what other water types I would typically use. Not many of them, honestly. But, you know, there were options. And it's like, okay, great. It's weird that I even started with Squirtle the first time, because I always thought of water originally as just being kind of one of the lamer types, where it's just like, you know, you hit something with electricity, you hit something with fire, you spray water, oh no. Yeah, it's just, it always seemed less impressive to me. So I always thought this thing was kind of lame. Looking at it from a more modern view, especially at like the restrictions that were in the Gen 1 games and where you could get water types, it was basically you had Squirtle and then jack shit until, I mean, you could catch a Magikarp and evolve it. You didn't get the good rod until really late. Same with the Super Rod. Same with Surf. And I don't think there were any other water types available other than Vaporeon. So it was a pretty decent option. I don't care. And here's the other thing, is, you know, that's just talking about its viability. Like, you know, would I go with this compared to the other two? In terms of designs, it's probably the best of the 3. Like, Flareon, as much as I like Flareon, it is just a fluffier Eevee. Jolteon is pretty neat. Vaporeon's got, like, this whole aquatic aspect to it. Like, they could have just made it blue and sleek, but they gave it, like, a lot of mermaid aspects, and that's kind of cool. It's fine. It's just fine. It goes in this tier somewhere. I guess there. Before we add more stuff to the list, I wanted to actually make a couple adjustments. First of all, Clefable, way too low. I haven't ranked Clefairy yet, but I realized that I do like Clefable more than Clefairy, and I don't dislike Clefairy, so this thing is absolutely too low on the list. The problem is, I don't know where to put it. I would say here, because I think I overall... No, it's better than Jigglypuff, so let's keep it moving up. This might be a good spot for it. Here's the thing with this, is I don't necessarily like its design that much. I like the fact that it is a specially leaning normal type. The problem is that, you know, it has to get all of its special moves from TMs, at least in the early games. And up until it was a fairy type, you know, normal was always a little boring to me. You know, it's solid. I'm thinking more and more about it as I go. This thing was absolutely ranked too low. How high should it go, honestly? I'm thinking, like, here. The other thing is, let's see, I think Weepinbell is too high. I don't know if it has to change its actual ranking too much, but it should be in a lower tier at least. I kind of like Victory Bell better, honestly. My opinions are so wishy-washy. It's like, you know, these could change at any point. Yeah, I think this is good. I consider these pretty close to each other, so it makes sense for them to be next to each other on the list. Where did we leave off? 64. Is it Abra? No, it's Kadabra. Alright, Kadabra on its own, not considering its evolutions at all. Oof. It's pretty high. I'm gonna probably put it in this tier. Because this family is so, like, weird, they're not very clearly based on any specific animal. They're kind of like a possum fox thing, but they've got, like, armor plating on them almost. I don't know, they're kind of weird. They stay pretty similar as they evolve, just kind of get bigger and get the mustache and stuff. I don't know if this one necessarily has middle evolution syndrome. It's not really the oddball out of the family, or I wouldn't necessarily see it as like the lamest of the 3 either. It's just, it's okay. Although, yeah, I think I like Alakazam more than Kadabra. Kadabra is just kind of fine. I'm thinking it's gonna go down a little bit. Because I have to consider it in terms of design-wise, and also like how I like it in the games. And it was a pretty common thing for me to use because I couldn't evolve it without trading it. And Psychic was so broken in Gen 1 that, you know, I got good use out of Kadabra. But that was more just due to the brokenness of the type than me caring for the Pokemon itself all that much. But it still counts for something, so it's like, It's really weird comparing different attributes of the Pokemon like that, because there's so many different things to consider. I'd probably put it a little lower. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's about as low as I'm willing to put it. I think that's fine there. But yeah, don't have a whole lot to say about this one specifically. There's the whole Uri Geller incident with it. But that's part of the thing is this tier list was meant to be a combination of just my opinions and also just sharing, you know, little factoids and stuff. And I feel like I've not been doing so much of the latter here. It's one of those things where I feel like most people probably know most of the information anyway. If you don't, then this thing's long enough as it is. I can't really like introduce too much of that. So let's just move on. Okay, that's going to be Bellsprout. Bellsprout is surprisingly high up for me. Better than Vileplume, better than Onyx, and and Psyduck, I would say. I might have to stop it there. So the thing with Bellsprout is it's only this high up because of its just simplistic nature. I really like that about it. I always say I like the Pokemon that are easy to draw. It doesn't get too much easier than this. It's just generally a good design. Is it the only, like, you know, it's not the only walking plant because we've got Oddish, but it's, you know, it's very spindly. This thing looks like it would barely struggle to keep its own head up, and, you know, it would wobble in the wind and stuff, and it's got a nice personality to it. I really like that. 110, that is Weezing, and Weezing, I think, might actually have to go into the disliked tier. Either that or very low meh. And it's just because of how grotesque it is. And don't get me wrong, I get that that's the point. And it's really stupid for me to even say this, because that's why people don't like Garbodor. And I will always defend Garbodor, because I think it's generally a good design, and it's, you know, it accomplishes what it set out to do. It's supposed to be a big, gross trash monster. This thing is a gross, you know, smog monster, and it has a little deformed twin growing out of it because it's, you know, so entrenched in the pollution, and it makes sense for it to have a deformity. It's sickly. It communicates what it's supposed to be very well. So yeah, I kind of can't put it in dislike. I think it might have to rise up a little bit, because most of the stuff in this tier is stuff that I'm just kind of indifferent towards. And I'm not indifferent towards Weezing. I appreciate it for what it is, but God, is it an ugly fucker. It's like, I don't like Poliwrath that much, but I also don't like Weezing that much. It might have to stay here, honestly. I hate doing that. I feel like a fucking hypocrite, but I blame Pokemopolis, and we'll get to that when I get to coughing. This, in my opinion, kind of ruined a great Pokemon, and so I can't really like it that much because of it. Wish I could put it higher. 44, that's Gloom, I think. Well, while we're talking about, you know, kind of uglier stuff. So, I've talked at length about whenever I go into my Pokemon review type things, one of my inspirations that I quote is Bogleech. I've enjoyed reading the reviews on this for a long time. I always try to keep up with them. I read the new ones whenever they come out. And Gloom was his favorite Gen 1 Pokemon, and was the favorite for a long time until Garbodor happened. But the thing is that this guy is well known for basically liking, you know, the gross and the macabre. And I'm not exactly into that sort of stuff as much, but I still appreciate Gloom. It's just, I don't think I like it as much as its pre-evolution and its evolution, unfortunately. The drool kind of grosses me out a little bit. I'm not good on anything like that. That's one of my, like, weaknesses. It just, ugh. So, with that in mind, I don't want to rate it low. I feel bad. But I'm getting Weezing vibes again. I wish I liked it more. The only time I would ever have a Gloom is to evolve it. I like Oddish better. So it's gotta kind of go low, I think. And I feel stupid because it's like, you know, I'm allowed to have my own opinion. I don't have to agree with Bogleech. It's not like I'm gonna be like, oh, well, he says it's S, so I'm gonna put it at the top. Like, what would the point of that be? But it's just, I don't know, I feel really guilty about it, because it's like, you know, it's doing its thing. It's fine. It's just not my thing. I think I at least like it more than Venonat. It's sitting there for now. I might change my mind later. What's next? 32? I think that's one of the Nidos. Yeah, it's male Nidoran. It's meh. I'm pretty sure it's going in meh tier. But how meh is it? Earlier I was looking at the female Nidoran because I'm like, you know, this thing cannot look like complete trash like this artwork has it look, but most of the artwork I found of it made it look like complete trash. It's like I kinda like this one a little better. When the female one is drawn cute, it's better than this one, but it just usually isn't. This one's just, like, it's fine. I'm thinking maybe there. 55. Oh, boy, okay. Here we go. Where is it? Get the fuck out of here. Okay, so I hate Golduck, and I've ranted about Golduck before, but let me explain why I hate Golduck. Earlier, I mentioned the Raichu syndrome, which is just anytime that, you know, a marketable Pokemon basically evolves and stops being as interesting when it evolves, or is just, you know, more forgettable at least. And dear God, does Golduck embody that. What was Psyduck's entire, like, appeal? It's, you know, it's dopey and clueless, and it has this power that it doesn't realize that it has. And, you know, it's pretty cute. And when it evolves, it's like, yeah, look at me, I'm cool, badass duck. And it's like, no, get the fuck out of here, you Sonic wannabe. Like, this thing, it's... I don't, on paper, hate the idea of a Pokemon going from, you know, this type of personality to this one. It's just the way that it was handled. And there's the fact that, like, this thing isn't a psychic type, but it is, like, almost one. You'd think it would become psychic when it evolves, and it doesn't. And one might say, well, we already had Slowbro and Starmie, which were water psychic. To which I say, why the fuck is Starmie psychic? And also, we have 3 different grass poison families and 3 different water ice families in Gen 1. We could have had another water psychic. Also, this thing can very easily walk on land. Why can't you find it in the grass in Gen 1? That would give us another water type option that isn't Squirtle, Magikarp, and Vaporeon. And it's just, it's boring as shit. So, it has psychic power. Like, okay, that's cool. I don't know why I'm writing that off so easily, other than the fact that it just doesn't do anything interesting with it. It's just like, okay, yeah, you know, it had that power and now it has mastered it, but not enough for it to be psychic type, or to learn fucking anything other than confusion through level up. It might in later games, but at least in the early ones it didn't. But, like, what else does it have? It can swim fast. Like, oh, wow. A water type that's good at swimming. Color me shocked. And it's mistaken for a Kappa. Okay, so what, Kappas exist in this universe? Also, Lombre came out later and is way more of a Kappa than this thing is. And it's like, what does it do well? I honestly don't know if it leans physical or special. If it's physical, which I'm tempted to say that it is, I'm gonna look it up, then I like it even less, because I don't care about physical water types, I just find them boring. Okay, it leans slightly... Look at these are the most boring fucking stats I've seen in my life. Like, no, Golduck, you suck ass. You're so goddamn boring. That is the worst thing you can do, in my eyes, is just be really, really boring. And Golduck is almost the epitome of that. I think there's one that's worse, but we'll get to that. So now that I've bitched about that, here's 89, which is muck. I'm gonna just start out by putting it right next to Grimer. I might move it. It's an instance of Gen 1 Pokemon just, you know, barely changing as they evolve, and it's bigger and goopier. In the words of Bogleach, it looks like it's barely able to maintain some sort of form and not just melt. It's got the Great Mighty Poo, like, stringy, connecty bit in its mouth. It's very grotesque looking. I kind of dig it more than Weezing, because Weezing is just uncomfortable to look at. This thing is, like, you know, it's gross, and it's, I guess you could say it's sickly or whatever, but, like, I don't know, for me, Muck just works more than Weezing. Even if it is a little more generic, because it's just a big blob. But I don't like it that much. I think I like it more than Grimer. I don't know if it's going to go any higher than that, because these two are pretty damn interchangeable to me. I like the fact that in a lot of its artwork, it looks like it's flipping you off. That's a plus. Yeah, pretty much. 77. 77, okay. You're not going in dislike, but you're not too far off. It's weird because this tier is, most of my other tiers are kind of like, more or less just like, yeah, I like this stuff. I have reasons for liking it. The meh tier, it's a mix of just missed potential, things that are kind of boring, and things that I don't hate but are just like okay-ish. And so Ekans is on the bottom of this because it's really boring. Ponyta, I feel, is almost as boring. It's not as much, because it at least has the fire aspect to it. So it's better than Caterpie. I don't think it's better than Weezing, though. Here's my issue with Ponyta. And it's not the fact that it's just a flaming horse, so I don't like horses that much anyway. You know, I have no strong opinions on them one way or the other. I already said that I don't like fire as an element that much, so, you know, it's okay. It's a logical way to go with this. Horses have wispy hair, you know, let's make it something that fits that. Fire works, okay. But beyond that, it doesn't really have anything going on. There's also the aspect that you can't get this thing until fucking Cinnabar, so you're not using this on your team. And it's another case of, let me make sure I'm not just talking out of my ass here, which I very well could be. Yeah. I mean, Gen 1 learned sets are pitiful as it is, so this isn't necessarily the best showcase of it, but does it lean physical? Yeah, it's one of those cases where it's just like, I can't imagine wanting this as my fire type, because it stomps on things, it tackles into things. It doesn't really seem like the thing to use fire moves that often. I don't know how many it really gets. Like, let's see. Yeah, in later games it gets a fair few. Yeah, it always stood out as really plain to me. I just never cared for Ponyta that much. Speaking of things I don't really care about, 30, Nidorina. This whole family might just stick together, we'll find out later. No, this one's worse. Let's see. Are you worse than Ekans? Yeah. It's not in my dislike tier. It's distinctly above this, but I don't think there's anything else on the list currently other than these two that I could say are worse than it. And it's not really its own fault. It's just, this is middle stage syndrome, and I don't think we've had a good instance of this yet. I've mentioned it a couple times, but it pretty much speaks for itself. It's just, you know, you have a Pokemon family where there's the cute first form, and there's the tough or cool final form, and then the middle one is just kind of awkward and like, eh. And it's like, you know, they're usually okay, but they're not as good as the other two. And this is coming from a family that I already don't like that much. And what does Nidorina have going on for it? It's just, you know, generic-ass little dinosaur thing. You know, the base forms are kind of rabbit-like, but after that, not really. And I don't mind that. I like the Pokemon that have an identity outside of just, it's an animal but blank. It is at least, you know, sort of unique, but it's also just really bland. And the weird thing is, I remember there being a lot of Nidorina, like, GIFs that were popular in, like, the early 2000s for some reason. I guess just somebody decided to give it some attention. Couldn't say. Alright, well, we've had a few stinkers in a row. What do we got next? 118. That is... oh god, is it Sea King? Or Goldeen, I think. His 120 is Staryu. It's Goldeen. Oh boy, okay. So, comparing Goldeen and Magikarp, the difference here is Magikarp is very obviously meant to be a joke. It looks dumb as hell, and that's its gimmick, and it rolls with it. Goldeen is meant to be taken a little more seriously, and I think that hurts it. Because while it is kind of pretty, you know, not the fucking lips and weird humanoid eyes, I don't like that aspect of it, but just the way the tail looks and stuff, because I like Koi, I think they're nice looking. It doesn't do much for me other than that, and it's like, oh boy, it has a horn. There's just a lot of random horns on Gen 1 Pokemon. It's one of those cases where, who used this? Unless it's like somebody who was just really into goldfish for some reason. You know, I can't judge too much. I'm into pigeons, so why the hell not? But, you know, we've already mentioned how long of a wait it is to get a water type that isn't the starter or Magikarp. When you get your fishing rod, it's like, okay, you know, you get access to Poliwag, Psyduck, Slowpoke, Shelter, maybe? That might only be in Seafoam, I don't remember. And then you have Goldeen, and it's like, who's gonna go with Goldeen, really? It seems like the lamest option. It might actually be worse than Nidorina. I didn't think I was gonna just keep adding things to the bottom of this tier, but I can't think of much to put it above that. So let's see, it has the distinction of getting Waterfall in Gen 1, which is sort of interesting. You know, in Smash, it's the joke Pokemon for some reason. I really don't know why they didn't go with Magikarp. Gets Horn Drill, I guess. But yeah, it's pretty far down there. I think it's probably bottom of meh. 131, is that Lapras? Lapras is pretty neat. I don't think I can put it in personal favorites, but it's gonna be pretty high up regardless. I think I might have to go with somewhere around there. And here's my reasoning for that. I've mentioned before that, you know, when I got into Gen 1, it was kind of through little scraps of information here and there, and Lapras didn't get a card until Fossil, so I didn't know it from that at all. And I never really saw it, like, marketed at all. You know, it was just one of those ones that was kind of like a vague image on, like, the t-shirt and just some other, like, pieces of promotional media or whatever that I couldn't ever really make out, but it was just like some, you know, Loch Ness Monster-y thing that comes after Gyarados, and because in my mind it's like everything is an evolution of something else until proven otherwise, so it's like, okay, so, you know, we go from Magikarp to Gyarados and then into Lapras, sure, why not? But then I found out that wasn't the case. And as with Jinx, I guess my first real exposure to it was in Snap, because in the first level you can see it way off on the beach level, like in the distance where it's kind of foggy. You can just kind of see it pop up, and if you take a picture of it, it goes away, and then 2 more pop up, and then 3 more pop up, and they get a little closer every time. And it was like this mysterious creature that you were getting to see more of, and it was like very graceful looking, and I just thought it was neat. And also, there was the weird-ass anime episode with Santa, which also had Jinx in it, where there's just the one that can talk psychically, even though it's not a psychic type. Like, okay, sure. But I remember seeing that thing in the, like, you know, the Poké Rap sections where they're just showing random clips without context, and there's the one that's, like, forming out of nothing underwater. So mostly my opinion on this one is just based off of my, like, first exposure to it, but it's a cool Pokemon otherwise. I like, you know, ice types in general, usually are among my favorites. It's neat. What else do I say about it? I'm reasonably happy with that position. 117, okay, we're one before Goldeen. Is it Seadra? Ooh, we're getting all the exciting water types out of the way. Okay, well, I know it's at least going above Goldeen. Let's see, how high up is Seadra gonna go? It's not gonna be very. Oh god, it's so hard because I don't give a shit about it. I keep looking at Caterpie and I'm like, I don't dislike Caterpie. It shouldn't be this low, but it sucks. So it kinda has to be. That might be as high as it goes. I don't know if I can get myself to give a shit about Seadra any more than that. Let's talk about the positives. A seahorse is not a thing that you would normally expect there to be a threatening version of, and Seadra manages to kind of pull that off. It's thorny. I don't know why it's not part poison, especially given Gen 1's poison fetish, but it learns Poison Sting at least, and it gets like Poison Point and is an ability in Gen 3 onward. It's apparently very fast, which seahorses definitely aren't, and it's got the whole, like, you know, it's kind of like a gun almost. It, you know, it does some things kind of well. It's not so bad. It's just, it falls into the sea of boring-ass water types. Like, it's one of those things where if there were not as many other waters, I would probably rate Seadra higher, but it doesn't really do enough to distinguish itself, like, from the rest to get out of that pool. So it's kind of stuck there. It's like, there's a part of me that wants to put it higher, but I don't think there's anything here that I like less than it. I always feel bad ranking stuff so low, but what can you do? So 122. 120 is Staryu. Oh god, it's Mr. Mime. Okay. So here's the thing. I don't know if it's going to be in dislike. Let's give it a minute. I didn't mention this with Jinx, but it's a very common sentiment that Jinx got robbed because, you know, oh, it's part of the trio with Electabuzz and Magmar, and those two got a baby form, like all 3 of them got a baby form, but only 2 of them got an evolution in Gen 4, and Jinx got left out, and it ruined the trio. And I'm still pretty firmly of the opinion that they were never a trio to begin with. They are loosely, because they did get the baby forms at the same time, but like, Electabuzz and Magmar were always version counterparts. Jinx was a weird one because it was trade only, and then you could get it in the wild in Japanese Blue, when the other two were unavailable. So it's like, I can kind of see it, but really I think it's just more of a Mr. Mime counterpart. And so that's kind of how I think of these two now. There's Pokemon that have just kind of changed counterparts over time, or gained one when they didn't have one before. Like Murkrow and Misdreavus weren't originally, but they kind of turned into that. And so I feel like Jinx and Mr. Mime are kind of like that. So the only reason I got into that explanation is because I was praising how much I liked Jinx earlier on, and it and Mr. Mime are among the most hated things in Gen 1, and you'd think I might cut Mr. Mime some more slack, but I won't. I kind of hate it. Maybe it just needed maybe it needed a weird appearance in Snap for me to like it more. I'm surprised how many Pokemon I like because of Pokemon Snap. I never thought that would be the case. So what are my issues with it? So I never found clowns to be creepy or scary, but I also don't like them. They're just kind of dumb. I can see the reason for there to be, like, I said that Jinx is like a witch, and you could say it's based off of like the Yuki Onna or whatever. I don't really know too much about Japanese like mythology and yokai and stuff, but I know that's what Frostlass is. But it's kind of like, it's a little bit of that. It's a little bit of like a Viking thing almost. It's got like the opera singer look to it. It's the type of thing where, like, if you can accept a Minecraft witch, you can probably accept Jinx. I don't know what Mr. Mime is doing in the wild. This thing looks like it's just a person dressed as a Pokemon and not actually a Pokemon. Its name also sucks ass. Everybody knows exactly why. It's because they didn't expect there to be genders, and then they introduced them, and it's like, well, we're stuck with this name. Too bad. But they should have just kept its original name of, like, Barriered, or, given a totally different name, but whatever. It's got the stupid curly feet. I hate those. I hate them on Wario, and I hate them on this. Like, I'm trying to think, what does it do okay? What does it do well? The Invisible Walls gimmick is kind of neat. I'll give it that much. If I was ranking it off of how interesting it is, it at least goes above this fucking crowd. Because I don't actively dislike it. I just don't like it very much. And so I think it's gonna get out of this tier. I'm looking at that face, and I'm like, no, you don't get to be that happy. You're still pretty low. Being a trade only also hurts it. And I mean, you'd think that would hurt Jinx too. And it really should, but whatever, my logic doesn't make any sense. I'll admit that up front. That's the thing, is if I'm playing a Gen 1 game, I'm going to probably just use Kadabra. If I'm playing any other game, I'll use Jinx because I like it. Mr. Mime is just kind of there. Like, any game where it is available, like Diamond or Platinum. I think it was post-game in Pearl. Mr. Mime and Pseudo-Widow were counterparts for some reason. But, yeah, it's just, I'm not going to use this fucking thing. I think that's a decent place for it. The deformed twin smog ball is slightly better than you. 104, is that Cubone? Let's see, what do I think about Cubone? Cubone's kind of like a fan darling, I think. Everybody loves it because it's like, oh, it's so sad, and it's mysterious because we don't know what its face looks like, and, it has this weird implied relationship with Kangaskhan, but I don't know if I care. At the end of the day, it's kind of just a little Charmander wearing a skull holding a bone. It hits stuff with a bone. Like, okay, it's cool, I guess. I often forget it exists. It's one of those Gen 1 Pokemon where, if I'm thinking about ground types, I'll usually think of Diglett and then maybe Sandshrew. And I kind of just forget about Cubone. It's probably in this tier. I think I'm being a little too harsh on it. It's not that bad. It's probably like here. What else do you say here? It's just, you get it in Pokemon Tower. It's not too late into the game. You could use this if you thought it was neat. In Gen 2, it's post-game, I'm pretty sure. I don't think you can get it until you get to Kanto. I'm trying to think. It's not in Hoenn, it's not in Sinnoh. Obviously, it's not in Unova. You could probably get it in X and Y somewhere. I don't fucking remember. Yeah, I don't know why I'm getting into that. And then Alola, we got Alolan Marowak, which is a whole different thing. So I didn't do that for any other Pokemon. But yeah, just, in terms of usability, it's usually not that common. If it shows up, like, sure. It's a decent choice, I guess. 81. That is Magnemite, I think? Alright. How high is Magnemite going? I think here. And here's my reasoning. Same reason as Bellsprout. I love how simple it is. I feel weird saying that my favorite attributes of a lot of Pokemon are their simplicity, because I do like some of the more complex ones from later gens, too. I'm not, you know, constantly advocating for that and being like, oh, the new Pokemon, like Digimon, original statement. But I really do like that aspect of a lot of the originals. It's just, you know, this thing is super simple. It's rare to have something with only one eye like that. It's unique. It's also just weird, like, what the fuck is it? I can't even really call it a robot. It's just, it's a little magnet thing with some screws. It's neat. It's also, more of an electric type than fucking Voltorb and Electrode. At least it actually learns some moves. And then in later gens it becomes part steel, and that gives it even more of a reason to use it, because steel types are kind of neat. So, it's good. I like it. 145, that is Zapdos. Alright, Zapdos is that the Sugimori art, or is that like its fucking Pokemon home model? It looks weirdly shaded. Anyway, how high is Zapdos going? I think here. It's pretty good. I'm not a huge sucker for legendaries in general. I feel like everything I say in this video is making me into a massive hypocrite, because I hate Gen 1ers, first of all. Like, they drive me insane. But, there's a lot of things they say that piss me off, and one of the things is nothing is legendary anymore because there's too many legendaries. I'm like, that's stupid. Like, as long as they keep them unique and, you know, don't just make random shit legendary for no reason, it's fine. Like, as long as, you know, they have a unique concept to them, that's fine. The problem is they have broken that rule a bit. You know, they did it with Heatran. I would argue they even did it with Latios and Latias. But then we have, like, Urshifu, half of the new mythicals, like Zarude. I'm not here to bitch about later legendaries, but point is, I don't really like a lot of the more modern legendaries, but I do like most of the originals. And that might just be due to, you know, 10-year-old me picking up Blue and getting the 3 birds plus Mewtwo plus Dragonite, eventually plus a Mew that somebody gave me, and just enjoying the fact that I had a strong team. Now, it wasn't good competitively, but I didn't battle people, so what did that matter, you know? I would rock up to random opponents in Stadium with these, and they would kill shit. So, Zapdos is, it's not my favorite bird, I'll spoil that right now, I like Articuno more, but that's just an aesthetic reason. Zapdos is definitely the most interesting of the 3, and the most useful, I would say. If only just because it gets Drill Peck instead of regular Peck, it at least has a good flying move. But also just, you know, Electric is a good type. It's a really nice Pokemon. I generally like it. The Gen 1 bird trio is kind of weird because they don't have that much of a mythos to them. They're just kind of rare things that you find. There was that one, like, realistic Pokemon fanfic was on the Origin of Species that made them into these, like, migratory seasonal things that would bring doom wherever they came, basically, like, you know, thunderstorms, blizzards, heat waves, etc. They would cause all the Pokemon in the area to panic through their pressure ability. And I kind of like that aspect of them too, because it makes them into more of a threatening presence than just here's some random-ass, one-of-a-kind thing in a cave somewhere. But, I kind of like both ways, honestly. I like the idea of it just being, this is a rare creature. I can go with either. 126, what are you? You are Magmar, I think. I kind of like Magmar. I don't think we've added anything to the good tier in a while, and I'm pretty sure this one's going to go in it. I'm currently thinking about here. More than Clefable. Magmar versus Moltres. Kind of prefer Magmar. Do I have a reason for it? No, not really. So Magmar is another weird, like an oddball, because, you know, at least in Gen 1, it was just a standalone, didn't have any evolution or anything. Blue version exclusive, and by that I mean green. Because out of all 4 Gen 1 games, it was only in green, or, you know, International Blue. Yeah, it's just one of those, like, it's, I don't know, the whole trio, I just got done explaining that Jinx isn't part of that trio, but let's pretend that it is. The whole trio is just kind of interesting. You don't have that many unevolving Pokemon in Gen 1, and a lot of the ones that you do kind of suck, or just generally not worth using. Tauros is a competitive beast, but I don't know who the hell ever used it in-game, because whoever, I'm not here to bitch about Tauros, we'll get to that when we get to it, but it's like, Magmar, you know, I could conceivably see you wanting to use this. The problem is it's at Cinnabar. You're almost done with the game by that point, but if you didn't pick up another fire type yet, like, let's see, you'd have to either pick Bulbasaur or Squirtle, skip over Vulpix or Growlithe, and then not want Ponyta, and I guess not get Flareon. I don't know how likely that is, and be playing blue. So yeah, maybe like 2 people used Magmar. You know what? It's neat. It's also kind of ugly, and I kind of like that. You know, it's got an ass face. It's just a weird, angry duck. It's got really weird, like, jagged arms. Like, I don't know what the fuck this thing is. I'm sure it's based off of some kind of Japanese creature. Hell if I know what it is. It's just a lava duck thing with, like, bands on it. It's like, has it been imprisoned? I don't know what its deal is, but it's cool. And so that's where it goes. 139. That is sounding like Omastar. Alright, so let's start out by putting Omastar next to Omanite, and then let's figure out how much lower it goes. Alright, how low can you go? How low can you go? Hey, guess what? You're going here. It's not very good. So, why the giant gap between Omanite and Omastar? Well, Omanite gets points because it's kinda cute, and it's simplistic, but otherwise I don't really like it. Omastar is almost as simplistic, but it's not cute. And that's basically it. I don't think it's particularly cool. Comparing this thing to Kabutops, it boggles my mind that this isn't just an objective opinion. Like, I know you can't have an objective opinion, but, like, to me, it's like, let's compare Ammonite, you know, let's just call it a snail. Snail thing with funky fangs to weird-ass dinosaur with scythe arms. We have a clear winner here. Like, this thing is way cooler. I don't understand why anybody goes Ammonite. I feel like I really should one day. Like, maybe it's not that bad. I can't speak for its ability in-game. I can speak for Kabutops' ability in-game. It's not very good. You get it too late, and it kind of sucks, but, like, it's at least cool looking. I haven't used Kabutops outside of Gen 1. Maybe I should use it in a newer game, because I do like it. But yeah, I'm just disappointed more than anything. This was why I ranked Clefable so low originally, because it's like, you know, they could have done something else with it. I'm playing my hand too early about Kabutops, because I think what really stands out about this one is it's not really based off of an actual ancient creature. It's just, you know, what if an ancient creature evolved further, I guess. And here it's just like, okay, so what happened? Oh, you know, it got kind of angry. It got some tendrils. Oh, boy, what's it gonna do? Swim around and grab fish and eat it? Oh man, yeah, Omastar doesn't impress me. 86. I don't remember what that is offhand. Is it Seal? I think it might be Seal. Let me look. Yeah, it's Seal. Oh, goody. Let's see. Can Seal move up from this position? Oh god, is it actually worse than Goldeen? I'm trying to think. No, it's not. I don't hate Goldeen, but compared to Seal, I do. It's not that bad. It's just not that good either. I think I like Caterpie more than Seal. Yeah. So, ignoring the fact that its name is the most boring thing ever, what is there to say about Seal? It's almost an ice type, which I like. I wouldn't even say it's cute. It's like an ugly cute, I guess. You know, it's got the unnecessary Gen 1 horn. It kind of has like a bulldog face, which I don't like. So, here's the thing. Again, speaking entirely in Gen 1 terms here, you can only get Seal at Seafoam Islands. You need something with Surf to get there. You could theoretically teach Surf to a non-water type. Other stuff can get it. But who in the hell, you know, they didn't pick Squirtle. They're not using any of the other earlier obtainable water types. They skipped over everything possible with the fishing rods. They teach their fucking Kangaskhan Surf. I don't know who's catching a Kangaskhan either. Safari Zone's impossible. But, you know, they taught something Surf. They got to Seafoam, and they're like, oh, fuck, I want a Seal. Like, yeah, that's absolutely going on my team. You would have to just really like seals or walruses, I guess. Like, I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm sure some people do like it a lot. It's just, I don't. It's very boring. 34. I think we're at Nidoking. Well, let's start by putting you by the rest of your family here, and I think you're moving up. You are my favorite of the 6, just purely based on the fact that you're, you know, it's like a badass design, I guess. Like, I don't usually go for like, oh yeah, big spiky, fucking tough dude, yeah. Like, that's not necessarily my aesthetic, but you know, in moderation, I think this one does it well. You know what? It competes with Rhydon at least. Let's see. Between these two, which do I like more? Let's see. Gray thing with a horn and a tail and some spikes, or purple thing with a horn and a tail and some spikes. Well, this one's horn can spin, and this one is poisonous and is also purple. Yeah, I think Rhydon wins out. Alright, comparing to Kangaskhan, because we've got 3 of the same design here. I kind of like Kangaskhan more. They're pretty interchangeable, though. Shit, I just remembered I used a Rhydon and a Kangaskhan on the same team once. That was repetitive. Anyway, yeah, I think that's my opinion on these. So really, the like, saving grace of the Nido families is that they learn every TM in the world. So you can just... And you know, everybody uses this thing in speedruns because you get Nidoran early, it evolves pretty quick, you give it a Moonstone, and you just give it a shit ton of good TMs, and it just carries the game for you because it's super strong. And, you know, I appreciate that aspect of it. I feel like I should give it more bonus points for that, but I'm not going to. So, yeah, you can kind of just slap this on a team and teach it a bunch of shit, but I'm usually pretty conservative with my TMs in the early games, and in the later games, this thing just never shows up, and when it does, you usually have better options. Also, this thing looks like it should be really big, and it's only like 4 feet tall. So, it's pretty good, but, you know, it's still in the lower half of good. 133. Eevee? Let me move it up here so I can look at the tiers. So, before I put it anywhere, let me first say, I think Eevee is probably the most overrated Pokemon ever. I don't really like it that much. It depends on how it's drawn. Let me just look up some Eevee images here, and, you know, hopefully not get a bunch of weird lolly shit. Okay, so here's the thing, you know, this Eevee, looking pretty cute. I like this one. This one, you know, that's also pretty good. This one, hate it. What's the reason? The eyebrows. Oh wait, no, sorry. These have the eyebrows too? They're just not as noticeable. This one, nope, it's got the eyebrow. Those eyebrows fucking ruin the design for me. You know, if I don't see them, it's fine. But it gives it this little bit of tood that I hate. Like, you know, I don't like this one because it's overly cute. No, even that one's got it. Yeah, it's just, if you ditched those, it would be fine. It still wouldn't be high on my list, but it would be okay. The eyebrows just ruin it for me, though. I don't like that little bit of, like, spunk that it has. And I can't really describe why. To me, when you're designing an animal character like this, there's a few routes you can go. You can go with, like, you know, the cutesy appeal. And if you want to go that route, you gotta commit. And to me, this is like, it's approaching like Spyro the Dragon, Scrappy-Doo levels of like, hey, I'm a cute little thing, but I've got attitude. It's like, it's not quite there. It's just, you know, it's those tiny little lines that indicate that it's kind of going that route. And that's enough to soil it for me. And it's really petty, but that's how I feel. As I've established earlier, I don't really like most of the Evolutions that much. I like some of them well enough, but they're not all-time favorites of mine. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're just not really meant to be anything specifically. It's like, they're kind of a cat, fox, some of them maybe a little dog, like maybe even a little rabbit somewhere. Like, it's just, you know, it's a vague mammal, and they just, you know, let's throw an element onto it, and some of them do it better than others, and this is just, it's that without the element, and it's, you know, it's furry, and like, oh, it's so precious, I want to pet it, but then it's like, yeah, I'm cool. So no, fuck you. All of that said, where do I put Eevee? I think that's basically where it belongs. You know, it's saddled between a Pokemon I don't care about and a Pokemon that I actively kind of find gross. I think that suits Eevee perfectly for me. The hate mail then starts coming in. Anyway, 142, Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl's pretty cool. You're never going to use it because it's super late, but it is neat. Is it good enough to hit Great tier? Nah. I like how Magikarp is just, you know, the barrier to entry. I don't even know why it's here. I might have to move Magikarp later, because it's here, like, ironically. I like Aerodactyl. It's cooler than Magikarp, obviously. But, like, I don't like it that much. No, this thing's going down further. I think it's going here. I like Magmar more than Aerodactyl, I think. And I am indifferent enough about Moltres to where it's like, you know, if I had to have some flying type... Well, first of all, I wouldn't use a legendary, probably, but I don't know. Aerodactyl's kind of cooler. There's not much to say about it either. It's just a generally hostile-looking rock thingus that can fly. I generally don't like pterodactyls that much. Like, most kids liked dinosaurs growing up. I would count myself among that. Like, you know, I wasn't obsessed with them, but I thought they were cool. My favorite was the Stegosaurus. There were some other cool ones. And then there's the people who are like, oh, but the pterodactyl is not a dinosaur. And it's like, whatever, it's a fucking ancient lizard. It's the same damn thing. They were fine. I didn't like them or hate them. They were just kind of there. This one is like, you know, it's big and aggressive. That's basically it. It's just, I think it is neat. And, because I'm curious, does it learn fucking anything in Gen 1? I would say no, because it doesn't get any stab moves other than wing attack. But, I mean, natural hyper beam's cool, I guess. Can't you just buy that? I don't remember. But nothing learns anything in Gen 1, so it doesn't matter. Alright, moving on. God, we're only at like 50. Alright, 33. Is that another fucking Nidoran? Yeah, it's you. Okay, get in there. You're probably around here. Let's see. No, I like you more than Electrode and Venonat. I don't think I like you more than Gloom. This is like... It's weird because I put Rhyhorn up... yeah, actually... Shit, now that I think about it that way. Do I raise Nidorino and Nidorina, or do I lower Rhyhorn? Because they're kind of similar. Well, no, because this one's bulkier. This thing's just, you know, angry quadruped with horn, which we've got a few of those, but what is this one? Angry quadruped with horn that is bulky. This one's got ears, and it's purple. As we've established, apparently purple is a bad thing. No, I don't know where I'm going with this. I think it's okay. It's just fine. Yeah. It's not a Pokemon I really feel passionate about one way or the other. I would say I like it more than the others in its family, mostly, but not by that much. I think that's a fine place for it. 53. Oh, God. Hey, guess who's going at the fucking bottom of the tier list, baby? Yeah! So, Persian. I hate Persian even more than I hate Golduck. And it's for basically the same reason. So, we didn't rank Meowth yet. It's probably not going to get that high, but we'll see. Meowth, you know, if we separate it from the anime, which is really hard to do, you know, it's got a certain charm to it. You know, it's got the coin gimmick. It's kind of like, I don't know, let me just look at some Meowth pictures, and this is stupid because, like, I haven't ranked Meowth yet, but can we get, like, some old Meowth pictures? Ones where it isn't doing this shit? You know, like, this artwork, like, yeah, you know, it's kind of cute. I don't usually like stuff with fangs that much. You know, I can kind of appreciate what it's got going on a little bit. Persian just fucking ruins it. So first of all, again, boring-ass name. I didn't say anything about Golduck's name, but I do want to call into question what the fuck does its name mean. I was very confused as a kid by the existence of Golbat and Golduck, because I'm just like, does Gol mean strong? Like, what is this? And I'm pretty sure that Golbat comes from, like, Gollop, like, to eat or drink quickly, and Golduck is just gold, because apparently gold means good, or psychic, I don't fucking know. But yeah, Persian is just, hey, let's name a cat, let's just do a type of cat that isn't at all what Persian looks like, because these things are fluffy, and fluffy cats are actually, like, good. But this thing isn't. This thing is just, you know, it's very short-haired. It's like a cougar or something. And it's like, you know, if you're into big cats, you know, your lions, leopards, that type of stuff, then Persian's fine, I guess. I'm not. and you are just the most boring motherfucker in the entire Gen 1 decks. You know, Golduck at least had psychic powers. What does Persian have? It's got the same red dot on its head. I don't know what that's all about. And it's like, oh yeah, it's sleek and I don't know, it'll bite your dick off. Like, what the... This moveset. It's so boring. You can teach it some TMs, but I'm not going to. Like, I don't know what else to say about Persian. I hate it. Like, its one claim to fame is that in Gen 1 it's kind of busted because speed, like, impacts your critical hit rate. So it has high speed and it has slash, so it's always going to crit and it gets stabbed, so it can do a lot of damage through that. But it gets slash at level 51, so you don't get it until really late in the game. And, you know, no one playing the game is going to know that unless you're doing it on a replay, you know, 15 years later after people figured out how the mechanics worked. And if you're playing competitive, we've got Tauros, Chansey, and Snorlax up in OU. Like, Persian, I'm sure, is good in some lower tier, but, ugh. Bad. Hate it. 29. I thought we were... Okay, we're finally done with the fucking Nidoran family. Thank God. Alright. I'm surprised we managed to knock them all out this quick. We've still got a lot of Pokemon left. It's definitely worse than the male counterpart. I hate to say it, but yeah. I need to find one piece of non-terrible female Nidoran artwork to change my mind. Give me something. Okay, look. See, there we go. That one's cute. Like, I like this one. This one's stupid. Okay, now let's see. We got the same pose. This one's bad. Ooh, the green sprite. This one's approaching decent. This one's bad. This one's like okay. This one's cute. Okay, so it can look okay as long as you don't see its big stupid open mouth, I guess. That's the thing. That just makes it look ugly. As soon if you can hide that, it's okay. So it's kind of like Eevee, where you know, if you change a detail about it, it's fine. But because that's how it usually looks, I kind of hate it. Oh god, I'm rethinking this whole list now. Because I don't think these two deserve to be that separated, but I don't like it more than a lot of these things down here. I'm putting it here. It's pretty bad. Do you get lowered too? Probably a little bit. Honestly, you should probably be higher, but I'll think about that later, I guess. Let's see. Which do I like better? Giant Beach Ball or Girl Boss? Yeah, this is fine. I'm not going to overthink it too much. Okay, we're done with that family. Never thinking of that family again. 22. That is Fearow. Fearow's pretty cool. I'm going to start by putting it up here and then lower it. So let's see. Yeah. I'm just going to keep making noises. So here's the thing. I like Clefable in theory. I just, you know, I utilized it in Shining Pearl and it was okay. You know, if you give it TMs, it can do stuff. Fearow has no moveset, but I kind of like it anyway because I just like it better than Pidgeot at least. And it's, you know, it's a solid early bird. You could keep it around. It wouldn't be the worst thing ever. I've used it a couple times. But it's also just really boring. So it's like, I should rate it really low because of its boringness. But I kind of like it anyway. So I think I'm going to put it like here. I think personal bias is putting it up there. I never considered myself a Fearow fanboy, but I like it well enough for it to go there. And my reasoning for that is 100% just it gets Drill Peck, and it's better than Pidgey. It's like, do you need anything else? Like, not, I mean, probably, yeah, for me to be ranking it higher than, like, Vaporeon or Nidoking, which are, like, actually good, but, it's where it's going anyway. I'm not gonna justify it any further than that. 85. Dodrio, I think. Okay, well, we have the competitor to Fearow, which, is absolutely better than it. It's stronger, it's just, it also gets Drill Peck, and it gets some other moves that are better than it, so you'd think it would be better, right? Nah. Because, again, it's not all based off of in-game ability, it's my opinion, and I talked at length about how Doduo is, I didn't like the multi-head aspect of it, but, I kind of got past it because it was cute enough. Dodrio, now it's, in its angry teen years, and it's got the whole thing where it's just... I think its heads are supposed to be, like, a sad one, an angry one, and a... What the hell is the other one again? It's like... I mean, this just looks like angry, and confused. I don't remember. But, yeah. It's usually just kind of pissed off. Like, it's okay, but I don't have any great love for it. I would still generally call it good-ish, I think. Yeah, I think that's fine. 109. Coughing. Coughing's fucking great. Does it go above Bulbasaur, though? That's a tough call. I like both of these. I think Coughing is better, though. It's a very tough call. So, here's the thing. I stole Pokemopolis's opinion for Wheezing. I mean, they would put it at the very bottom, but I'm also stealing their opinion on Coughing, except they'd put it at the very top. So here's the deal with Coughing, is for some reason, this thing just keeps becoming mascots of different websites. So you have Smogon, which is the German name of Coughing. You have Pokemopolis, which I don't know if they're still around, but it was their mascot at least. You have Dogasu's Backpack, which was the website that compared the Japanese anime with the English dub. There's probably some other ones out there. This thing got its own song in black and white, too. This thing is like, I'm surprised it isn't more marketable than it is, because apparently the fans love it, and I get why, and it's just because it's so happy. Like, if this thing had the expression of Wheezing, I would fucking hate it. Like, the thing that is great about Coughing is it represents air pollution, basically. And rather than it just being a ball of gas, like Ghastly, they gave it a body, and so it's just kind of like a little balloon, and it's constantly spewing bullshit, and it couldn't be happier about its lot in life. It's happy to be spraying bullshit. And it's like, I don't know, it's just something about, like, the fact that it's just so cheerful about what it is doing, and that it's a menace to the environment, that is just hilarious to me. Then, if we get into Bogleech, they've mentioned a couple interesting things about it, because it's in early depictions it looked like it had hands made out of smoke. Even this one sprite kind of had it. And then there was the red and blue sprite, which came after the red-green sprite, which did this to it. And that was probably meant to just kind of be like, they don't all look exactly the same. They're weird, like, mutant byproducts. They can spawn in different ways. They don't usually do that with most Pokemon now, unless they have specific forms dedicated to it. They always stay on model, so this is the look that we got used to. But yeah, I like Coughing a lot. I'm trying to think, have I used it outside of Gen 2? I don't know if I have. I should probably use it another time. And maybe just throw an Eviolite on it if it's a later game. Coughing's cool. 113, is that Chansey? On one hand, it is cute. On the other hand, it's kind of a bitch. By which I mean its role in the metagame is disgusting. At least in Gen 1 and then, Blissey in later gens, but I don't play competitive, so I don't have to really worry about that side of it too much. It has definitely soiled my opinion on it a little bit, though, because this thing is just a wall that prevents you from having fun. And the reason for that is just because it has massive HP and special defense, but it dies to, you poking it with a stick. And so I did use a Blissey once in-game, and it was like, you had to strategize around it and know if the opponent was going to be using physical moves or not, and it kind of introduced a different element to the gameplay that you don't have to think about as much when you're just worrying about type matchups, because this thing can be really good or really bad depending on what you're fighting. And that one was a Nuzlocke, so I, had every reason to fear its death. What does that mean for Chansey? I'm thinking it might be the new, gatekeeper to the good tier. I would say I like it more than Magikarp. It's unique. I don't know what the hell it is. It's, it's got the axolotl gills going on for some reason. But other than that, it's an egg holding an egg. It also has a really big tail. You can't really see it in this image, but its tail is, like, gigantic. What else do I have to say about it? I think it's cute, and its stat distribution makes it unique. 98. Well, it's a boring-ass water type. Let's get that out of the way. So remember earlier when I was saying, like, you get the good rod and you fish up all these different things, why would you ever use Goldeen? I didn't include Krabby in that list because I forgot about it. And I think that might indicate how much I care about it. It's gonna go pretty low. About maybe there? No, I like Caterpie more. Kingler's like okay, but we'll get to Kingler later. Krabby, I can't fault it too much, you know, it's a realistic-ish looking crab. It's got some charm to it, but you could say the same thing about Seal. It doesn't stop it from being boring. It's physically based, which is bad for a water type in Gen 1 to 3 because it is a special type. In later games, you know, it's better, but I generally prefer special attackers anyway, so I'm usually not going to go for something like this. Also, this started the trend of crustaceans not being bug type, even though they probably should be, because they're all arthropods and there's no real reason to distinguish the two. Now, if this thing had been bug water, that would have made it a little cooler, but it isn't, so it sucks. Moving on. 67. Choke. Ugh. Okay. So all the same reasons why I didn't like Machop. So Machop, you know, my complaints were that I don't like humanoid, like, I don't know, you know, Mewtwo's, or Jinx is humanoid, so whatever the fuck. I don't remember what I bitched about for Machop, but whatever it was, it applied to Machoke too, except it's worse, because Machoke has underwear, and this isn't me complaining about, like, oh, where do Pokemon get clothes from? That doesn't make any sense. Because it doesn't make any sense. But I don't care about it that much. I mostly just don't like the fact that it has them. I feel like if you were going to design a Pokemon that was too close to a human body to where you felt like it needed to wear something to cover itself, you needed to step back and redesign it rather than just covering it. So it's like, no, I don't want this thing's dick hanging out, but also it shouldn't make me think about that. I don't think about Machop having a dick, because its body shape doesn't lend itself towards that. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. Also, they can be female, so make of that what you will. But apparently, this thing is actually, like, that's just the coloration on it. It just, you know, that part of its body just happens to be darker, which is like, okay, fine, I guess. But it's also just wearing this belt, which is apparently supposed to help contain its power or something. It's like, you know, if it's a power restraining belt, and if it ever took this off, then it would become too strong and it would hurt itself, or it would kill people. I don't fucking know. Okay, so why doesn't Machamp have it? I don't think it does. Hold on, let me look. Oh, no, it does too. Okay, never mind. I'm just wrong. So ignoring that aspect, we haven't gotten to Machamp yet, but it at least does something a little different. This is just a bodybuilder with a Kremling head. And also, it apparently did so much lifting that it fucking ripped open its muscles, and it's, like, bleeding. Except, I know it's not really supposed to be, but that's what it looks like to me. It's like, you know, stretch marks or something. And all I can think of is the episode of Home Movies where Coach McGurk is just working out his pecs and absolutely nothing else. And he eventually they blow up. It's just disgusting. And so, honestly, you know, these two are boring as shit, but this thing I just find unpleasant to look at. I hate Machoke. Like, the other thing is, again, with fighting types that are like this, all I can imagine is just being around them and them just constantly smelling like a fucking bodybuilder. Like, no. No thank you. Alright, 127. Pinsir. I have strangely few opinions on this. I used it in the yellow playthrough for my channel just because it was kind of underused and I felt like it needed some attention. But that doesn't mean I really care for it. You know what the problem with Pinsir is? It's the same problem with everything in Gen 1. It doesn't fucking learn anything. What does this thing get? Normal moves and Seismic Toss. It can Swords Dance and Slash, which, due to broken Gen 1 mechanics, is actually not a good combination. Oh, goody, level 43 Harden, oh man. Yeah, this thing gets shit. Like, okay, so in later games I'm sure it's better, but in later games you also have Heracross, which is just always better than this, I think. Maybe outside of Megas, I don't know. So, you know, going entirely off its design, it's kind of cool. It's got a creepy-ass mouth. It's similar to Omastar. You know, it looks like it could fuck you up. I think, honestly, its comparison to Omastar is pretty on point. Except, no, because I like this more than Omastar. Yeah, I think it's going next to Omastar. I had to think about it a bit, and I don't think I really like it more than anything else in this list, so that's where it's got to go. Alright, moving on to Staryu, and, you know, for all the shit that I've been throwing the boring water types, this thing is a boring water type, but it's good. And it's good because, or sorry, it's not good, it's great. It's great because it is very distinct and, again, easy to draw. There are basically no other Pokemon until, like, the Ultra Beasts that just don't have a face. It's kind of an oddball, because almost everything else gets anthropomorphized in some way. But Staryu is an exception, and it's very alien, and I like that about it. It's cool. So it's going to be moving up a bit. Very similar, because I like these for basically the same reason, so I'm having to decide which do I like more. And I've never actually used a Staryu or Starmie, and I really should. I think I like Bellsprout a little bit more, but it's very close. Like I said, I never actually used it, so I know that Starmie is supposed to be pretty good. It gets good TM coverage, it has good stats, it can recover. I don't know why I've never used one other than just there's a billion water types, and I usually either use one that's more convenient to get, or I specifically go out of my way to use garbage like Goldeen. So it's just kind of always missed out. 103, is that Executor? Yeah, it is. Goody, okay. I don't have a problem with Executor. It's very weird, though. I think this might be the weirdest Pokemon in Gen 1. Well, no, probably Porygon is. But it's definitely up there. Like, really, what the fuck? So we've had walking plants. This is a walking tree. It's not that weird, but the fact that it's like a coconut tree with multiple faces on the coconuts, and then it's got the whole thing where, like, obviously that doesn't happen in-game, but they can fall off and become Execute, and then Execute is its own whole weird-ass thing where they just group together, and then, you know, a group of them just becomes one tree with multiple... Like, what the fuck is up with this evolutionary line? And it's a little different to me than the multi-headedness of, like, Dodrio, because they're still kind of, like, distinct entities that just happen to be attached to the same thing, and they can fall off. I don't necessarily think of it in the same way, but it is similar. It's also psychic, which is weird. And I guess it's just because it's got a hive mind thing going on. I kind of dig it. I like Pokemon that are just really weird. So I think that has got to put it up into the great tier. And I feel like it could potentially move up a couple slots. Pikachu's a hard one because it's like, I don't love it. It's just, I like it well enough. But it's very easy to, like, get sick of it and be like, oh man, Pikachu, we need to give things more recognition. But I don't want it to, like... I'm trying really hard to judge it just on its design, and not its, you know, overwhelming presence everywhere. Yeah. Executor is definitely a weird one. It deserves to be up here with another weird one like Magnemite. 91, is that Cloyster? Cloyster's okay. It's an ice type that doesn't resemble an ice type in any way, so I kinda don't want to give it points for that, and I feel like I've mentioned multiple times in this tier list that I keep, like, kind of leaning towards those. I haven't really gone out and said it, but my favorite type is Ghost. But it's a pretty close race between Ghost, Psychic, Ice, and Grass. They're all kind of up there. And they're for different reasons. And Ice types I just generally think are just... I like the element overall. I think it's cool. When a Pokemon doesn't do anything with it, I can't really give it that many points, even though I did for Jinx, but whatever. So, that aside, it's very defensive. I don't usually like defensive Pokemon that much, but it does it pretty well. I know in later games it's a beast with Shell Smash and, like, Skill Link with multi-hit moves and stuff, and it's surprisingly good for what it is. I used it once in Gen 2. I mean, it's Gen 2, it's not going to do a whole lot. So I think I'm going to put it... I like it more than Omanite, and I like it more than Fearow. I don't know if I like it more than Clefable, and so I think it's going to go there. It's a nice, kind of middling design, but more positive than negative. 123, that would be Scyther. Scyther's pretty neat. It suffers from the same problems of Pinsir, as it just has no fucking moveset. But it also is just, in my opinion, a bit more appealing. You can't go wrong with just, you know, blade arms, I guess. Nicer color scheme. What else do you say about this thing? So it was a red exclusive. I didn't have red. I had yellow, but I mean, I wasn't going to use it in that, because that's the thing. With so many of these Pokemon, when the fuck are you going to use something from the Safari Zone that isn't, like, Execute or Rhyhorn? Because at least those are common. So here's the thing. Like, if you thought Scyther was the coolest thing ever and you wanted to put it on your team, you're going to do that, and then, you know, what are you going to do with it? You're going to use Slash, and, like, that's fine. At least it gets Slash at a relatively low level. Swords Dance, again, I think makes it worse because critical hit rates are stupid in Gen 1. But yeah, it's like, that's basically all you're going to do with it. And, you know, maybe that's fine. I personally think that Pokemon that mainly just use normal moves are boring as hell. And it's like, at the end of the day, does it really matter that much? Like, it's just, you know, a different flavor of damaging the opponent. If I'm playing a Pokemon game, I'm not putting that much thought into it. I'm not, like, you know, envisioning an anime battle going on in my head and, like, you know, filling in the gaps that the game doesn't provide. I'm not fucking 8 years old. But to me, there's just something intrinsically more interesting about clicking the water move against the rock type, and it's like, you know, you've got the elemental advantage there. Or even just clicking the water move against the psychic type, because, you know, you're making use of your element, versus just, I run up and I cut it. There's nothing wrong with that, it's just, I prefer special attacks. And maybe I'm stupid like that, but that's gonna hamper my opinion on Scyther a little bit, but it's still pretty damn cool. I'm thinking bottom of Great Tier, maybe? I mean, I put Onix up here. I put Onix up here for no reason other than just it is cool. So, I mean, why can't Scyther be here? And honestly, I kind of like this thing more than Onix. The more I look at it, I'm wondering I have Vileplumes here, but it's fine. I'm sticking with Onix being the better one. I think Scyther's okay where it is. I'll put it above Vileplume. No. Nah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm thinking more and more about lowering it, but nah. I'd say I like it more than Chansey. You know, we're comparing two very different things here, but yeah, I think that's fine. 38, that is, Ninetales. Here's my first comment about Ninetales. It's very beige. You know what other Pokemon is? Beige Persian. No, I'm kidding, it doesn't. Ninetales isn't that bad. I don't love it as much as a lot of people do. Maybe because I'm not a furry, but, you know, even getting aside from that, what's it got going for it? It's elegant, you know, it's got the Japanese appeal, the whole Kitsune thing, which I'm not really into Japanese stuff, so that doesn't do much for me. Fire types are, like, okay. They're pretty middling for me. I don't love them, I don't hate them. I don't care about foxes, really. I feel like they're kind of overrepresented in the media in general, but I don't hate them either. They're just okay. Its color scheme is boring as hell. It's like, it's a tough call because I appreciate it for what it is. I just don't personally care about it that much, which, it sounded a lot like Vaporeon to me. I'm thinking it might go next to that one. Let's think. I'll bump it up a little bit. I think that's as high as it's gonna go. I don't have a problem with Ninetales. It's fine. For whatever reason, I always thought that, you know, compared to Arcanine, it was just the strictly worse option. I know Arcanine has higher base stats, because that thing has really high stats for some reason. But Ninetales is no slouch. I think it has really good special attack, so they're probably about on par. Plus this thing in Gen 5 gets Drought, which is pretty cool. But yeah, it's okay. 46, that would be Paris. Paris is kind of neat. It's got the whole, I'm sure everybody's heard this story now, it's based off of the cordyceps, or basically just, you know, any sort of fungus that kind of mind controls insects, which is a really fucked up thing in nature, but nature's weird like that. And, you know, that kind of kicks in more with Parasect, but with Paris itself, it kind of looks like a crab. It's supposed to be a cicada, but it always looked very crab-like to me. It's got a very realistic little buggy mouth, kind of like a better version of what Venonat has. I always kind of had a soft spot for Parasect. Paris is like, it's fine. It gets points for originality. I like it more than just, here is animal with element attached, or Here is vague creature. Like, they had a concept and they ran with it, but it was a pretty unique concept. So I think it's gonna go relatively high. I'm thinking about here-ish. I originally thought it might be even higher than that, but that seems about right for Paris. What comes before Krabby? That was Hypno? Oh, okay. Yeah, so I don't know why I'm making all these weird noises. So the whole thing with Hypno is, you know, it has like the reputation of being like a child molester, basically. So that doesn't exactly do it any favors. Yeah, it has a creepy vibe to it, but that's what they're going for. And so that brings up the whole argument, you know, that's what they were going for with Wheezing, but I still didn't like it that much. But yeah, I kind of respect Hypno for its, you know, child endangerment tendencies. There was a good statement for you to take out of context. But no, so I don't know how I feel about the stupid pendulum, how do you pronounce that, whatever. It's got a weird face, where it's just kind of like a big ol' frickin' nose and no visible mouth. I don't know what the hell it's supposed to be. Drowsy's a tapir. This thing's just some creepy... It does kind of look like a Japanese yokai, I guess. I just don't know specifically which one. I don't know if Baku looked like that. I thought those were usually more like tapirs. Whatever. I don't know, it's... As far as psychic types go, in Gen 1 I would almost always go with Kadabra. You know, this is basically just if you want to mix it up a little. It's bulkier than like Kadabra Alakazam, it's slower, and it's not as strong. So it's a bit of a trade-off there. It's just, you know, the glass cannon aspect kind of works, and the other ones, usually being more middling, makes it a little more like, eh. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. It's like, I'm thinking like here. I basically am kind of comparing it to Cubone almost, just in terms of like, you know, it's... I see what they're going for, it's just, yeah, that seems about right. 94. Is that Ginger? Yeah, it's Ginger, okay. So Gengar. Well, first of all, let's bump it up here, because it's definitely not going lower than that. It's going to move up in this list a little bit, so let me think about it. As I said earlier, Gen 1 ghost families are friggin' weird. They all kind of did a different thing, even though they're all part of the same family. This one is just, you know, it's a living shadow. Many people have made the comparison to it being a, like, Clefairy or Clefable shadow specifically, because it's got the same body shape, and Clefairy was originally supposed to be like a series mascot, allegedly. I think that might be one of those facts that people just throw around that hasn't been verified lately and might not actually be as true as people are making it out to be, but whatever. I think I was first introduced to Gengar just through like a t-shirt that somebody wore at my school, and I saw it on like the cover of a VHS tape for just, I guess, the Sabrina trilogy probably. And I always thought that this thing was a lot bigger than it was. I kind of liked it less when I realized that it was smaller, but I don't really know why. It shouldn't really impact it that much. I kind of like that it's just, you know, it's got the Cheshire Cat creepy face. It's like a prankster. You know, depending on its depiction, sometimes it's just kind of mischievous and sometimes it's like outright malevolent. You never really know what this thing is up to, but it's never anything good. Again, there's no fucking reason for this thing to be poison. Bellossom is the first Pokemon that lost a type when it evolved, and it should have been this thing. This should have been pure Ghost, or should have been retconned into Ghost Dark, maybe. Not that it necessarily needed the lack of weakness, because I think it was already good enough as it was, but yeah, It's up there. I think I like it more than Ghastly. I think I like it more than Lapras. This is a tough call, actually. I feel like this is in my personal favorites list, but I don't know if I like it better than these. I think Bulbasaur is going to be the bottom-most personal favorite, and I don't know if it's ever going to move from that spot. Other stuff might move ahead of it, but I think it's always going to be the lowest of this tier. It's either that or the top of this tier. It's a close call. Because it wasn't even my first starter. I only kind of gained more of an appreciation for it later. And, yeah, I think this is fine. 37. That would be Vulpix. And I feel pretty similarly about this thing than as I do to Ninetales. But, you know, it's more on the cute side, less on the elegant side. I don't know if that helps it or hurts it. I would normally say that helps it. I'm comparing this to Eevee because they're pretty similar, and I like it more than Eevee. But here's the thing, is if I put this up here, I don't like it that much more than Eevee. But I do think I like it more... No, I don't like it more than Ninetales. I'm overthinking it. Let's put it above Eevee. They're pretty similar. This one's just less spunky. Mm. Here. No. Here. I can't decide. I don't really care about it that much. The ones in the middle are the hardest for me to decide on because I just don't have very many strong opinions on them, but yeah, I think... no. I can't fucking make up my mind. I think I like it more than Jigglypuff, and I think I like it less than Dodrio. So I think that might have to be where I settle on it. 49, that is Venomoth. And, Venomoth's pretty boring. I don't dislike it, but I don't really think it's that great either. Butterfree can use psychic attacks, despite not being a psychic type, and I found that really good in early game because you could use it against Brock if you were playing yellow or if you chose Charmander. And Psychic's just generally a good type, but I usually wouldn't keep it around. Venomoth is kind of the same thing, except you get it way the hell later, and it can do more stuff than Butterfree can. It's like, it's a bit stronger. It's just, you know, by the time you get access to it, do you really care? You know, again, I used this in Fire Red Omega. It wasn't great. It was okay, I think. It's been ages since that playthrough. I really don't remember how well it did, but it's also very drab. Like, you know, design-wise, it's not much to write home about. It's dull colors. It's got, like, more of a buggy face than Butterfree does, I guess, and it's got, like, a weird abdomen. It's just kind of fine. I'm thinking, like, Seadra here. Yeah, I think it's gonna go about here. I feel stupid putting it right next to Venonat, because I don't want to just keep the families together. And the thing is, I think I do like Venonat more, just because it has a more interesting design. I'm just thinking, like, you know, if I had an open slot and no type overlap, would I prefer Venomoth or Nidoqueen? And it's like, I mean, it depends on what I want. Do I want something to inflict statuses, or do I want something kind of bulky? And it's like, they're not really comparable. I think I like it more than Pinsir. Again, I don't dislike it. I think it's fine. It doesn't stand out to me that much. 21, that's Spearow. Alright, well, I gave a lot of attention to Fearow. Spearow ain't getting none of that shit. So this thing is basically just aggressive Pidgey, and surprisingly we haven't gotten to Pidgey yet, or any of its family. We haven't touched, like, any of the starters either, other than Bulbasaur. Yeah, this one's gonna be pretty low. I think here. I don't know if I even need to overthink that anymore. I think it's just, you know, down in uninteresting corner here. Yeah, it's just, if you want an early game bird in Gen 1, Spearow is way the hell better than Pidgey. It evolves quicker, it has better stats. As its own thing, it's just generally angry bird with a design that is, like, I don't really know what the hell. Like, let me see. Look at its different artwork. Yeah, what is going on with this thing? So it's got, like, a black body with a furry... Well, not furry, obviously it's feathers, but yeah, it's, like, you know, explosive brown head with red wings that look like they're just kind of taped to it, and, like, a armadillo undercarriage. Like, what the fuck am I looking at? It's a bird. It's just not a very appealing one. Alright, 17. Oh, well, yeah, we've got a direct competitor, Pidgeotto. Handling these winds is a breeze for Pidgeotto here. And, oh, okay, this one's... oh, God. When I'm making those noises, you know it's not going to be very good. I think it might be worse than Goldeen. Alright, if there was ever a poster child for middle evolution syndrome, it would be Pidgeotto. I already don't like Pidgey or Pidgeot very much. This thing is the most boring of the three. I don't understand its name, not that that is really impacting its score, but just figured I'd mention that. Like, nobody knows what the hell its name is supposed to mean. People, like, Bulbapedia has attempted to give an explanation where it's like, okay, Italian diminutive suffix, sure. I've seen, literally pigeon, I've seen people claim, like, oh, it's related to this aviator named Otto. It's like, no, it fucking isn't. But yeah, it's just, it's the epitome of boring-ass bird. It's also, like, you know, I don't usually use the anime to judge my opinions very much, but it was Ash's second ever Pokemon, and it did basically jack shit for its entire tenure on his team, and then it evolved and fucked off. And so it didn't really leave much of an impression that way. What did it do? It would occasionally puncture Team Rocket's balloons and, like, blow coughing smoke away. Did it ever do, like, anything else? I'm sure it did at some point, but it's just so fucking forgettable. Moving on. Gyarados. Okay. So I never used Gyarados until pretty recently. I used it on my Let's Go Pikachu team. And it was one of those things where I just, I figured I would get around to it one day, but I just kind of never did. I'm like the only person to never use the shiny one from Gen 2 or the remix. Yeah, it's not my usual vibe, but it's pretty cool. Big, impressive-looking sea dragon thing. Like, let's all be honest, this thing is a dragon, whether or not it's dragon type. Big sea serpent, whatever. The Pokédex describes this thing as, like, ravaging entire cities, and, like, it goes on this rampage until everything is burned to the ground. It's like, how the hell is the Pokemon world still functioning when just this common-ass fish can just get pissed off and destroy the whole city for no reason, just because it feels like it? And so then you have to, then get into the whole thing like, oh, it only needs to be level 20 to evolve. It's like, that's just a gameplay mechanic that doesn't really translate over. But then you find places, like, in Gen 1 you couldn't find wild Gyarados, except I think you could get it in Fuchsia City with the Super Rod. And then in later games you could fish it up in some places just in, like, random pools. So it's like, this town just has these fucking 20-foot sea serpents swimming around in it. It's a little weird. Yeah, it's one of the more elaborate Gen 1 designs. It's pretty intricate, and it's just generally cool. And what do we do with things that are generally cool? We put them up in the great tier. I'm immediately seeing the similarity to Onix, and I think it definitely beats that one out. Does it beat out my group of simpletons here? I'm currently thinking no. I don't even like Psyduck that much. Why the fuck is Psyduck so high on my list? I've never used it because I hate its evolution. And I don't like Psyduck enough to want to use it and, like, not evolve it either. But I like what it's got going on. Plus, my first ever shiny that wasn't Gyarados was Psyduck. So I guess I have that little soft spot for it. And then I fucking ruined it by evolving it into this piece of shit. Let's look at shiny Psyduck real quick. So yeah, you got this nice shade of blue. How about shiny Golduck? What's that gonna do? Oh, slightly different blue with an ugly-ass beak. Like, great. What a nice shiny. I should have just left it as it was. So anyway, that was just me bitching about Golduck more, because I fucking hate it. But, going back to Gyarados, I probably like it more than Psyduck, at least. I would say I appreciate the stuff above it more than it, though, so this is good. That's about where it's gonna stay. I like when I just turn into random complaining about unrelated Pokemon. So next up's Ivysaur, so let me bitch about Persian. No. This is our first, mid-evolution starter, and I don't know how I feel about it. I like it in Smash because it's weird. I like it because it's a quadruped, and it doesn't seem like a typical character in that game. It has kind of an unorthodox moveset, so it's my favorite of the three that you can switch between. But the only reason that Ivysaur is in that game is because we had Squirtle and Charizard, and we wanted to have the middle form. Because nobody gives a shit about Ivysaur otherwise, and I can't say that I do. But I don't dislike it. It's got a nice color scheme. Bulbasaur's color scheme can't decide what it wants to be. Sometimes it's bluer, sometimes it's greener. But yeah, it introduces the flower, which is a nice aspect to it. And other than that, it stays mostly the same, other than it just kind of gets a little grumpier, I guess. In a lot of ways, it is a step up from Bulbasaur, but I kind of just like Bulbasaur because it's simple and cute. This one's still probably pretty high up, which I feel weird saying because it's a middle evolution, and I usually don't like those that much, but this one might be a rare exception because I can't really find any faults with it. So here's the weird thing. Chansey and Magikarp are in this place because of their weird gimmicks, where, we've got min-max stats and we've got just piece of shit until it evolves. I kind of like Ivysaur more than them, but they're more unique, so it's in a weird... It's a hard barrier to decide where it goes compared to these. But compared to, Kadabra and stuff, I think I like it less, so I think it's gonna move down a bit. I think it's gonna go around here. It's kind of a weird, arbitrary placement for it, honestly, but it felt right. I can't really argue with that too much. 76, that is Golem. So Golem's a weird one. I've used a Alolan Golem, I haven't used the original, and it's because it's a trait evolution. anytime that it showed up, I usually just kind of had better stuff to do, and I didn't want to just use a Graveler, and I didn't have access to golems, so I just never went for it. This family also has a bit of an identity crisis, because it goes from rock to bigger rock to kind of a turtle-y thing. It's still a rock, but like it's just different from the others. It looks more like a creature inside a rock than just a creature that is rock. But I still kind of like it. It's not top favorite of mine or anything. It's another one of those Pokemon that is, you know, rock and ground are solid types, no pun intended. They seem like they would have a lot of overlap, but they together manage to hit a lot of things. So you give this thing Earthquake and Rock Slide, and it can be very effective. It can blow up, which you don't want to do, because reasons I said with Electrode. It's pretty common. It's in a lot of different regions. It's just, to me, it's pretty average, and like, I kind of overlook it a lot, so I can't rate it too highly. That sounds like a meh to me. Let's see where in this tier it goes. Well, it's getting pretty close to another ball. Not quite next to it, but I think about there. What we got next? 136. What was that? Flareon, I think? So I mentioned before, Flareon's probably my favorite evolution. So if I'm going to stand by that logic, it has to be at least this high. It's hard to say, though, because, well, it's my favorite original evolution. Let me not get too far ahead of myself. I recognize it as being kind of boring and shitty. Gameplay-wise, it's usually considered the worst evolution, because its stats want it to be a physical attacker, and its moveset does not give it that at all. Design-wise, it really just is, it's Eevee but fluffy and red. And, you know, all the bitching I did about Eevee, I like this one a little more, but not that much more. So it's like, you know, here's this whole gap. Immediately starting to rethink my Vaporeon position, but nah, I'm not going to move it. I think this is fine where it is. I might have to change my mind. It might not be my favorite anymore. Well, that's the thing, is like, part of this list is me, like, deciding things based on my opinions, but it's also like, you know, I've had to come to concessions on a few of these where it's like, you know, I don't like it that much, but I can appreciate what it's doing, so I get it here. It's like, that's kind of my opinion on Vaporeon, is I don't like it, but it, you know, it serves its role, so I respect that. And Flareon is, I don't like it that much. I used it in XD, and that's it, and it was like, meh. I kind of feel bad lowering it, but it's okay. I at least like it more than Vulpix. I would say I like it more than this Riffraff. I like how we just have this multi-headed bird surrounding the goop section here. I wonder if that'll get interrupted later. Do I like it more than Paris? I would actually say no. I think Paris is more interesting than Flareon, so I'd say it has to go about there. I still feel really weird doing that, because I do like it more than Vaporeon, but Vaporeon's placement is more based off of where I think it should go and not my own opinion. I don't know, this whole list is fucking bunk anyway. Like, I've already ruined the integrity of it by saying that, so, because, you know, if I put this where I really cared about it, it would go, like, down here. Yeah, it's fine. 73, is that Tentacool, I think? Or Tentacruel? Yeah, it's Tentacruel, okay. This thing's kind of neat. I've mentioned before that I had a weird, like, delayed exposure to Tentacool and Tentacruel, where I never really saw the episode until way later on. They didn't get cards until Fossil, so I didn't see them until then. They never really got much exposure otherwise. And then once you get the games, you know, they're common as hell, and you hate seeing them after a while, but that's mostly just for Tentacool. The evolution gets away from that. It's generally considered pretty good, strangely fast for what it is, and yeah, it's just, you know, it's a solid enough Pokemon. As for how I feel about it, it's like kind of middling. I'm feeling somewhere in the good tier. I'm thinking about here. Nah. Here. It's like, you know, that one little moment of just like, nah. But yeah. So yeah, now we can have the Tentacruel and Fearow Master Ball joke. But that wasn't the reason I put it there. That's just genuinely where I feel about it. Do a few more, I guess. 14, that is, Kakuna. Oh, goody. Okay. Well, I mean, it's got a little tie. That's about it. I'm thinking about here. The one thing that this thing has going for it is its red-blue sprite. This thing, because it looked kind of cool. Other than that, I mean, yep, it's a yellow lump with a bunch of lines on it. Like, you know, I get what it is. It's, you know, you can kind of see the Beedrill arms kind of growing in there, I guess. I don't know. It serves its purpose, but that doesn't make it interesting. Apparently, in my opinion, it's more interesting than a fish with a horn and a generic bird, but that's about all it gets. Oh, okay, and there's Beedrill. Beedrill's, like, fine. I never liked it that much. I don't know if it's getting out of meh. Before I pick its placement, let me think what I have to say about this thing. So it's, you know, early game. If I want to be using a bug type, I'm going to be using Butterfree because it gets early access to Psychic moves, and Psychic is a good type to have. Beedrill gets Fury Attack, which sucks. It gets Pin Missile, which is, like, okay. It gets Twin Needle, which is kind of cool, and I think that's about it. Like, I'm sure in later games, you know, it's got access to some more stuff. I'm mostly just talking about Gen 1 with all this stuff, though, so it's like, yeah. If you're using this thing, it's because you think it has a cool design, not because it's any good. Like, yeah, you know, it's kind of neat. It's terrifying, too, in the, you know, same sense that Scyther and Pinsir are. It's just, you know, this thing can do a lot of damage. It would be something you don't want to run into in real life. But, as a Pokemon, it's pretty underwhelming. I'm just gonna dump it next to Pinsir. We've got Venomoth, Pinsir, Beedrill all in a row. I didn't want this to just turn into, you know, center for bug Pokemon, but I thought about it for a minute, and I can't think of a better place for it to go. Wartortle is next, and of the 3 Gen 1 middle stage starters, I think I like this one the least. So I have to explain here, if you're not aware, it's been revealed through Gen 1 beta stuff that originally Wartortle was going to evolve into something else that was kind of a more, you know, it was Wartortle but more so. It was just a big kind of wizened turtle. You know, it still had the, like, the fluffy tail and all that stuff. And this is based off of some Japanese myth of, like, turtles that would get seaweed caught on them. And, you know, people would say they would be like 1,000 years old or whatever. I don't know the full details, but yeah. So there was that whole thing. And then there was another separate line. There was a smaller turtle with, like, cannons that shot bubbles that evolved into Blastoise. And then later on, they basically just, you know, we don't need 2 water turtles, let's just combine these. And so that's why we go from Squirtle into something that logically follows it into Cannon Turtle. So it's a little weird. I feel like knowing that, I appreciate Wartortle a little more, but it's the type of thing where it's like if the original evolution existed, it would still just be middle starter syndrome. And I would just like the final one more. And the final one doesn't exist anyway, so it's all hypothetical anyway. And as it is right now, Squirtle's, like, okay. Blastoise is, like, you know, pretty good. Wartortle's, like, I think it's kind of ugly. I don't really care for the fluffy ears and tail. They seem a little out of place to me. Yeah, sorry, buddy. I think you get to beat out the clown, but not the deformed fetus. That's, not a great place for you to be, but that's just kind of how I feel. Number 90, that would be Shelder. So yeah, I kind of talked about Cloyster already. It's another one of those Pokemon where I almost wish you couldn't see the black orb and it was just eyes coming out of a void. I like that concept of it. As someone who was generally unaware of, like, what clams and, you know, oysters and mussels and barnacles and all those other, like, mollusks, like, generally unaware of how those, like, worked or what they looked like. I never knew for a long time why this thing just had a big tongue, but I appreciate what they were going for now, because now that I've seen clams that open up and just have, like, this big, you know, blobby mass that comes out that looks like a tongue, it's like, that's obviously what they were going for. And they managed to make kind of a gross animal into something kind of cute, and I respect what they were going for. At the end of the day, it is a little boring, though. I don't want to rank it poorly because I kind of like it. I think it's good tier. Let's put it next to the other mollusk and let me see how I feel from here. Honestly, I think that's where it's going to stay. Thinking about it more, I like it a little less than Cloyster. I think Cloyster is cooler. I mean, obviously it's cooler, but I like its design a little more. even thinking of nudging it up a little bit. It's like, nah, I kind of like Pharaoh more. So yeah, that's where it's going to stay. 65. Is that Akalakak? I think that's Akalakak. First of all, do I like it more or less than a Kadabra? More. I didn't have to think about it very hard. The main difference between the two is Kadabra has a big tail. Alakazam loses that. Honestly, I kind of like the tail, so it's weird that I immediately decided I liked Alakazam more, but this is one of those rare instances where I think I did actually use an Alakazam once because I was able to trade to evolve, and I made use of it when I had it, which was a rarity for me in early gens. So I've got that attachment to it for that reason. And yeah, I mean, what else do I need to say about this thing? It's a glass cannon. It hits like a truck, but it's pretty bad defensively. Psychic, broken-ass type in Gen 1. I didn't really use it after that, but I know in Gen 2 it could wreck shit with the elemental punches, because you could get those as TMs. You know, it lost a little bit of its luster after that, but we're just talking about Gen 1 here, so it definitely moves up to here at least. I like it more than Scyther, I like it more than Vileplume, and Onix, and Psyduck, and Gyarados. That might be where I leave it. It was one of my favorites for battling, but in terms of design and all the other aspects, I think it's about here. Still pretty high. 41, I believe that is Zubat. Oh god, Zubat, okay. This is not applicable here because we're not talking about Gen 2, but a lot of people really love Crobat. I'm not in that list. I think it's, like, fine. And I like its pre-evolutions less. But before I shit on it too much, let me say what Zubat does well, and I'm stealing from Bogleach here. It's a Pokemon that has no face. You know, it has a mouth and no eyes, and you can't say that about many things. It also had, like, there was like a baby form that was in the beta. Yeah, look at this thing. It was just wings and a tiny little mouth with one fang. Like, this art isn't official, but yeah, this was the sprite they found. So it was originally going to go from, you know, this thing to it has ears and a bigger mouth, and then it goes to Golbat, which has even, like, way bigger mouth and then eyes. And so I kind of liked what they were going for with that. That doesn't mean I have to like it that much, and it's basically something I never really want to put on a team. And my reasoning for that is just, you see it a million fucking times in caves and with Team Rocket and stuff. I also just see this thing as being like tissue paper. Like, you could probably say that about most bird Pokemon, but with Zubat, it's like, you know, I imagine these wings are like super thin membrane, and it's got like this tiny little body, these weird ass, like, these aren't even feet, like, what the hell are these? And I feel like you could throw a potato at this thing and it would die. I don't know why you would throw a potato at it specifically. It was just the first thing I thought of. But it doesn't seem like it would be good. And, you know, it isn't. Golbat in Gen 1 even sucks massive dick. So, like, until it evolves, it sucks massively, and then when it evolves, it's still not that much better. Until you get to Crobat, and then Crobat's actually decent, but I kinda don't want to throw it on the bottom because everyone hates on Zubat, and I appreciate a little bit what it was going for, and, you know, Vaporeon got bonus points for that too, but I don't want to pity it that much either. So, hey, what did I do with Weezing? Let's see. I think it's going to go a little higher than this. I'd say... oh god, is it? Do I like it more than Poliwrath? No. No, I kind of like Poliwrath more. Is this actually its final resting spot? Let's see. If anything, it's going to go down. Yeah, I think that's about right. Sorry, Zubat. 105. Marowak. It sure is Cubone, but sleeker. Like, that's about it. So, you know, everybody and their mother has basically talked about how it makes no sense. Like, so, you know, a Cubone is born and its mother dies and it gets the skull of its mother. And then sometimes they evolve into Marowak, and is that the mother? I mean, it can be. Then there's Kangaskhan. I don't want to get the whole Kangaskhan theory into this, but it was, you know, there's evidence for it. Look at this thing. It's a fucking Marowak Kangaskhan hybrid. It was in the books originally, but yeah. I feel very similar to Cubone. You know, like, these two are... they're basically interchangeable to me. I think I like Cubone a little better. Like, this thing barely fucking changes. Like, yeah, the skull fuses to its head, and that's about it. The bone is slightly different now. Oh boy. Like, usually when I think of Gen 1 Pokemon that barely change upon evolution, I think of, like, Muck, you know, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Clefable. I don't usually think of Marowak. Marowak might be one of the worst offenders, though. This thing is, like, basically identical. So, yeah, that's, I think, where it's going. 119. That is... Seaking! Fuck yeah! Well, we know how lowly I rated Goldeen, so where's Seaking gonna go? Probably a lot higher, honestly. So, here's the thing. Goldeen is boring as shit. We've discussed why. Seaking, every bit as boring as shit. But I like its style. I don't like its stupid little fangs. I could do without those. I don't like its Hitler haircut. I don't like its pointless little horn. So, I mean, if we cleaned up that a little bit, it would be better. It still wouldn't be great, but there's something about the fact that it just kind of looks like a realistic goldfish to me, other than the horn. I kind of just like its level of detail. You don't see that in a lot of Gen 1 Pokemon. I don't think it gets it that many points. Let's see. Comparing to Seadra, I think Seadra's a little better. Comparing to other stuff next to it, yeah, it's not that much better than Goldeen, but it's a little better. It tried. A little bit. 68. That's one before Bellsprout, which is... Oh, it's Machamp. I think Machamp just barely manages to edge out of the dislike tier for me, and it's hard for me to say why. You know, Machoke I basically described as just being kind of grotesque to me, and I don't like anything that it has going on. Machop was close to being acceptable, but it's also just not really my thing, and I don't like its weird little rib markings. Machamp is like, first of all, what the fuck are its lips? You'd think that, you know, me making fun of that would mean that it would be lower than Machop, but it makes it stand out. I don't know what the hell this thing's face is supposed to be. And it has 4 arms, and that's kind of cool. And that's basically all it has going for it. Now I'm stuck with the problem here of the bottom of the meh tier just being mostly boring Animal Corner until we hit Mr. Mime. So, you know what? I think this has been a long time coming. So we have boring Animal Corner, which is everything that it sounds like, and not everything here needs to be an animal strictly. Nidorina kind of isn't, but it mostly is, and the list then stops here. I think between these two, I would take Mr. Mime. The problem is, I don't like having a tier like this where it's so specifically named. So let's actually just get rid of boring Animal Corner and just make it boring. The problem is, again, there are some in this tier that I would also consider boring, like Seadra, and, I mean, honestly, half of this shit, but there's a little bit of a cutoff point here. I don't know, I might change my mind, but that's how I feel currently. Do I like Machamp more than Zubat? Yes. Do I think that Seaking is boring? Yes. But I think I like Seaking more than Machamp, so it's like, I don't want to change it just to have the tiers like that, so just take it for what it is. I might rework it later. Okay, 59, that is Arcanine. And Arcanine, I think I heard somebody say that, like, they thought that this was, like, one of the most liked Pokemon. Not that it's necessarily many people's favorite, but that almost nobody has a negative opinion of it. And I don't either. I think it's fine. It definitely isn't in my favorites list, but it's kind of cool. So it's... What do we call this thing? It's like, you know, it's a dog that looks like a tiger, sort of, but I think it's more than anything, it's based off of, like, those Chinese lion things. I forget what those are called. Let me look it up. Because then there's Hisuian Arcanine, which also built off of that, yeah. Oh, that's a great face. Windy. Then we have the whole aspect of this thing originally being a legendary, which is weird. So the Pokedex says it's legendary, or, like, more accurately, that's just its classification. And allegedly, it was going to be one at one point, and then they designed, I guess, Articuno and Zapdos, and they just decided that they wanted to make a bird trio, and so then presumably they made Growlithe after the fact to kind of, like, just make this into more of a normal Pokemon. I don't know if all of that is necessarily confirmed, but that's at least kind of what people think happened. So it's in this weird position of, like, you know, it's kind of a step above most normal stuff, but it's not a legendary either. It's just kind of a good Pokemon. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I'd say I'd probably put it above Ninetales at least. I'm thinking just under Magmar. I do like Magmar a little bit more, but not by that much. The more this tier list goes on, I realize that a lot of times I'm just kind of grouping Pokemon that are of similar types next to each other in some spots, but a lot of times that's just kind of how it works out. I think I like it a little less than Magmar and a little more than Ivysaur, so that's where it's gonna go. Number 11, we got Metapod. I don't know how to feel about Metapod, because this thing is weird. I feel like I should like it about as much as I like Kakuna. I like it more than that, though. There's not many things that I can say that have, like, baffled me in a geometric sense. I love that statement. Baffled me in a geometric sense. Let me explain. When I was in the early years of being into Beanie Babies, they introduced Pumpkin, which I always had a hard time finding, and I was very confused by this thing, because some pictures of it, like, we have access to way better pictures now, but yeah, you would have these ones where it looked like it kind of had, like, this three-pronged thing, and then there were ones where it looked like it only had a two-pronged thing, and I was confused by it. Then I eventually figured out what its deal was. It's because, like, okay, you know, if you look at it from the side, yeah, it's whatever. You know, I had that experience with that. I had that same experience with Metapod and with Kabuto. Kabuto less so, I just more just wanted to know what the top of it looked like. But Metapod, I couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on with its design, and I still kind of can't, because it's inconsistent. So, like, originally I thought that it was just a flat moon shape with an angry eye and a nose, and, like, this was its back. And then in Pokemon Snap, I tried to take a picture of one from this side, and then Professor Oak said, like, you know, this is facing the wrong way, so you know, lose a bunch of points for that. And like, the hell? So I take a picture from this side, and it's like, okay, that's the correct side. I'm like, that's really weird. What do you mean? Okay. And for comparison, you know, we have the original, like, here's the red and blue sprite, which, once again, to me, it just looks like angry eye, nose, backside. But then it got even more confusing with the yellow sprite, because here we have nose, arms, tail. And it's like, okay, so, you know, in this one, here the tail is bending back, here's the tail's bending forward, but that's fine, I can, you know, sit on it a different way. But no, apparently what I'm supposed to take from this is, because now that I know that I saw it wrong, so this one is facing right, but its face is, like, smashed, and this one is just facing away from the camera and has this little lump here that doesn't exist in the other picture. And then, you know, I didn't know what the hell to think of this one. Not that, like, between Yellow and then Gen 2, we had Stadium. And in Stadium, I was able to rotate the model around, and it looked more or less like this. And it's like, okay, so it's got two of these little protrusions that I thought were noses, and it just kind of, like, you know, leans, and it has, like, a weird kind of concave back and a diamond shape on its face. But then why does the yellow sprite look different? I'm like, this thing just fucking baffled me. I'm pretty sure this sprite is just incorrect. There's always a part of me that still just sees it as angry crescent moon with a nose. And because I have this, like, you know, long battle, like, against this thing trying to visualize what the fuck it is, I kind of like it more. And so it's gonna go a little higher in the list, so let me figure out where exactly. Oh, you're gonna love this. Okay. So where do you think this is gonna go? You know, it's gonna go a little bit higher, but how far do you think it's gonna go exactly? Would you guess, here? I feel like this is such a shitpost, but I'm looking at everything in here, and I kind of like Metapod better than most of these designs. Because it's fucking weird, and I don't get it, what its deal is. This is going to be a thorn in my side for the rest of this tier list now, because everything is going to have to be measured against Metapod as what I'm considering a good design, which it isn't. And it's like, you know, we range from cool, like, beast type of thing, and we have, you know, generally cool idea. We got a cute one over here, and then just dopey-ass green stick in the middle of it, and I might regret this later, but that's where it's going. 26, oh god, Raichu. Alright. So, I described Raichu syndrome earlier, and, you know, here's the namesake of it, obviously, and it's a little bit of a misnomer because I don't dislike Raichu. I like it pretty well, but overall it gets neglected compared to its previous evolution, and that's what the hallmark of a Pokemon with Raichu syndrome is it's just, whether or not it deserves it, it's not as well known as its Prevo. And so, what do I do with that information? It's like, you know, it makes it kind of an underdog in some senses, but I don't want that to necessarily influence my opinion of it, so what do I think of Raichu overall? I think it's like, you know, it's fine. I liked the cuteness of original fat Pikachu. I think I like Raichu more than skinny Pikachu, but I'm judging this as if it's the original fat one. You know, original Raichu was fucking fat ass too, but we're ignoring that for right now. So what does it have going for it? The color scheme, I would say, is less pleasing overall. I don't like the yellow and brown on orange. I prefer the red on yellow. It's got a big weird whip tail, which is interesting. Kind of reminds me of Victory Bell. It's, I think there's like a kangaroo rat or something that has something similar to that. It's neat. There's also the whole Gorochu thing where it was originally supposed to have another evolution that was bigger and stronger than this one. That would have been kind of cool, but we didn't get that, so we got this. You know, I put it here for convenience, but I'm thinking about it. It might not move far from this. I think I like Scyther more. It's good, it's just not great, in my opinion. I've used it a couple times, it's fine. Honestly, I think right there, that's fine. It's splitting up the, you know, here because I feel like they should be, and not because I necessarily put them there on purpose team. That's a long name for a team. Number 40, that is Wigglytuff. Why did it take me so long to think of that? Speaking of Raichu syndrome, this might be, well, no. I was going to say this might be the saddest case of it. No, it's not. Not with these two fuckers down here. And much like Clefable, I don't dislike Wigglytuff, it's just I also don't care about it that much. So here's the thing. Looking at in Gen 1 context, like no fairy type, basically just we have Chansey, we have Clefable, we have Wigglytuff, and then even though it's not a pink one, we also have, oh, and we have Lickitung, I guess. We also have Snorlax for just kind of like what I would call, I was gonna say bulky normals. I don't think Clefable's bulky, but anyway, Snorlax is the winner here because it does what it does best. It takes hits well, it can dish out hits really well. Its only problem is it's slow. It can heal with rest. Really solid Pokemon. Lickitung, unfortunately, sucks ass. Chansey does what it does really well. It's very good with one defense and one attack stat, but bad with the others. And then we kind of had the mid-ground of Wigglytuff was like the poor man's Chansey and Snorlax, where it's like it had high HP, but not really a whole lot else going for it. And then Clefable was just kind of a similar situation where it wasn't as bulky, and, you know, you could give it some coverage TMs, but it wasn't that great. And between the two of these, I think I prefer Clefable. It's a tough call. Let me put it right next to it to start with. I haven't used a Wigglytuff. I've wanted to just for the sake of it, but I doubt it would really do much to wow me. And I feel weird putting it above Jigglypuff, because between the two, I think I kind of prefer Puff. And I already said I didn't like Puff that much. So maybe this thing's going further down than I thought. Yeah, actually, which is a shame. I don't really dislike it. It's probably going to stay fairly high in the tier. Fuck, I'm tempted to just leave it here. It's like, you know, I think of the two in totally different terms, because Jigglypuff it's a Smash character, and it's a, you know, shitty running gag in the anime that was never funny. Wigglytuff just is kind of a non-entity to me. It's so bland that I just don't really care, but, like, I also don't know if I want to put it much lower than this. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, maybe, like, here. No, maybe more. I don't know what to do with this thing. I think here. And that's about where I'd rank it. I didn't know where Wigglytuff was going to end up. It could have been a lot higher, but yeah, no. This feels about right. So, 83. Fairfall? God, do I have to talk about Farfetch now? Are you shitting me? So, first let's establish the rumor of what this thing is based on. So this is, yeah, it comes from the Japanese saying, but I've also heard that it didn't. Okay, so yeah, the rumor is that there was a legend of a duck that carried an onion, but that didn't exist, and it was only made up to justify the Pokemon. However, there was a saying. It wasn't a myth, it was just a phrase that was, yeah, like, I'm trying to think of, like, an example for this. Where it's like, you might say it's raining cats and dogs, but there was never a myth that that actually happened, I guess. So yeah, they just based a Pokemon around that, and the idea is that, you get it from an in-game trade. It's too good to be true. They only want a Spearow, which is pretty common. You get this thing, and it kind of blows, and that's basically the joke. And it didn't get an evolution until Gen 8, and even when it did, it couldn't be this form that evolved. You had to get a different one, which I have my own feelings about that, but yeah, it's not great. There's a lot of people who wanted this thing to evolve for a long time. I wasn't passionate about that, but I thought it probably should. I liked the idea. I threw this one around for a while of, I could see this thing getting a pre-evolution, because it's not terrible for early game, but then, like, basically a Budew situation, where it gets a Prevo and an evolution at the same time. And so you would have Far-Fledged, and then the evolution I called Unleekly, and everybody's like, no, it's gotta be absurd, because it's absurd, and I'm like, no, fuck you. I like the name Unleekly. But yeah, we didn't get either of those. Anyway, this thing, it's... who gives a shit about it? Like, I definitely don't. I think it just barely edges out of boring tier, because it's interesting in the sense that it's bad. Almost like Magikarp levels, but I don't like it that much either. So I'm thinking I'm gonna put it, like, here. Bone User and Leek User. Best buds forever. 107, that would be Hitmonchan. Hitmonchan's a weird one, because I used to like it, and then kind of stopped, and I don't really have much of a reason for that. I think I liked it because I got a card of it early on. I think it might have been one of my first rares. Then, later on, you know, once I played the games, I'm just like, oh yeah, Hitmonchan, it's gotta be way cooler than Hitmonlee. And then later I kind of liked Hitmonlee more and learned that it was better. There was also the moment at which there was this book that I think it might have just been like a Nintendo Power or something, or it might have been some other type of like strategy guide or something, where it listed quote-unquote every Pokemon's ultimate move, and the one listed for Hitmonchan was Counter. And I'm like, well, that's stupid. Like, wouldn't something like Ice Punch be better? And there was somebody else in my class that heard me say that, and they're like, nah, not with its special attack, or like not with its special stat. It can't do anything with Ice Punch. And I had no idea what the hell they meant, because to me, you know, stats meant nothing. I didn't know the difference between physical and special. I didn't even fully recognize that Pokemon could have good or bad stats. I just kind of figured everything was based off of, you know, the moves it had. But, yeah, sure enough, Hitmonchan has Dick for special, and so, you know, it has these elemental punches, and it basically can't do anything with them, other than hope to get the status ailment. And the reason that Counter was its ultimate move is because it's the last one it gets, and ultimate just kind of meant the final one. So, you know, then we got other shit like, what's the ultimate move of, like, Golduck? Is it, like, Screech? Also, sorry, people are being loud in the other room. Oh, nah. Oh, here we go. Bad example, but yeah, I think there's some Pokemon that end with something stupid like Screech. It's like, oh boy, what a great final move. Yeah, Reflect. But yeah, so it's got like this whole little skirt thing going on also, which is a little weird, but I don't mind it so much. I've never been one to really care if Pokemon are wearing clothes or not. It's fine. But you've seen my rankings of other fighting types. It's not in my dislike tier. Alright, so let's move Hitmonchan up, and I surprised myself with how high this thing's going. It's going all the way up here. I have never used this on a team. I don't know when I ever will, and I don't typically like fighting types that much, but something about it just kind of appeals to me. I couldn't really say what. I can't give a better explanation because I don't have one. It's just that is where I felt like it should go. Next up is Venusaur. We have finished the first family without even touching the second one. So, you know, I've already talked about Bulbasaur and Ivysaur. Is it my favorite of the 3 fully evolved starters? I don't actually know. I guess we'll find out after this tier list. I don't have particularly strong opinions on any of them, to be honest. They're just fine. I think I probably like Venusaur a little less than the other two. This has been the case for a lot of other stuff that I talked about earlier, but I feel like this is maybe the first instance where it's really being obvious to me, where I have a tendency to just, you know, always think of Pokemon as their final forms. Where it's like, you know, if I'm planning for a team or something, I'm only going to care about their final evolution. It's rare for me to think of a pre-evolution as a favorite of mine or being better than what it evolves into. But in a lot of cases, I do kind of prefer the designs of the smaller ones, and I think that is the case here. I like Venusaur as a concept. I think it's as cool as a thing with a big flower on it can be. But, you know, I'm not in love with the thing. It's just... it does its job well enough. It's a big, bulky dude, and I don't know, I kind of like the other ones a little more. Well, time for me to immediately prove myself wrong, because Venusaur is going here. It's another weird situation where I feel like I like Ivysaur a little bit more, but in terms of separating design opinions from just how much I like the Pokemon as its full package, I didn't feel right putting it lower than this, because there was a lot of stuff above it that I'm like, no, I like Venusaur more than that. Okay, well, we're moving on to Charmeleon. This one I pretty solidly feel like is my least favorite of the 3 as well. With this family, this is like, you know, Pikachu levels of oversaturation, where Charizard itself is this golden cow of the franchise that, you know, all the kids love, and the Pokemon Company won't let you forget about it. Gotta have events and, you know, new forms for it constantly. It's always getting new merch. There's the whole deal with it on the cards being, like, way more money than it really has any right to be. And then Charmander is usually seen as, you know, the favorite of the 3 base forms, probably just because it gets you to Charizard. But even just kind of comparing the 3, I feel like this artwork doesn't really do it many favors. I like the Gen 1 art. No, not a fan of that one either. We're not talking about Charmander right now, but let me find some decent art for it. This is a good one. Yeah, it's a Pokemon that can be very cute at times. It just kind of depends on, you know, how it happens to be drawn. This one, I feel like it doesn't look as good from the front. And then we have, you know, Angsty middle form, which just, I never cared about it as much. It's fine. If it was a standalone Pokemon, I would probably like it better than if it was just bridging the gap, but as the middle form, it doesn't do a lot for me. It's just, you know, you get through this to get to Charizard. I like it more than Wartortle, at least. It's probably going to be somewhere in this tier. I think probably around here. Feels about right to me. I've had it on my team a few times, and every time I had it, I was just like, well, can't wait until this evolves again. I never got particularly attached to it. 72, that is Tentacool. So I kind of said my whole shtick about Tentacruel earlier. I hate how much you have to emphasize the R on that for it to not sound the same. Yeah, this one's kind of an oddball. Again, not to necessarily just steal what Bogleech says, but it's got like kind of an Akira Toriyama look to it, where it's just very alien, and it's got the like Frieza gems. It's supposed to be a jellyfish, and to me it always kind of looked a little bit more like a squid, even though it's only got 2 tentacles. But, you know, it's a made-up creature. It's kind of somewhere in between the two. Maybe more like a Manowar. It doesn't look like a classic jellyfish, but I don't know where I'm going with this. Anyway, interesting-ish design. I liked Tentacruel. I definitely like this one less. Between it and Zubat being the common vermin, I would say that I like this one more than that. I'd put it above Poliwrath. That's about it. Okay. And 57 is... I want to say Primeape? I can at least say this much. It's not Raichu syndrome, because Mankey isn't over-marketed or anything, but it's a similar situation to something like Wigglytuff, where it doesn't change much from the base form, and I didn't like the base form that much to begin with. I don't know which of these I prefer, honestly. We might have another Cubone Marowak situation on my hands, where wherever I put this, the other is sure to follow. But where do I put this? So here's the thing about fighting types. I mentioned before I don't usually like them that much. We proved that wrong with Hitmonchan. They're very hit or miss for me. They're rarely among my favorites, but when they're good, they're pretty good. It's just what makes them good. I can't really say. I cannot, for the life of me, tell you why Hitmonchan is as high as it is and why Machamp is down here. That's kind of how I feel. This one's a little different because the fighting type is unusual. Because, every Pokemon fights. Or at least most of them do. I guess Metapod kind of doesn't usually. But the type really means it's like, martial arts usually. And so there's extensions of that where you have Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee are dedicated to a specific type of fighting. The Machop family is, they're basically bodybuilders, wrestlers, you could say. They're just, they're physically strong. They work their muscles. So it's like, they're normal types but stronger, so they became fighting types, I guess. And then there's the element of like, it's like a foil to dark types, where dark types are the underhanded ones and fighting types are like the fighters of justice. But you don't see that too often. Some people will mention that that's a thing, but I'm trying to think of examples of it, and outside of like the Musketeer trio from Gen 5, you don't see that too often. And then there's just shit like Primeape, where this thing is just it's a berserker. It's just full of rage, and it will just pummel shit. So it's another case of like, it's a normal type, but it's strong enough to burst out of that and become a fighting type. In the my reasoning for that, the reason I think of it that way is, what's normal's only weakness? It's fighting, and it's because it's supposed to be a neutral type to where, it isn't necessarily weak to anything. But it also doesn't beat anything. It's just, it exists in a neutral state. However, if you have two people fighting each other, and one of them is trained in martial arts and one of them isn't, there's a clear advantage there, even though neither of them are really using any external forces. So that's why fighting wins. That's kind of where I'm going with this. That was a weird tangent to go on, but I felt like it was related. So where the fuck do I put Primeape? It's okay. It's probably in the Met here. I don't have very strong opinions on it. I'm thinking we're gonna split up this water duo here. You are approaching kind of cool. You are also, but not as much. Would I rather use a Primeape than a Seadra? Yeah, probably. Would I rather use it more than an Omastar? Nah. No, that's basically my reasoning there. Would I want to use a Beedrill more than a Primeape? Not really, no. So my logic immediately falls out of the window, but whatever, that's where it's going. And gonna take a break after this one. Number 19 is, oh boy, we're ending with a strong one here, Rattata. Boring. How far into boring does it go? Not very. Probably like there. Okay, so I don't hate it, but I mean, I certainly don't care about it that much. Obviously, this is Gen 1, so we gotta talk about the archetypes here. I didn't really talk about the early game bugs. There's not much to say about those, other than they usually evolve quickly and aren't that strong, and we kind of talked about that with Beedrill. We didn't get Pidgey. I talked about its evolution being shitty, and its other sort of counterpart being kind of lame. But yeah, as for the early game normals, I think those are almost without exception the most boring Pokemon in the series. I say that rating it above Kakuna. Yeah. They have a role to fill. On one hand, it's early game team fodder. Until you find something more interesting, you can have this around. And on the other hand, they're not always that bad. Raticate is not terrible. Super Fang is a cool move. It cuts HP down to half no matter how high it was to start with. That's not bad. Hyper Fang is high crit. For, a Route 1 Pokemon, it's really not too shabby. Like, especially once you evolve it. Like, it's pretty good. Its problem is just it's boring. Like, in most cases, you would want to use something more interesting than this. But, you know, you might pick up a Rattata, keep it around, and decide to not replace it. Like, I haven't, but it could happen. The one edge that it has over other Route 1 normals is it's not fucking brown. If it was brown, I think it would go at the very bottom. So it's here purely because it's a different color. And it's also, I will also point out, if it was exactly this, but in Gen 4, it would be the bottom. Because Gen 4 has way too much goddamn purple in it. So, even though you're in the generation with 50 billion poison types, and a lot of them are purple, at least there's no other purple normals that I can think of offhand. I love how this is how I'm judging it. That's the reason that it gets above Kakuna, Goldeen, and Pidgeotto, but it still isn't in a great position. It's still just a fucking rat. I can't bring myself to put it any higher than that. It's like borderline fine. It can do some stuff. Alright, well, it's been a couple days since I recorded the last chunk of this, so let's try and finish this bitch. Got 51 left. Hopefully I can get this done in about 2 hours. Next is going to be Electabuzz. So Electabuzz is pretty similar to Magmar in the sense that it is just kind of a weird, you know, single stage, at least in Gen 1. Not really based off of anything version exclusive monotype thing. So between the two of them, I think I prefer Magmar. Electabuzz is generally considered the better of the two, just purely based on the fact that Electric is kind of better as a type, because it only has the one weakness. But yeah, in terms of designs, Magmar is like, I don't know, it's weird, because I usually don't prefer the fire types, but it's a little higher on the weird factor for me. Electabuzz is more just like, it's like an angry Yeti, except instead of a Yeti, it's just, I don't know. Like, what the hell do you call this thing? It vaguely resembles, like, it's wearing a tiger pelt or something, but obviously it's just, you know, electric markings, because it's Electabuzz, and, you know, every electric type has to have some indication of its type in its name. So, let's begin by throwing this up to Magmar, and I will figure out how much lower it's gonna go. Probably not that much lower. I'd say it's still in this tier, but let me think about it for a minute. Alright, I have come to a few conclusions. Electabuzz is going here. I don't have much of a reason for it other than I just looked at the list and, you know, this was where I felt like it should go. Additionally, I feel like I've been doing Rhydon a disservice, and I have it rated too low. I think it's actually going up here. Whether or not its compadres will come with it is yet to be seen. I might change my mind on those later. But the other thing I've decided is Vaporeon has had it too good for too long and is going down here. This entire tier list I've been saying that it was a weird outlier in the sense that I didn't really like it that much, but I was rating it more highly because I figured it kind of deserved it because I recognize its design as being pretty good. But that's the thing, is like, you know, I recognized Weezing's design as being good, and I still gave it a shit rating. So I feel like this is kind of where Vaporeon goes in terms of how much I like it. Still good enough to be good, but yeah, that's... I'm sticking with my gut that I like Flareon more. And no, the creepy... or not the creepypasta. At this point, it kind of is a creepypasta. But no, the copypasta is not part of that decision, but, you know, we'll go ahead and say that it was anyway, because fuck that thing. Anyway. 74. That would be Geodude. So we already ranked Golem. I think in terms of this family, it might actually, my opinion might go down as it evolves. I think Geodude's my favorite of the three, and it really just comes down to it being simplistic. Now, this one is a little weird because I don't really like the fact that the anime makes it float. And I think it also floats in some other appearances. Because I'm pretty sure this thing is just supposed to be sitting on the ground and just kind of, you know, getting over it with Bennett Foddy itself around with its arms. I don't think it's in the great tier. I'm not going to put it in, like, Magnemite, Bellsprout, Staryu categories of, like, you know, simple design, so I like it. But I think it's at least in the good tier. So, let me throw it up here and see how I feel about it. It's probably going to be kind of high. I definitely like it more than Rhyhorn. I think I'd take it over Omanite. Shelter. Yeah, that might be about where it sits. It's, like I said, it's not amazing. In terms of, you know, in-game usability, it's similar to Zubat in the sense that it's just hella available. It's in almost every region, and, you know, Rock Ground, good combination, can do some pretty good damage. The problem is, it's just, you know, it is overdone, so... I've never used a Golem, I've used a Graveler, like, a couple times. It's, like, it's fine. It's a solid pick. I'm trying to decide if I want to actually bump it up a bit more. Nah, I think that's about right. Alright, 128. I should know that one offhand, but I don't. It is... oh, right, it's Tauros. Bullshit! I think it's going in the boring tier. So here's the thing with Tauros, is its only really notable attribute is the fact that it's the king of Gen 1 OU. The reason for that is just because Gen 1 is busted as hell, and so normal types are kind of the, what would you call it, like, the master race there, because they only have the one weakness, and fighting fucking sucks in Gen 1. They, randomly have an immunity to Body Slam's paralysis. For some reason, normal types can't get paralyzed by that. I don't know if it's, like, every normal type move with a secondary effect can't hit normal types, or if it's Body Slam specifically. It's weird. Hyper Beam gets Stab, and Gen 1 Hyper Beam doesn't recharge if you get a KO with it. And because Special is one stat, this thing actually also has really good special attack, and so you can give it, like, Blizzard and shit, and it just kind of kills everything. So, it's really good if you care about that kind of stuff. I find that stuff interesting, but it's not my thing, really. And aside from that, this thing is hella boring. It's pretty much just a straight, realistic bull. If you covered up the other two tails, it would barely even be stylized. You could see... like, this thing is more realistic looking than, like, a bull that Bugs Bunny would fight in a cartoon that people would now say is probably culturally insensitive or something, I don't know. So yeah, I think it's going in boring tier, but it's at least high on boring tier. I think I like it more than Zubat, honestly. It's... I'm rethinking that. I think it might be below Ponyta. It's not the worst of the worst, but it's not the best of the worst either. I also just don't like bulls. I don't like most large mammals. I just find them kind of gross. 78. That would be... okay, well, speaking of Ponyta, did you ever wish your Ponyta was a little bit bigger and had a little bit more fire? And, you know, you can't have enough Gen 1 Pokemon with random horns. So, where do you think this thing's gonna go? I think I like Ponyta more. They're pretty interchangeable. I could see myself changing my mind later. So it's basically just, do you want, you know, smaller horse that is kind of cute, or bigger horse that is more horse? Like, remove the fire aspect, and this is just a horse with a horn, but it's not like a cool horn, it's not a unicorn. Not that unicorns are particularly cool anyway, like, out of all the mythological animals that people could fawn over, you're really gonna just pick a regular-ass animal that happens to have a horn? Like, at least make it something cool. But anyway, yeah, it's... everything I said about this thing, about Ponyta, applies here. It's not a fire type that I ever really care to use. You know, everybody always brings up the argument that in Diamond and Pearl, if you don't pick Chimchar, it's your only fire type, and my response to that is basically, well, hope you don't mind not having a fire type then, because it's not like you need one. You know, if you're the type of person that likes to have certain elements on your team every time, I can get that. There's, you know, certain ones I usually like to keep around too. So fair enough, and if you don't like Rapidash, then you're kind of screwed. And I don't like Rapidash, so guess what? I picked Chimchar. Yeah, I think I've already said more words about this than I needed to. 51, that is Dugtrio. We actually have not talked about Diglett yet, and that's going to be a bit of a weird one. So I do not mind the just slap a couple more onto it evolution method here. This is also going to apply to Magneton when we get to that. Both of them, I think they make sense for different reasons. With Dugtrio, it's because Diglett is supposed to be like a little whack-a-mole peg, and this is just, you know, several of them popping up at once. You know, they could have done more with it, but they also kind of didn't need to, and it's not like they did this a lot. They only did it with two things. I'm not counting Dodrio, because that's a little. I mean, it kind of is, but it's a little different. Now, Diglett is probably going to go in my great or personal favorites tier. I haven't decided yet. And Dugtrio is probably going to be up there with it, honestly. So I don't know which I prefer. I guess we'll figure it out when I put Diglett up here. So let me see where I want this thing to go. I'd say I like it more than these, at least. Probably more than... It's a pretty close tie with Alakazam, honestly. So here's the thing, is we're actually getting two competing metrics here. Because Alakazam is in this tier due to it just being strong, and I liked using it on early teams. I don't really care that much about the designs. I never even talked about the spoons. Like, the spoons are fucking stupid. But, you know, they're just there, so whatever. So it's there for that reason. And then, you know, Staryu and Bellsprout are there because of their simplicity. This has both going for it, so honestly, I think it's actually a little higher. This one was a very common staple for me on Gen 1 teams. I used it in my original Blue playthrough, which was Blastoise and literally nothing else except for this Dugtrio. I nicknamed it Earthquake in all caps. I don't really know why, because, you know, I was 10 and just I didn't have any creative muscles in me, apparently. And then, you know, eventually it learned Earthquake, and so we get Earthquake, used Earthquake. But yeah, you know, I think everybody has the same story with this thing. They get to Vermilion City, and I had the guide, so it probably made the recommendation, like, you can pick up a Diglett here if you want something easy to take out the gym. And I'm like, Pokemon is weak to electricity. I should get a Diglett. And so I got a Diglett, or a Dugtrio. I probably just caught the evolved Dugtrio and just kept it around. I had those, and I think I had like a frickin' level 15 Bellsprout and a Vulpix that I literally never used, just sitting in the team. And I think a Jolteon, because I heard people say that, like, Pin Missile was good against Psychic types. So I had it, but I never used it, so it probably didn't even have Pin Missile. That was my team. Yeah, honestly, this thing is pretty high up for me. Fuck it. I don't give a shit. Fuck it. Okay, that's as high as it's gonna go. I did not expect it to be in my top 5, but honestly, I can see it. It's just one of those things, you know, like, people can look at this and be like, man, this thing is lazy, like, who the hell cares about this thing? But because I haven't talked about Diglett yet, I feel weird saying it here, but there's also just the whole aspect of, like, you know, what the fuck is going on here? It's a head popping out of the ground. You never see its body. And, you know, that's led to a million jokes from people on the internet. I think the devs have said that they imagined it kind of having, like, the rest of its body sort of being like a hand, which is a little weird. Then there's the whole other aspect of, like, they're dedicated to the bit. No matter what, this thing never leaves the ground. So, like, in Pokeathlon and Heart Gold, Soul Silver, in the ones where it has to jump, it just can't. There's the one where you're jumping hurdles, it'll burrow under the hurdles. If you try to launch it, and the one where you have to, like, jump up and light the little dots, I don't even know if it'll let you do it. And then you just have instances like this, where it's like, okay, hold on, what's going on here? It's like, I think there was an episode where there was a Diglett or Dugtrio burrowing out of some kid's desk at school. It's a shit post, and I kind of love it. So, 116, that is, I think, Horsey. Well, it's a less interesting Seadra, I can say that much at least. Is it bad enough to go into boring? I don't know yet. So, with Seadra, I pointed out that, you know, it had a few things going for it, because it was, like, sort of poisonous, it's spiky. I don't know if I mentioned its weird little ruffle, but, you know, it's got some stuff going on, it's kind of sleek. Horsey is a pretty by-the-books cartoon seahorse. There's not really a whole lot going on with it. In terms of, like, usability, I'm trying to think, you know, it gets, like, smokescreen. Is that about it? One thing I'll point out is, the series has a very strange... I don't know if this is true as of, like, Gen 8, but, it's been oddly consistent with keeping this thing only available in places with, like, whirlpools or strong currents, because I know with Kingdra, the Pokedex says that, like, when it yawns, whirlpools form or something, which is stupid, but whatever. But they have that association, and so like in Gen 2 you find it by Whirl Islands. In Gen 3 you find it on the route leading from Pacific Log to Slateport with all the strong currents. Let me look at some of the other ones, I'm actually curious. Let's see. 226, that one. Okay, maybe not so much that one. I think in Gen 5 it's... yeah, these ones have strong currents on them. So they're pretty good about doing it. I think it might break the rules again in X and Y. So it's not all the time, but it's pretty close. So it's a little bit more than most other generic-ass water types get, so it's at least better than Goldeen. And I'd say probably better than Krabby. That's actually debatable. Krabby's at least a crab. You know, that's such a selling point for it, I know. It's better than fucking Seal. It's better than Caterpie. So I guess by comparison, it's better than Krabby. Yeah, I think that's about it. That's about where it's gonna go. Again, don't hate it, just don't have many thoughts on it. 106, that is Hitmonlee. Okay. I randomly sung the praises of Hitmonchan, and my praises were, I like it, and I don't really know why. Hitmonlee is kind of just better. So it's like, obviously they were meant to be counterparts. It's more obvious with the English names. In Japan, they didn't have like the same naming scheme going on. But you got the puncher and the kicker. And so like, here's the thing though, is they're totally different looking creatures. Because this thing is pretty humanoid. It's got a weird head going on. It's got like these funky shoulder pads. But other than that, it's like mostly human-like physique, wearing a little skirt for some reason. And then Hitmonlee is just, it's like the Mamuta from Pikmin. It's just kind of a rock with eyes and no mouth, and it's got these weird stretchy legs. And so it's actually pretty cool. You know, I've gone on my rant earlier about how I don't like most fighting types. I like Hitmonlee. Here's the thing, I had mentioned that, you know, Hitmonchan has the elemental punches, and it can't do fucking anything with them until Gen 4 because its special attack is like 3. But once it is able to use them, I like the ability to just, you know, give this thing coverage moves like that. Fighting types a lot of times are kind of notoriously bad at having coverage moves. They've got fighting and normal, and then what? What the fuck else do you... Well, I'm actually going to look up Hitmonlee's moveset. So I know it gets Blaze Kick in newer games, but let's see, if we don't go into TMs... Yeah, this isn't actually a rock move. Let's see, what are things that can do damage? We've got Dark, how exciting. It can bounce, it can Rock Tomb. Got a few ground... Oh, it can actually Earthquake, that's surprising, okay. Yeah, it's got some options these days, but I don't know. Honestly, it's a very close call for me. I'm going to put it right next to Hitmonchan for right now. So for a minute there, I actually thought I was going to leave it right where it was, because I do feel pretty similarly about these two now. But I think we're actually going to move it up here. So it beats out Arcanine and a few others, but they're still pretty close. Alright, now we got Meowth. This is going to be a frickin' hard one. So the reason is obvious. It's because of the anime. Because we're basically talking about two completely distinct things here. Let me begin by completely ignoring the anime at first, and I kind of already did this when I talked about the boring-ass cat here. So, no, you know what? Fuck it. That's the problem, is there's no separating the two, because there was a point once where Meowth was just a pretty basic cat Pokemon that was also one of those, like, I don't know what they're called. It's like the Neko figurines or whatever. Like the Lucky Cat thing. And so I've shown before that it has some of its early sprites kind of show it, like, it's not necessarily on all fours, but it's not standing either. And, it was a little more animalistic. And then the anime just kind of decided to make Meowth into a major character, and part of that depiction was, this one can walk and talk. And the best episode in the show, as far as I'm concerned, is Go West Young Meowth, which is where we learn Meowth's backstory. And in that one, we show that Meowth is usually on all fours. I feel like this might bring up bad results, so let me pause just in case. Okay, thankfully Google did not give me images of Meowth getting fucked up the ass. So, anyway, so we're gonna ignore, this boring piece of shit in the middle here. I actually already, I don't love what I'm seeing in this image. Now, Meowsy, the one in the middle, with this pose, I can kind of dig that a little bit. It's a cat-like pose. These just, I don't know if it's just me, but to me, it might just be because I'm so soiled with bipedal Meowth that to me it looks like something that's supposed to be standing on its hind legs, now walking on fours, just, for the hell of it. So I don't know. It's like the design kind of got sullied a little bit over the years because of that. And I like cat-like, animalistic Meowth more than I like walking Meowth as a design. But obviously I like Team Rocket's Meowth as a character more than that, because I think he's one of the best characters on the show. So it's like, it's a tough call. With Pikachu, I put it up so high because I like the old fat as fuck, tiny body, giant tail Pikachu. And so I'm kind of treating it as its best self. And so I guess to be fair, I should probably treat Meowth as its best self. Except there I'm comparing, it's a specific character and not just a particular design philosophy, so it's a little different. I guess I should also mention, I haven't watched the anime in fucking ages. I stopped partway through Johto because it was dragging so much I just couldn't bring myself to continue. And I've been rewatching reviews of the old episodes, and I'm still pretty nostalgic for it. There's episodes that suck ass, and there's episodes that are pretty good. And Meowth is like, not necessarily the best part of the show or anything, but Team Rocket in general is usually pretty entertaining when they actually show up and have something to do and aren't just being a distraction for 5 minutes, because they're kind of fleshed out. And I do really like the backstory episode, so it's like, I like the little guy. He ranks up pretty high for me. So this entire thing has just been talking about that. As a Pokemon that I'd ever want to use in-game, not really. Mainly because it evolves into piece of shit Persian. It's the same thing as Psyduck. I wouldn't use it just to keep it around in its base form either, because it's not that interesting. So I'm trying to think here. Every time I see Psyduck up this high, I keep questioning why, because I don't really like it that much. But no, it's like I kind of do. I can't see myself necessarily putting it lower. I just don't think of it as being a personal favorite of mine. Meowth as a Pokemon, if it never had the anime role, where would I put it? Probably like down here. It would be maybe like a step, it might be the top of boring. Maybe breaking into Met here. It's like, I could kind of compare it to Eevee, but it's a less good Eevee. It's like, yeah. So it's really just coming down to, at its best, what do I think of it? And I don't know. I'd put it here as a placeholder, but this might be about right, actually. It's, like, how do you compare, Gyarados is cool. I've barely ever used one, but I think it's neat. Compared to, here is a particular character from a TV show that I am nostalgic for, but otherwise don't watch. It's like, two totally different things, but yeah, I think I'll go with that. Again, it's kind of cheating. Just pretend that I put it down here if we're not counting the TV show one. If I had to pick an exact ranking for it, it would be like right behind Nidoran. It would be pretty low. Because, spoiler for future generations, because almost every gen other than 2 adds a cat Pokemon, and I don't like most of them. And the reason for that is because I like cats, but I like fluffy cats specifically. They have to be like big fuzzballs. And every Pokemon cat, except for like except for like Purugly, is, like a slender, kind of like short-haired cat. And some of them are still kind of cute, but not really my thing. Anyway, I talked about that for way too much. Here's Golbat. This ugly motherfucker. So when I talked about Zubat, I mentioned... Oh, shit. Here's the thing, is, it's been a couple days, and I don't remember if I said that I think the evolutions got worse. Because here I am about to rank Golbat higher. So, I might have lied, or, I changed my mind within 2 days, which has happened many times in this list. So I don't know. I don't like Golbat. It's still going to be pretty low. And I don't like it for the same reasons that I don't like Zubat. I find it's too common. Not even just in the wild, but just on enemy teams. It doesn't do much for me moveset-wise. Design-wise, it's just kind of... It accomplishes what it set out to do. It's a big, fucking ugly bat where its mouth is like 90% of its body. Can we take a moment and look at its stadium model? Well, so there's the giant tongue, but can we get like the animation of it? This is getting a little off topic, but I need to show this thing's animation because it's derpy as hell. Here we go. This thing just, it like, yeah, the way it just waddles around, like, it's fucking drunk. And then it gets hit and it's like, okay, well it didn't get hit there. But yeah, it'll do this thing where it's like, bleh, like, and just kind of dances a bit. It's up there with Kangaskhan in terms of just really out there, over-animated, weird shit. Like, I don't know why they didn't just make it fly. I feel like I've already given this thing more thought than it deserves. The more I think about it, I think I do like it less than Zubat. That's the problem, I can't actually call it boring. So to put it in the boring tier is doing it a little bit of a disservice. So you know what? I think what we need to do is move Zubat up here and move Golbat right below it. Now this, introduces the problem of, is every Pokemon in this tier better than this one just due to this one being boring? And I'm tempted to say yes, because between Golbat and Ponyta, I think I would take the Golbat. And so we have another instance of me just throwing evolutionary lines together, which was not my goal here, and there's plenty of cases where I don't do that. I almost feel like, if I go out of my way to separate them, it's, trying to force diversity where it isn't needed, so... Yeah, honestly, I feel that these are pretty interchangeable in my mind, and I would say I like Zubat slightly more. 47. I guess that's Parasect? Well, where did I put Paris? Okay, let's first move it above Paris before I decide how much further up it's gonna go. Parasect is a Pokemon that I think doesn't really get much love. Let's see the reasons why. A, terrible typing. Bug and Grass, it's fucking awful. It's 4 times weak to fire and flying, and in Gen 1, it's 4 times weak to poison. There's the whole thing with Dry Skin making it 5 times weak to fire or whatever. It's slow as hell. I don't think it gets that many good moves other than Spore, and I mean, that's basically it. You would use this thing because it has Spore, and, as soon as Breloom existed, or really as soon as Smeargle existed, then that kind of got rid of your reason to use it. But I have actually used it on a couple different teams, and it's in-game, so I can't necessarily say how good it is because you can make fucking anything work in-game, but I never really had a problem with it. I just kind of think it's neat. We talked about the whole mind control fungus thing with Paris, and as it evolves it just straight up dies and gets controlled by the mushroom, which is morbid as hell, and it's definitely not anything that I really noticed as a kid, even though the Pokedex just flat out states like the mushroom has overtaken the insect host. I'm just like, yeah, cool bug creature with mushroom, yeah, except I don't think I thought it was really that cool as a kid. I kind of grew to appreciate it more when I was older. Anyway, this has nothing to do with anything, but it's shaped almost like a wizard hat. I don't think that's part of the intent, because it has nothing to do with that, so I don't know why I mentioned it. Moving on. Where do I put Parasect then? Alright, well I've decided where it's gonna go, and we're gonna get a little bit of a shake up here. So, it's going pretty high. We are putting it up here. Furthermore, I have decided that, I think there's such a big gap between how I feel about Parasect and how I feel about Psyduck that I think we need to change the tier. I think these are actually going down at here. And, the order doesn't change, but I think that that's the new dividing point. So, yeah, make of that what you will. I didn't move down anything that I care about that much. I like Vileplume and all these well enough, but I think that's about right. Alright, Dragonite. Well, we've been waiting on this one for a while, because we did Dratini and Dragonair pretty early on. And I believe I said early on that most people kind of prefer those over Dragonite, and I feel like I'm an exception to that, and I think I'm still standing by my word, so let's move it up there, at least to start. The thing with Dragonite is, it is dopey. People who liked Dragonair's elegance and didn't know what it was going to evolve into again, and then saw this, I could see why they would be disappointed by that. It is very Barney-esque. It's got these comically small wings. It just, it's like a big friendly little dopey thing. But, I don't know, to me it works. I like the fact that it's a gentle giant. It's it looks clumsy, but still manages to be powerful, so it's kind of got that whole shtick going on. I wouldn't count it among my all-time favorites, but I still regard it pretty highly. As for how it would compare to later generation dragons, I don't really know because I don't use dragon types that often. I typically stick away from the pseudo-legendaries not because I think they're OP, but just because usually you get them really late and they take way too long to evolve. I think I have used them on occasion. I'm trying to think. I've done... I used the shiny Beldum in Oris. I used Hisui and Gudra. I'm trying to think of what the other ones even are, and I think that was it. I'm probably forgetting one, but anyway. Most of the other... I'm going to say, again, most of the other pseudos kind of play that role pretty straight, where, it's this big, strong, powerful creature, and it looks the part. Gudra being an exception. So Dragonite might actually be my favorite of the bunch, but I'd have to look at him again, and we're not talking about later gens, it doesn't matter. So, does it rocket to the top of the good tier? I'm thinking it might. I keep rethinking Psyduck's position. I don't know why I have it so high, but I can't bring myself to lower it. It's really weird. Do I like Dragonite more than Psyduck? Yes. Do I like it more than Parasect? That's a tough one. Honestly, again, we're talking about two very different things here. I'm gonna say no, but it still goes in that tier anyway. Something needs to dethrone Psyduck as the king of good, even though it's only had that role for, 5 seconds, because it used to be up here, but shut up. Anyway, 141, is that Kabutops? You bet your ass it is, okay. So I've been hyping up this thing's, the entire tier list, and it's probably not even going to go that high. Well, let's see. Because I also said this thing is just the fossil version of Scyther, and that makes it cooler than Scyther. So it at least goes here. So yeah, it's in some pretty high company already, so... And my reasoning for this is just, the most bare bones, just 10-year-old opinion of just, it looks cool. That's pretty much it. I mentioned back with Omastar, I said Omastar was, kind of a disappointing lack of originality, because it didn't change that much about Omanite. Kabutops couldn't be more different from Kabuto. It's, look at the two. They're barely fucking similar in any way. It grew an entire body. What the fuck is this thing? What does Bulbapedia say it is? It's gonna be it's probably based on a horseshoe crab. Except it's not really. Oh yeah, look. Okay, what is this? Oh yeah, the resemblance is on... That's fucking larval form Chica from Metroid Prime 2. That's just a giant lobster. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. This thing's just neat. The only time I've ever used one was in the yellow LP, and the reason for that is because in Gen 1 you get the fossils so goddamn late. Or more accurately, you get them pretty early, but you don't get a chance to do anything with them until pretty late. That by that point, there's no reason to use this thing. You definitely already have a water type. That's the thing. I never think of this thing as water type. To me, this thing is just rock. What about this design indicates in any way that it's a water type? Does it even learn any water moves? Naturally, at least? in Gen 1. Okay, it learns Hydro Pump at fucking 53. You have fun getting it there when Kabuto gets resurrected at, Do you get it at 20 or do you get it at 5? I don't remember. But anyway, yeah, so it gets Hydro Pump, I guess. But yeah, Absorb, ooh. Ooh, bringing out the big guns. Couldn't give this thing Mega Drain, that would be too much. Also, its, special stat is kind of turbo-ass. So really you use this thing for Slash, which is the same thing you use Scyther for. Yeah, I assume it can at least learn the Rock Slide TM, I don't know. In later gens, it's probably a bit better. I don't think I've ever heard of anybody using Kabutops to any success, so maybe not. I'll put it on my ever-growing list of things to try in some other game. But I should probably use Omastar before I use this again. I don't know. I'm rambling. I like it more than Onix. I like it more than Psyduck. Are we just going to keep cramming shit between Gyarados and Psyduck? Because that's what the last few things have been. That might be where it stops. Okay, so no, we're still cramming shit between Gyarados and Psyduck, but, slightly different. Okay, can we get something that doesn't go here exactly? What's next? Slowbro? Okay, that's probably not going there. Let's put it there to begin with, and then make me change my mind. Oh god, So we haven't actually talked about Slowpoke yet. You're gonna fucking hate me. I think this thing actually might legitimately kill between Gyarados and Psyduck again. Okay, so... Let me think what the deal is with Slowbro. So Slowpoke, in its simplicity, I like it, but it's missing that little something. You know, Psyduck, it would be boring as hell if it didn't have that little gimmick. It has that personality to it where it's just, you know, it's spacey. Yeah, you know, it has the latent psychic ability. So Slowpoke, from the get-go, is basically the same thing, because the Pokedex even calls it the dopey Pokemon. You know, there's nothing going on upstairs. It has psychic ability. It just kind of doesn't really realize it. And that's kind of where it ends. And so it's almost a retread of Psyduck, but it's like played a little more straight. Where it gets fucking weird is with Slowbro, because now it's like, okay, now we're just going to incorporate something completely off the wall here. How does this thing evolve? Okay, well, we're going to attach, you know, a fucking shell to its ass. And not just a shell, specifically a shelter that looks absolutely nothing like a shelter once it evolves. Like, it's not even close. It looks almost vaguely... No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I was gonna say, you know, at least it's kind of the color scheme, sort of a cloister. No, it really isn't. And here's the thing, is, this thing was also... Is it, like, Taban? Yeah. This thing was supposed to be its own Pokemon at one point. This was in the Gold-Silver beta. I don't know what it would have done, but it's kind of weird that it isn't, to be honest. And so, because it's got that weird-ass dichotomy to it, where it's just, you know, these unrelated ideas, you take Slowpoke, which is pretty good on its own, and you just throw something at it, and it just kind of works. It's pretty high up for me, but it's like... I feel like a dipshit, because honestly, this position I have it in right now is probably exactly where I think it should go. Because I don't think I like it more than anything up here, but I do think I like it more than Psyduck. So, you know, I memed its position into existence. I swear to God, if this random list gives me another thing between Gyarados and Psyduck, I'm gonna fucking quit. I'm not doing this on purpose, I promise. It's just working out this way. Alright, give me something bad. 61? That's Poliwhirl. Fuck, that's actually pretty good. Oh no. Okay, I think it might be a little lower. I don't think it's going in the gap of Doom again. Is it going in the gap of Doom? Okay, well, let me give it a minute before I decide, so... Because I think maybe me preemptively putting Slowbro up here changed my decision. So, I put Poliwrath really low. And the reason for that is just because it was a lazy evolution. I said it's, you know, it's Poliwhirl, but it's angry. I mean, that's pretty much it. I feel like it's probably the laziest evolution. Except for maybe this. Or this. Or this. Or this. Okay, so there's a few lazy evolutions, but... I think it's worse than all those, because it's literally just... There was nothing about this evolutionary family that was like, yeah, this is going to become fighting type eventually. Except, I mean, I guess this thing kind of already has the strong bad boxing gloves. And so they're just like, you know, what if we changed its body shape just a little bit and gave it angry eyebrows? And then we have Poliwrath, and so, like, it could have been so much better. Where these shine is the simplicity. I think they're both going to be ranked quite high for me. The thing is, I didn't learn until way later that they're based off of, you know, appearance of tadpoles with intestines pushing up against their transparent skin, which is pretty fucking gross. Without that, you know, something about it just kind of worked anyway. Poliwhirl was like an early mascot of the series for some reason, where it never had any important role in anything other than one of the manga, I think. Yet it kept finding itself on, like, the front of merchandise. And I think the reason for that is because this thing just looks like a cartoon character more than most other Pokemon do. And I think it's because of the gloves. It's got Bugs Bunny gloves. I called them strong bad boxing gloves, but I mean, yeah. It's got that, and it's, you know, the swirl is immediately recognizable, and I'm trying to think, like, what is this thing's gimmick? Because every Pokemon has something, and this one is just kind of like, it does like a little jig, and the swirl looks like it's spinning, and it like hypnotizes people. And for some reason in the Pokemon world, that means sleep. I generally just like its design. I'm not overly attached to it, but it's one of those things where when I'm just bored and I need something to doodle. We have Magnemite, we have Bellsprout, we have Staryu, we have all these simple ones, and we have Poliwhirl. That one's actually kind of up there. So I think we're gonna just barely avoid going into the pit of despair between Gyarados and Psyduck by breaking out slightly and putting it, like, here. I feel a little weird putting it that high, but it also kind of feels right. I think it genuinely is one of my favorites. I'm trying to think if it actually goes even higher than these. Maybe not more than Pikachu. Again, I also feel weird about Pikachu being so high because, I feel like most people will see this and be like, hey, what a normie. You're like the guy who picks Mario in Smash Bros. And it's like, I mean... Again, it's there because of fat piece of shit Pikachu. Why the hell is Executor so high again? I don't even remember. This seems about where it belongs. That's my gut. Give me something bad. 43. Was that Oddish? I told you give me something bad. Come on, there's other Pokemon in here that are bad. Like, fucking Dugong. Anyway, Oddish. It's another really good one. Bam. I might change... I might tweak this a little bit because I feel a little weird having these two right next to each other, but that's about right to me. I like basic grass types, at least the first few. After a while, I could take them or leave them. I can't say exactly... Okay, I said after a while. I'm immediately saying, like, Hoppip, Sunkern, like, nah. It depends on the design. Some of them work better than others. What makes Oddish work and Bounsweet not? I don't know, the fact that Oddish is older. That's literally the only reason. But I like the design of it a lot. It's very simple and cute. It does what it needs to do. It's just a walking plant. And I don't know if it necessarily had this lore in Gen 1. I feel like in Gen 2, when it specifically became nocturnal, they gave it the personality trait of, it sleeps underground and it, like, screams if you pull it out of the ground or whatever. That might have been in the early game texts, I don't remember. But, it's got that Mandrake aspect to it, which is kind of interesting. That's not the reason it's up this high. It's only up this high because it's cute and easy to draw. That's basically it. Alright, come on, Dugong. 135, that is Jolteon. Well, we can at least say it's, we're breaking the trend a little bit. I have to decide now. On paper, I like Flareon the most of the three, and I like Vaporeon the least of the three. So, logic would dictate it should go somewhere between these. We had this fucking problem with Vaporeon early where I rated it too highly for no reason. Do I just need to raise Flareon? Is that the problem? Let me reevaluate why it's even here. I'm trying to think, do I like it more than the things ahead of it? Mostly not really. Do I like it more than Ninetales? Because they're pretty comparable. I'm, like, almost tempted to say yes, but I don't think I like it more than this other stuff, so I don't know, it's weird. So let's just fucking throw Jolteon up here, and... So the thing is, as much credit as I keep saying, like, I keep saying Vaporeon's the best designed of the three, but I just don't personally like it that much. Jolteon is definitely the coolest of the three, and I think I like Flareon because I feel bad for it. I never really thought of it that way, but that is probably it. And pity can only get you so far in life. Now, don't take this wrong. I still like it. I think it's generally just a cute design. But I think I do like Jolteon a bit better. It embodies electricity in kind of a not exactly original way. Zapdos basically did the same thing, but it doesn't at least have a fucking lightning bolt on it like Pikachu and Electabuzz do. It looks like static electricity is causing it to explode outwards, and it just kind of works. So I don't think it's going to go that much higher, though. I don't feel about it that strongly. It's at least better than fucking Metapod. I mean, Metapod shouldn't have been this high anyway. But, so do we need to move Metapod? No, Metapod gets to stay where it is. I threw it a bone, and it's gonna cling onto it as much as possible. And there's the bone right there. But anyway, yeah, Jolteon, it's not too shabby. It's like, I think I like it better than a lot of these. I don't think it passes Electabuzz. It goes up to, like, here. I don't have much else to say about this one. I've kind of said my fill about the evolutions. We're gonna see more of them later, obviously. It's a fan favorite group, and I've never really taken part in that. I appreciate what they've done with them. I wouldn't mind if they made more. I would like to see a ghost one. I agree that they should stick to just the special types. So Dragon, it would be a little weird, but I could see them making it work. And Ghost isn't technically a special type, but, Dark barely fucking is anyway, so whatever, I can see them making an exception for that one. But as soon as you get into, like, Bug and Fighting and Rock, it's like, maybe make another Eevee, like, XP that evolves into those types. I think Eevee's had enough. Yeah, the problem is, like, I almost feel like most people like them as a group concept more than as individual Pokemon. Maybe I'm telling people what they're allowed to like, and I'm just, being an asshole, and I'm totally wrong here, but that's how it always kind of seemed to me, because individually, most of them don't really do much for me. Design-wise or moveset-wise. Like, their movesets are usually so fucking anemic. You get, some basic normal moves, and you get the moves of its type, you get Bite, and, like, what else? Oh boy, Sand Attack. Jolteon goes here. Anyway, moving on. 63, is that Abra? Okay, so Abra is another Pokemon that is like, I would rate it based on its concept more than its actual design. It's kind of a Magikarp situation, because Alakazam got up here due to it being a mainstay in my teams in the early years, and it just being powerful and kind of cool. Kadabra, more or less same reason, just not as much. Abra, I could kind of give less of a shit about, which I hate that I said that, because no, I couldn't give less of a shit about it, is what I meant. It's a necessary stepping stone to get there, and the whole gimmick with this thing is it's kind of a pain in the ass to catch. And when I say that, I mean, you chuck a ball at it, and I think like 30% of the time it just works, and you're good. But if it doesn't, then you have to find another one. If you don't know that, if you've been trained that, you gotta get the HP bar down to a single pixel to catch the Pokemon, then, yeah, you're gonna have a hard time with this because it just teleports away. And that's basically, its identity begins and ends there. It learns teleport, and you bait and switch it or give it an experience share until it evolves, and then you never have to think about it again. Magikarp's gimmick was, it's funny because it sucks. Abra's gimmick is just kind of like, it's interesting. I can't put it in the boring tier, but I don't think I care about it that much either. It's, like I said before, like, what the fuck even is it? It's kind of like a possum thing with, like, weird, almost insectoid or, like, bird-like feet. Points for creativity for not just being a straight-up animal. But, yeah, I don't care too much for it. Alright, Abra is, going here. It's, somehow managed to go below Seaking. How do you even manage that? Like, damn. But no, I don't really care about Abra that much. And in other news, I've been looking over the list, and you know who else has had it too good for too long? Fucking Nidorino. Get down here. What are you doing up there? It's like, I'm looking at this list, and I just noticed, like, I'm thinking, like, Pinsir and Beedrill, they're not that bad. Like, I'm surprised they're down so low, and I'm kind of looking at the stuff above them, and I'm like, no, I kind of like most of this stuff better. Wait, Nidorino? What the fuck? No, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I don't know why that thing was up so high. Again, I don't dislike it. There is an aspect to Nidorino that I do kind of like, but it's not that much. It's a very classic design for me. Probably because it was one of the first Pokemon made. Anyway, Abra goes down here, it gets to sit and think about what it's done. Number 7. Okay, that's Squirtle. This is a tough one, because on one hand, it was my first Pokemon ever. When I, picked up Blue, I had Squirtle as my starter. And I enjoyed using it in its evolutions. On the other hand, I have never used Squirtle again since in all of my playthroughs of Gen 1 or its remakes, aside from like my early playthroughs of Yellow where I used all 3 starters. I have never picked Squirtle again because I think it's kind of boring. And that's kind of the case for a lot of water types. I mean, look at how many boring-ass water types we have. We've got Horsey, we've got Krabby, we've got Goldeen. You know, I've got boxes full of Pepe. So what does Squirtle have? It evolves into something kind of cool. Alright, what does it have before that? It has a shell? I think that's about it. So it's like, I'm not gonna rate it that low, because I don't think that poorly of it. It's fine. It's just, it's not that good. And so you know what I think that means to me? I think top of meh. That's pretty harsh. I feel bad doing that, but it's kind of true. I'm thinking, like, do I like it more than Jigglypuff and Cubone? Yeah, probably. Do I like it less than, you know, Vulpix and this fucking thing and a pile of shit? Yeah, probably. I think it's a good, you know, leader of this tier. It didn't do anything wrong. It just didn't do anything to wow me. In terms of its appearance in the anime, you know, it's got the whole thing with the sunglasses and it's the leader of the Squirtle Squad and whatever. I never really cared. I feel like in the, like, Gen 1 season, most of Ash's Pokemon were pretty uninteresting. From what I've read of the later seasons, they get a lot better. They become, like, more distinct and, you know, have, like, a very clear personality trait to them. Of the originals, you know, Bulbasaur is, like, kind of stubborn and surly. Charmander is kind of the wimpy, you know, he was abandoned and doesn't want to be abandoned again. And then when he evolves, he becomes, like, an asshole. Squirtle is just kind of like, he's like the tough guy of the group, I guess. He always seemed pretty bland. He's just kind of there. You know, I'm trying to, in Smash, I don't really use it either. Whenever I use Pokemon Trainer, I just use Ivysaur. It's pretty cute in that game, I'll give it that much. But yeah, I think that's about right. And honestly, for future tier lists, expect most of the water starters to not get much of a different placement than that. There's a couple that, you know, can break out of that mold a bit, but water starters usually pretty boring. Yeah, burp. Alright, Mew. Well, Mew's an interesting one for sure.
Did you know that Mew was not originally planned to be in the game? It was a secret, and a couple people knew about it.
Anyway, I don't know what the fuck that was. But yeah, so, you know, obviously it's the first event Pokemon, or mythical as we now know them. Million playground rumors surrounding this thing. There's the truck, of course. There's, you know, be it the Elite Four 4 billion times. There's find the Mist Stone and go to where Mewtwo used to be and then take a shit and then it spawns. There's, you know, create a pentagram out of Game Boys and link them with their link cables and then stand in the middle and pray to Satan. I don't know. But there's all those different methods. And of course the real method is just, you know, fly away from some kid and then fight a Slowpoke. But that all aside, so Mew is another thing where it's, you know, there's Mew the concept and then there's Mew the design. The concept of it being this literally mythical thing, like, you know, it's the stuff of myths. Like, can you get it? You know, is it actually in the games? People have Game Shark and have proven that it is. Or, you know, it shows up in the Hall of Fame if you fuck with Missing No. So yes, it's obviously in the game. But it's like, how do you get it? Well, the answer is you go to the event thing and don't be a whiny asshole like I was and miss out on it. You know, it has that role of mystery to it, where it shows up in the intro to the anime, you know, it shows up in the first movie. Like, barely anybody has any hard evidence that this thing exists. And I think that's cool. Sometimes the dividing line between the legendaries and the mythicals is pretty thin, or just unclear in general. Because you have, you know, on one hand, if we're looking at later generations, you know, here is a legendary Pokemon. Now, a legendary is something that has... People definitely know it's real. It's just, it's very rare, and people have made legends around it. Whether or not they're true, you know, that's another question. One such legendary Pokemon is, Dialga, God of Time. Has anybody ever fucking seen this thing prior to Cyrus summoning it? Like, no. Like, okay, I guess in Legends Arceus they did, but shut up. In recent years. Okay, so there's that. Yeah, so that's on the same page as just, here's a rare bird, Articuno. Like, okay. Now for mythicals, we have Mew. Nobody has ever seen this thing. It's like, there's one of them in existence. I'm sure there's probably more than that, but it's, this incredibly rare thing. It just, can transform into anything, so it can always hide. All that. We have Celebi, travels through time. We have Jirachi, it wakes once every 1,000 years. And then we have, here is a ape that lives in the jungle that raised some kid. And also there's like a whole pack of them living there. Like, how is that mythical, exactly? So, yeah, that's complaining about later generations, but Mew did it right, I think. There's nothing that grand about it. It's in-game, like, its lore is that it allegedly has the genes of every Pokemon in it, which then, of course, causes a bunch of,
oh, well, actually, and how can it be the origin of everything when Arceus is the origin?
It's like, yeah, okay, shut your fucking face. Like, okay, maybe it's the ancestor of all common Pokemon that aren't, like, the literal gods of the universe. Like, slow your roll a bit. So, like, I hate it when people get into that argument. But anyway, so it's got that whole thing to it, which is interesting. It's, like, based on stem cells and, like, an embryo, kind of, in the sense that, because all of the other Pokemon DNA came from it. It looks like a fucking embryo. It can learn any TM, which I hate it when people say it can learn any move. Like, no. No, it can learn any TM and move tutor. It can't learn every move ever. That has never been a thing. But yeah, so that's kind of its whole gimmick. And its design, it's pretty good. Like I said before, it looks like an embryo, but it also is very clearly like a cat creature. I like the long wispy tail. I don't think I'd put it among my favorites. Gotta at least be up here. Let me think where exactly I want to put it. Alright, I thought about it a little bit more. Here's the thing. Basically just, at face value, my opinion on Mew isn't that high. I would probably put it like here. Yeah, I said it's not that high. It's still the top of the second highest here. Just in terms of, I feel like, its place in the Pokemon lore or whatever, and just kind of, what it meant to people overall. But then I was looking at the stuff up here. It's like, do I like it more than Bulbasaur? Yeah, I think I do. It's weird because it's one of those things that I've just kind of, I've become more desensitized to it because of more common event distributions. So, we just got one of these in Scarlet Violet not long ago. It was just handed to you in BDSP. There was the giveaway for all mythicals during, like, Gen 7, I think it was. Maybe it was 6, I don't remember. But if we go older than that, when I had one of these given to me, it was Game Sharked. But the first time I got one of these, just, somebody had one and they did the cloning trick where you turn the game off while trading. That was fucking cool, because it was this thing that nobody was supposed to be able to get, and now I had one, and I was, whether or not I earned it legitimately, I was proud of having it, and I liked using it. And even, fast forward a few generations, when I was filling out the Pokedex in Gen 4, I had to get friggin' my Pokemon Ranch, which is, shitty piece of software, and I had to fill it with 1,000 Pokemon, which I did by catching like 500 unknowns and throwing them in there just to get a Mew. And it was a lot of work to get it. And so I've got memories associated with this. And what put Jinx at the top of my list? Just memories of the first time that I encountered it, and I thought it was neat. Now, I'm not going to say Mew is going to go to the very top, because I'm not as personally attached to it, but it's going pretty damn close. I think this is about right. Just because this is we might see a usurp coming up later. I have something in mind, but Jinx is just, for whatever reason, that one always stood out to me as a favorite. Mewtwo is just cool as shit. Porygon's weird as shit. Zapdos, also cool as shit, just less as Mewtwo. Mew, I respect it. It goes up here. 35. Are you going to be a little easier to place? Clefairy? Oh god, maybe not. Okay, so Remember how my hate boner for Eevee was basically just dictated by the fact that it has angry eyebrows? Not even really angry eyebrows, it just has like little sassy eyebrows. And I felt that that tiny detail ruined the design for me. Clefairy's Fang does that for me. I fucking hate it. And I hate it on any other Pokemon that has it. So, you know, Victini, hate it. Ogerpon, hate it. Human characters that have it for some reason, like fucking Ino, hate it. I don't like little fangs. They're not cute. I'm sorry if you think they are. You're wrong. No, okay. Fine. You can have your own opinion, but yeah. I really don't like them. And it's hard for me to explain why, but I find them really off-putting. If it didn't have that, it would be a lot higher. And part of the reason that I ranked I originally had Clefable down pretty low and I moved it way up. Part of the reason for that was because I'm like, well, I like Clefairy as a concept, just as this kind of, you know, rare, weird, like, potential alien thing that is also, like, a specially based normal type. And I'm just like, well, Clefable's kind of a lazy evolution, and lazy evolutions get a low placement. But then I realized I don't really like Clefairy, and something needs to represent the spot where I feel like it should go. So Clefairy is definitely going lower than that. I think I also said that I prefer it over Jigglypuff. Honestly, I'm kind of rethinking that. And you know why? It's because of the fucking Fang. The tiny details really do bug me. I'm trying to think, you know, if it didn't have that, how much better would I feel about it? I wouldn't love it. Okay, so if it didn't have that, would I like it more than Clefable? No, but it would still have the issue of Clefable being kind of lazy, and so it would be like the Poliwrath situation, and I guess the Wigglytuff situation. It's like, it's hard to say, because it's another case of just, I'm not that passionate towards it anyway, and the evolution kind of sucks, and this one just has the added issue of having a detail that I hate. So, I'm tempted to just throw it next to Eevee and call it a day. That might just be what I end up doing. Yeah. It's a cop-out. It's one of those situations where I can't decide because the thing that makes me dislike it is so small. I can't justify putting it in the dislike tier. It's not that bad, but you were close. You were close to being good. And I mentioned before, you know, there's the whole weird, like, you know, oh, it was gonna be the mascot and it got pulled at the last second. I'm like, are we sure about that one? Like, I don't know who said that and how much, like, that's the thing, is I'm sure it was said by a reputable source. I'm not doubting it. I just feel like people might have run with it too far. Because we have the manga with the Clefairy in it. I mean, there's a few different manga series. I don't really know much about them. There's also the one where there's one that has, like, a dick. I don't know. We don't talk about that one. Anyway, you know, when they were pitching the anime, I'm trying to imagine a world where we had Clefairy as the mascot, and I don't see them doing that, because every confrontation would have been, use metronome. Oh shit, we got exactly the move we needed. You mean, there could be the occasional moments of, oh no, I didn't want that, and it's a setback. But, like, that would dictate the entire pace of the show. It would always just be like, okay, do we want it to work out or not? And it would probably work out more often than not, and it would be really lame. And then we'd have to have a heart of the cards moment where it's just like, you know, Ash learned that his Clefairy, that you know, he was the chosen one, and his... ignore me, I don't know where I was going with that. But, you know, they would have to come up with a story beat to justify it. And so, I don't think they would have done that. I don't know, I've rambled about this too much. Also, this thing did not come from the moon, I don't care what the fuck you say. It's a Jigglypuff that has... It's taken the Jamba Juice. What the fuck is Jamba Juice? Okay, Jamba Juice is not a drug. I've learned something today. Either way, it's taken the Jamba Juice, and now it thinks that the moon is its god. That's all it is. Anyway, moving on. 50. Diglett, easy. Done. It's like, okay, do I even need to think about it more than that? It's just, I said everything I needed to with Doug Trio. It's It's the same thing, but Dugtrio is more, so yeah, I think that's where it goes. If I was gonna do this, I'd have to think of a reason to justify, like, okay, why is Coughing better than 1 Diglett, but not as good as 3? And it's like, okay, well, you know, I had Dugtrio on my team, and it was like, no, Diglett goes here. That is where it belongs. We don't need to talk about it any further than that. Jamba Juice. Anyway, Pidgeot. Here. Okay, no, it's not going there. It's probably not going far from there, though. Let's see. It at least goes above Pidgeotto. So, we still haven't talked about Pidgey yet, but when I said that Pidgeotto sucked ass, I don't remember what my reasons for it were, other than just it's boring, and Pidgeot, almost as boring. Okay, so what does it have going for it? It's big, and it has cool hair. It's still the shittiest first route bird. I'm now thinking, is that true? Unpheasant might be worse, but that one isn't on Route 1, so by definition... Okay, if I reword that to early game bird instead of Route 1 bird, yeah, Pidgeot, I think it's close to being the shittiest early bird. It's either the or the second one. And the reason for that is it just doesn't learn any moves. And also, I think its stats aren't that good. It's also just not a very interesting design. It's just kind of a generic... Is it even a bird of prey? Like, I mean, I guess it's got the kind of hooked beak, so I guess it kind of is. But it's just... So, I used Pidgeot a couple times, actually. I used it once in a Japanese Leaf Green playthrough, and I used it once in Soul Silver, and it was just because I had a shiny Pidgey, and I felt like I should probably use it. Didn't exactly wow me in either situation. I know there was Bird Jesus in Twitch Plays Pokemon, and then when they went to Crystal version, everyone's like, oh man, we gotta get Bird Jesus again. It's like, no Bird Jesus again. It had its job once, let it rest. Don't force the meme. It's at least better than Spearow, I think. It's better than Tauros, I guess. I don't think it's better than these. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I feel like, you know, this is another one where everybody used a Pidgeot, and I didn't, because in my first playthrough, you know, I just didn't use any flying type until I caught the 3 legendary birds. And then in later playthroughs, I always went for Fearow, because I learned that it was better than Pidgeot, and you could get it way easier because it was an earlier evolution. So I never had any attachment to this thing. 102, is that Stu, that's 118 eggs. Why did I say 18? It's 144. What the fuck was I thinking? Okay. Anyway, yeah, it's eggs. Eggs! Alright. Eggs is weird. It's so weird that I think we can immediately determine that it's going at least here. At least here. That might actually be its position. So once again, you know, between Gyarados and Psyduck, but at least we had other stuff between then. But yeah, so I explained back with Executor that this is just a weird fucking Pokemon, and it is. It's just, here's some eggs, and one of them is dead, and they have a hive mind, and they just, you know, they travel in packs and prey on the weak and downtrodden. I don't know about that last part, but it's like, and then the Pokedex, like, these are actually seeds. It's like, if these are seeds, then why... A, why did you call them eggs? B, why do they have a move called Egg Bomb? And C, why does one of them look like a cracked egg? These are eggs. It's just... It's such a weird concept. Like, that's the thing I love about Pokemon, is they have no rules. The same generation can bring us boring cat and boring fish, and it can also bring us group of psychic eggs, and also whatever the fuck Jinx is. It's got something for everybody. Anyway, 114. That would be Tangela. Okay. Tangela's a cool guy. It's going up in the world. Let's see. Let me put it here for now, and then it's probably gonna go somewhere in this tier. So this is another very overlooked pre-Gen 4 unevolving, just weird, yeah. You know, nobody fucking cared about this thing. In Yellow, I think it was in the Safari Zone, but in Red and Blue, it was just south of Pallet. for some reason, just in this random patch of grass that was like 3 inches from your house. So don't go in the tall grass north of your house, because you might get mugged by the birds and rats that live there. But also, there's some other tall grass a little south of the house, and this one has spaghetti monsters, so we gotta wall this one off with either a fence or some cylinders. I'm not sure which. I want to find out. I hope it's the cylinders, because what the fuck are those things? Hell yeah, it's the cylinders! Okay. What the fuck are these? Like, did anyone ever question that? Like, they're not fences. They're just large, I don't know, tubs. They're weird. But anyway, like, what do you say about this thing? It's what I said about Jinx and Shelter and Ghastly, where the whole concept is you're just not supposed to be able to see its body. And I think that's legitimately the case here. Like, you can, they'd always draw it where it has, like black skin or something, but I think that's a stylistic choice. I'm pretty sure you're just not really supposed to be able to see it because it's overgrown in these vines. And I gotta say, Tangela's more modern appearance is leagues above its original sprites, where it looks like a fucking mess. This thing was way too busy, and they're like, okay, we need to cut the shit a little bit and, make the vines thicker and less numerous, and I think that was definitely for the best. I also like how it just has little weird red shoes. They're very out of place, but they just kind of work for it. So yeah, it's kind of unimpressive. Nobody used this thing in Gen 1, and for good reason. It kind of sucks. It gets like some powder moves, and it gets wrap. And in Gen 1, wrap is very broken, but you also need, I think you want good speed, and I don't think Tangela has good speed. Then Gen 4 comes along, and it gets an evolution, and that one's pretty divisive, I think. But, we'll talk about that later. But for a while, I had a soft spot for Tangela because I generally like grass types. This thing's overlooked as hell. I like it because nobody else does. And also just because it's, kind of neat. So that's immediately giving me Flareon vibes. But I think I'm going to put it a little higher than that. The decision has been made. It's going here. I now realize I have 2 blue things with tendrils next to each other. That wasn't the intent. It's just, that's where I decided to put it. Anyway, 121. That's Starmie? Yeah. Okay, so Starmie's another tough one because it's very close to being a lazy evolution, but I don't know if I'd really call it one. What do you do with a starfish? I mean, you could probably do a lot of stuff with it, but not all starfish are 5-pointed. There are different kinds of them that have a lot more than 5 arms, and this one is just kind of 2 of them taped together, but whatever. I don't know where I was going with this statement. It's also like, its gem changed a bit, and the Pokédex claims that it can communicate with things in space using flashing colors and radio waves, which I call horseshit on. In fact, in a playthrough it was a randomized playthrough of Crystal, I caught one of these and named it Full of Shit because its Pokédex was full of shit. And by the way, I said before I never used a Starmie. I'm not counting that randomizer because everything had, like, totally off-the-wall moves. It barely counts. So, do I like this thing more or less than Staryu? That is the question of the hour, and I think I like it more. I think that might be where it stays, because I don't have any personal attachment to it beyond I just think it looks neat, and so, like, I have no real reason to separate it. It's just, I think it's a good evolution for a good Pokemon. I asked before, why the hell is this thing psychic? Apparently it's because it communicates with space. Okay, let me look that up. What the hell does the Pokédex say? Yeah, it uses the 7-colored core of its body to send electric waves into outer space. Some people say it came from space. Some people think it's communicating when it glows. Have we ever seen this thing glow? I don't know. It's weird. Also, just pointing this out because I thought of it, but this thing sucks so bad in the anime. So Misty has Staryu and Starmie, and in almost every case, that she has to battle something, she uses Star U for some reason, and it's like, okay, you know, she's training it up, because this one's already strong. No, every time this thing gets sent out, it fucking dies instantly. It's not even just Misty's, there's also the one that gets its shit kicked in by Eradicate on the SSN. Starmie does not have a good track record in the show, and it's kind of hilarious. Anyway, 96, that is Drowsy. Drowsy's up to some shit in this artwork, okay. What do I think about this thing? It's unique, I get. Well, it was unique until Muna existed. I guess even then that's not true because it's just, you know, Baku or whatever. So from what I understand, in Japan, there were myths of a creature called the Baku, which had like a long nose and it could like eat your dreams or whatever. And then later on, they learned that the tapir exists, and they're just like, oh, that's the Baku, and they named it that. And so over time, they've kind of merged the two. I don't know, whatever. Beyond that, I don't know how much I care about this. It's, you know, when I talked about Hypno earlier, I said that, you know, despite its predatory nature and all that, for me, I mostly just think of it as the poor man's Alakazam. And so, Drowsy, I just kind of think of it as, like, you know, around the same lines. I don't mind its design, but I don't particularly like it either. It's just, like, okay. I think I'd take it over Abra, at least. I'd probably take it over a lot of these. It's maybe, like, there. My opinions on it are pretty limited. It's just, like, it's fine, I guess. That's about it. I think everything I said about Hypno basically applies to this, just, you know, slightly less. Alright. 93, is that Haunter? So here's another controversial one. A lot of people like Haunter the best of the Ghost Trio. I don't think I like it more than Gengar. Now here's the thing. There's currently only 2 Pokemon between Gengar and Ghastly in my rankings, so if I like it in the middle, then I think we're going to know where its placement is, you know, at least pretty close. Do I like it more than Ghastly, though? I don't know if I do. I definitely don't dislike it. It's really close. Let me put it, like, right next to Ghastly, and let me think about the other Pokemon here. Maybe, like, there? There? The more I think about it, the lower it's going, actually. It's like, I think there is about right. It's, I feel like, you know, simultaneously it's probably lower than most people would put it, but it's also still pretty high. So here's the thing, is like, you know, I've talked about Ghastly and Gengar already. The whole thing with the Gen 1 ghosts just kind of being weird in general, and there's only the one family, and so I said that Ghastly has, you know, it had a reason to be part poison, because it's supposed to be like a toxic cloud. After that, I don't really know why they are. I said that, like, it probably would have made more sense for them to be part dark. I don't think there's really anything poisonous about Haunter either. I could see Haunter either being pure ghost or ghost dark, and I wouldn't bat an eye at either of those options. Ghost poison's a little questionable. It's just kind of in there for legacy reasons at this point. Design-wise, it is cool. I can't really say that it isn't. My top rankings are mostly just Pokemon that I either have a, like, personal connection to, or things that I think are, you know, I like their simplicity. But, you know, Gyarados is here because it's cool, and Haunter, I think, is even, you know, it's a little better than that. So it's, you know, it's still pretty high up. Yeah, it's, you know, there's not much else to it. It's just, you know, the fact that its hands are detached is pretty neat. One could argue it's a Nintendo head and hands boss, but it gets away with it pretty well. I've never really thought of it in that sense before. And one thing that I don't remember if I ever brought up with the other trait evolutions is, I've seen this opinion posted before and I kind of agree with it, that I think they designed most of the trait evolutions to have a middle form that is still pretty appealing to people. Now, we have Machoke at the very bottom of my list, but, you know, that's just my personal taste. Plenty of people like Machoke. But yeah, Machoke, Graveler, and Kadabra are all solid designs. Haunter is definitely the best of the 4, in my opinion. But they're all things that you would be okay with, you know, in that stage, not being able to get it all the way to the final stage. And there's plenty of people who think that Gengar's a downgrade. I just happen to like Gengar more. 56! 56! That's all I'm going to be able to think about. What is 56? Is that Mankey? So did I say I liked Mankey more or less than Primeape? Because I have a good chance of contradicting myself here. It's, let me compare the two. So Mankey has a tail, Primeape does not, which leads to excellent situations such as Mankey getting Iron Tail, and it's like, oh, how does Primeape use Iron Tail? And I think the usual, implied punchline to that joke is it has, a dick. I always thought of it as just kind of like, emitting a long turd and using that. Neither is exactly highbrow comedy. Anyway, then, Primeape has the shackles, it's bigger, and it is anger-y. It has anger symbol on forehead. And that's about it. I didn't really comment on their design here, so these things are like, the Pokedex calls them pig monkeys. Strong Mad doesn't really look like a pig or a monkey. It's got the monkey hand positions down pretty well, I guess. And it's got the tail. It's got the pig nose. Other than that, this thing just kind of looks like it would be some undefined creature that you would see in like a 80s fantasy movie. Like, am I wrong? Like, I don't know. I'm not particularly attached to it. Like I said, I already forget if I said I liked Primeape better. I think I kind of do, but not by much. They're pretty damn similar. And you know what we do with things that are pretty damn similar? We put them next to each other. That's my current thought. I don't think this is bad enough to get into boring, because it's not quite boring. But, Sea King was boring and it got up here. I don't know. These are they're okay, I guess. 100, that would be Voltorb. So Electrode was actually ranked very early on, and my thoughts on that were basically just, it kind of sucks as an electric type in the early gens at least. I'm sure it's fine now, but I don't like Pokemon that mostly exist to blow up, I say, yet having coughing up here. The thing I didn't touch on with Electrode was its role as a mimic, and so, I already touched on the whole Gen 1er argument of just like, I'm gonna bitch about something from a later gen. Trash bag ice cream. Haha, these Pokemon are so bad. And then someone counters with, you think that's bad? Well, in Gen 1, they had a literal ball with a face. Do you choke on that, Scientologists? And so it's, it's the fucking most tired argument of all time. And as soon as that argument comes up, it then immediately tangents and, turns into just like, well, actually, it was supposed to be a clever term, like a clever utilization of RPG mimics, where instead of it being a chest, it's a Pokeball because that's what the items look like. And it's like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. I'm just fucking sick of hearing it. I've seen that argument happen so many goddamn times. Maybe it's just because I live on the internet, but all of that said, I kind of like Voltorb, actually. I think I like it more than Electrode, and I probably like it. Here's the stupid thing, is I think I like it enough for it to be, higher than just right next to it. So what makes it work when Electrode doesn't? I think it's just the face. Electrode has the DreamWorks face going on. This thing's about to tell a hilarious joke through, like, Eddie Murphy's voice or something. Voltorb just has the Sugimori triangle eyes, which, isn't exactly impressive. We've got plenty of other Pokemon with these eyes, but it suits it. It's just, I feel like that expression makes more sense on just something that is, meant to kind of fuck with you. You go to grab the ball and it's like, oh no, bzz, and this thing's just like, hey, and Voltorb is like, yeah. So it makes a little bit more sense. Also, it's a lot smaller, which makes more sense. Like, who the fuck is approaching this giant ass sphere? And it's like, ooh, a free item. Yeah, I like Voltorb more. It's maybe not by a huge amount. All the problems I had with Electrode I still have with this. It's still not something I typically want to use that much. I don't want to have a Pokemon that I just have around to blow up. I don't want to waste my TMs on it. If I want to use an electric type, I'll use fucking Raichu or, Jolteon, I don't know. Maybe there? I feel like I've put basically no thought into this. I'm thinking it over. Give or take a couple spots, but that's where I think it goes. Alright, 24. That would be Arbok, or Charbaka, if you will. First off, I like it more than Ekans. Secondly, missed opportunity. The Pokedex mentions that its markings differ depending on the region. And for a little while, they actually kept up with that. Each generation, it did actually change a bit, but then they kind of gave up on that idea. Let's see how long it took. Also, I love the red-green, extremely flat face. It's hilarious looking. Well, I'm immediately seeing some problems here because the GSC ones look like the RSE ones, but don't look like the FRLG ones. And then, yeah, it just kind of stayed the same, so... it didn't last long, I guess. There was some card art. Like, here, let's see. Oh, what the hell's going on? What is this face? Sir, what is that? Oh, yeah, the Dark Arbok. That's kind of a cool one. But yeah, they never made a proper variant out of it, and it's the type of thing where if this was a later generation, they absolutely would have. You know, if we can have fucking 73 or however many Alcremies, they can probably have a dozen Arbok. But it didn't happen, so whatever. What else does it have going on for it other than that? I mean, not much. It's a big snake. It
can crush an oil drum with its immense strength.
It can also, you know, everybody in the world has pointed out, like, oh my god, there's the thing in the comic where it gets cut in half. And I'm pretty sure that was like a dream sequence, but whatever. It's fine, I guess. What did I say about Mankey and Drowsy? They're fine, I guess. I'm thinking it might go around there. I'm liking how this is just the it's fine, I guess section. Should I split meh into another one? But no, this is okay. Not going to overthink it. That's what I'm going with. Okay, Poliwag. Well, we talked about Poliwhirl already, and now I have to ask myself, do I like Poliwag more than Poliwhirl? So here's the cop-out answer for where I want to place this, because I like them pretty similarly. You know, Poliwag was the inspiration for Schmiggenhagen, after all. See, I feel like this is lazy. Because I keep doing that with some Pokemon, but again, I don't do it for all of them. I do it for ones where I like them for the same reason, and I just happen to like one a little bit more. And I think that makes sense here. I'm going with that, and I don't think I really need to explain my position on this any further. You know, I mentioned that Poliwrath was a lazy evolution. Where would I have preferred this to go? Would I have preferred if Politoed was Gen 1? Not really. I wouldn't have minded this thing, I guess. It would have been alright. I don't know. It's hard to say. There was some other thing I wanted to show the beta of, I think. What the hell was it? Maybe I'll think of it later. 99, that would be Kingler. Okay. I like Kingler a little more than Krabby. It's at least kind of got some attitude. Why did I dislike Eevee? Because it had attitude. Why do I like Kingler? Because it has attitude. But yeah, you know, it's got the whole non-symmetrical claw thing going on. That's about it. It's like, my reason for not liking Krabby that much came down to it just being, you know, a pretty straightforward animal design, and also just, there's a million water types, and it's a physical water, and it didn't work out as well in the first few generations. Kingler's the type of thing where, if it had released in a later gen, I might have tried it just to be different. I kind of do that sometimes, where I'll pick a Pokemon that I'm like, you know, I wouldn't normally think of using this, so I'm going to try it just because I want to. Because it's outside of my usual, like, you know, wheelhouse, or millhouse, or toll's house, I don't know. It's better than Krabby. I think it at least makes it into the tier above. Maybe not by much, though. Anything that gets below Mr. Mime is, like, insulting. And I look at Machamp, and I'm like, why the fuck are you lower than Mr. Mime? I don't even remember. Maybe I could see myself putting it a little higher, but I don't really care about it that much. So no, that's about right. The other thing is, God, this thing was lame in the anime and the fucking Pokemon League. Ash just shows up with Krabby. Like, okay, so what happened in that battle? It got stuck in a whirlpool until it decided to no longer be stuck in the whirlpool. And then it, like, stepped on Exeggutor. And then, you know, its heart grew 3 sizes that day and immediately evolved. And then it just fucking single-handedly killed everything that came out after it. And Ash is like, oh, wow, I'm so great even though I didn't train it. And, yeah, it's like that shitty fucking battle. Anyway. Number 16, that would be Pidgey. Okay, so I like Pidgey more than its other 2 stages. It's still not a winner in my books, necessarily. Let me show you why it's not the worst. If we look at its original sprite, it's pretty damn cute. I like little fat birds. I don't know if you knew that about me, that I like small, cute, fat birds. And look at this one. That is a good little fat bird. But, yeah, it's still not great. It's definitely not going in good. I would qualify this as boring, but there are other Pokemon that have managed to, leap out of that tier, such as Seaking. It's at least Seaking tier. I have no further things to say about this. I said everything I could about the other two. It's just... Also, why the hell is this Pokemon called Pidgey? And, it's not a pigeon at all. It doesn't look anything like one. I guess it's just because it's the common bird. They're like, oh, well, This is another situation where a lot of times where I can't figure out how to rank something, I'll be like, okay, well, I think this thing about it. Where's something I think something similar? Seaking? Okay, yeah, sure. And then that's just it. It's like, it could probably go somewhere else, but this is about accurate. It doesn't deserve much better than this. It's already better than Spearow, even though I think Spearow is better than Pidgey, just because at least Pidgey is, sort of cute. That's about it. Speaking of things that are cute, here's one that isn't at all, Raticate. So I gave Rattata some pity points due to it being purple. This thing's not purple, so guess where it's going? That's a little unfair to it. I mean, I said the whole shtick when I talked about Rattata. It's also, I keep saying, I know it's Rattata. It's supposed to be like Rat-a-tat, like a gun firing or something. I don't know. It really should have been Rat-attack. Either way, I call it Rattata. Raticate is ugly as shit. It's no longer at least an interesting color. How many Pokemon do we have that are in Gen 1 that are just brown? It's just kind of boring. Do I need anything else? No? Okay, moving on. 75, that's Graveler. Let's see. Geodude, it got some points just for being kind of a neat little simple design. Golem, I think, got some negative points for breaking the established rules of its family, so I think Graveler should probably go somewhere in between. But here's the thing, is I kind of don't really like Graveler that much. I want to point something out about Graveler before we go any further. Let's look at some different artwork of this before I get to the thing I'm trying to say. So have we ever seen this thing move its bottom arms away from its body? Okay, we have at least in yellow. Here's the problem I have with this thing. Well, no, it's not even the problem I have with this. It's a problem I have with one specific iteration of it. Also, in the early art, its fingers were different colors, and then they changed that. That's weird. Am I the only one that has a really hard time interpreting this sprite? Because here's the thing, is what this thing is supposed to be doing is it's kind of lunging at the camera. And it's here's the two back arms, and here's the two front arms, and the feet are kind of in the back. It's rolling towards you. And it's a nice action shot. The problem is, I cannot see it that way. I just see it as these are the feet, it's reaching up, and its face is really awkwardly low on its body. And so every time I see this sprite, I'm like, this is the ugliest fucking thing I've seen in my life. And it's just my own problem with interpreting it. But, that's how I first saw it, and I can't unsee it. It takes me a lot of effort to see it any other way. Anyway, yeah, it's a big rocky fella. Everything I said about Golem applies to this one. It's fine. Design-wise, again, it accomplishes what it set out to be. It's a big rock monster. The fact that it has 4 arms is kind of interesting, even though it doesn't ever do anything with it. Kind of like Machamp. Yeah, the more I'm thinking about it, the less I like it. I don't want to just be like, well, to compare it to Machamp, so I put it next to the Champ. There. Not much worse than Golem, but yeah, I don't care about it particularly. 13. That's Weedle. Okay. Where did Weedle go? There. So here's the thing with Caterpie and Weedle. They were not version exclusives, but in the original Red and Blue, or Red and Green, or whatever, they were pseudo-exclusives in the sense that, let me pull up the numbers. So if you're playing a later game, they had the same encounter rate. Gen 1, you have one that is very common and one that is very rare. And I played Blue, and so Weedle was the one that was a pretty rare occurrence, And I kind of think that made sense, because Caterpie is kind of shit, It only uses tackle, you know, it doesn't get a bug-type move or anything, because God forbid we have any bug-type moves in Gen 1. You know, it kind of sucks, but you train it off of other stuff in the forest, and you can evolve it quickly, and then Butterfree is pretty good. And then Weedle is rarer, but it, you know, it can poison you. It makes sense for that to be rarer. And Poison is super effective against Bug in Gen 1, so if you can catch a Weedle, you can train it up pretty quick, because you're going to be super effectively hitting all the Caterpie and Metapod that you find. And then, you know, Beedrill is kind of neat. It's not as good as Butterfree in my opinion, but that's assuming you're playing Blue. If you're playing Red, it's a totally different experience, because you're finding Weedle fucking constantly. You know, you're probably not having trouble fighting them, but if you're not one-shotting them, there's always the risk of them poisoning you. And if you want to train up a Caterpie in the forest in Red version, have fucking fun. You're gonna die, and it's kind of like a bad imbalance. I'm surprised they did that. I feel like it would have made more sense for Weedle to just be the less common in both versions. And then in Yellow, they just got rid of it completely for some reason. They cut out Coughing and Ekans and Meowth because they were Team Rocket's Pokemon, and it's like, okay, I guess I get their logic there. And then they cut out Weedle, and it's like, why? Because Ash caught a Caterpie and not a Weedle? Like, that's stupid. You didn't cut out anything else that he didn't catch. I don't know. Overall, you know, that's my thoughts on that. As for its design, this is a situation where it's another really simple, basic, easy to draw thing like the stuff up here, which I keep giving points for. But these Pokemon I actually kind of like, and Weedle I just kind of don't really. So I could cop out and put it up by Metapod because Metapod got points for irony. But it's not really the same thing as that, so it's like... So remember when I was contemplating putting it up higher? Guess what, shithead? You're going down! My reasoning for that is basically I like Caterpie more. I already feel like I should have rated Caterpie higher, but I, like, can't justify it because I don't like it that much. You know, I think it's fine for what it is. Weedle I just have no attachment to. You know, it looks like a Diglett. It doesn't have the same charm as Diglett, so that is where it goes. Alright, here we are at the big ol' number 6, Chirac himself. Don't ask me where the hell the name Chirac came from. It's some stupid thing I called it, like, once, just for no reason as a kid. Not that I thought it was called that, I just, you know, thought it was a stupid name for it, and so I just said it jokingly, and for some reason, it stuck. I have mixed opinions on Charizard, because, much like with Pikachu, I don't like its overexposure. I think it's massively fucking overrated, but I also don't dislike it. Of the 3 fully evolved starters in Gen 1, I think I actually do like it the best. And I can't really say why. I don't think it's that cool. It's kind of generic, because it's like, oh boy, it's a fire dragon. Like, wow, didn't see that coming. And of course, yeah, like, insert 50 million jokes about it not actually being a dragon type. And it's like, oh, but a palm tree is. Oh. But anyway, I kind of like it anyway, because it's not a very dignified dragon. It's almost Dragonite-esque. Here's the thing, I think Charizard, I think it takes itself too seriously. Because, you know, this thing acts like it's this big badass motherfucker, and, you know, it's the king of the playground, but this thing's like fucking 4.5 feet tall. It's kind of got like a pot belly, like, you know, it doesn't really look like it in this image, but it does sometimes. You know, it's strong, but it's not outrageously strong. It's not a proper dragon. It's like, I don't know how to feel, it's almost an underdog, but like, it's not, it's like an overdog, which isn't a thing. I'm trying to think what this is comparable to, where it thinks it's hot shit, but really it's cold diarrhea in a Dixie cup. Like, there's got to be some term for that. Like, I mean, it's almost strong badass. And so, you know, thinking about it that way, I can kind of dig that. But the thing is, I don't think anybody else really sees it that way. I think most people are just like, oh man, oh, fire dragon, so cool. You know? And, I mean, that's fine if they do. I think a good base point is Dragonite, and between hidden badass that looks dopey and kind of talking itself up to seem cooler than it is, which do I prefer? And I think I prefer Dragonite. I don't know if this is actually going to break into great tier. I don't see it happening, but it's still going to be pretty high up. I think maybe like here. Sorry, you got beaten by some eggs. I hope you're okay with that. Again, I can't dislike it, but it's not that great. And I like a lot of the oddballs more. I think that's fair. 108. That is Lick-a-Bob. We're getting on the last row here. We're finally getting done, and this video is only going to be 7 hours long. I very briefly touched on Lickitung back when I was talking about all the other normal types like Wigglytuff and Clefairy, and I just kind of glanced past it because I'm just like, yeah, Lickitung kind of blows. And don't get me wrong, it does. It sucks a big one, but I kind of love it anyway. I don't think it's going to go up that high, but let me at least start by putting it in the bottom of good and see where I feel from there. So, it's an in-game trade only in red and blue and green. In Japanese blue, I think it's in the Safari Zone, and then in yellow, for some fucking reason, it's only in Cerulean Cave, which I think also got translated into Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, which makes it the only Pokemon that is post-game only, so good fucking job. Well, aside from Mewtwo. Yeah, so, okay, so that we've established this thing, you know, sucks to obtain. Would you even trade for Lickitung? Now, I think it's like a Slowbro, and I think it's like, in Fire Red and Leaf Green, it's Slowbro or Golduck, depending on version. Speaking of which, I didn't talk about that when we got to that point. Good job distributing the version exclusives in Fire Red Leaf Green, by the way. So they gave Starmie and Slowbro to Leaf Green, and then they gave Cloyster and Golduck to Fire Red. So, if you're looking at it in terms of stuff that's unique compared to the Hoenn games, the Hoenn games already have Staryu and Psyduck. So, this made sense because it then gives one of each family, or yeah, it gives one per version, basically. So, Shelter is still only Fire Red, Slowpoke is still only Leaf Green. But why the hell did they have to give both of the Psychic Waters to one game? They couldn't have switched it up. Stupid. Anyway, that was a tangent, Jesus. What was I talking about? Lickitung? So yeah, this thing is just... What the fuck is it? So, it's not a chameleon. I'm firmly of the belief that Lickitung is just... It's a Pokemon that has a big tongue, and they just drew an animal around that. And it's not supposed to really be much of anything. I've seen people say it looks like a giant salamander, which is also what Quagsire is, and I can see it. It does have a Quagsire face. But no, I think it's just a thing with a big tongue, and also a really big tail for some reason. That's about it. You know, in red and blue, it didn't learn a lick, so that's great. It's a normal type, so by default, you can teach it like a million different TMs to give it some type coverage. Does this thing have like any stats? I think it has a lot of HP and, like, not much else. You know, not that I trust this guide. I should probably look at Bulbapedia, but I'm curious what this guide says. Yeah, burp. Yeah, no, it sucks in most regards. Also, drinking that move pool, yeah, Screech. At least it's a low-ish level, but goddamn, that's a bad move pool. Yeah, nobody used Lickitung. I can only judge this thing on its appearance, and its appearance is kind of hilarious, so it gets points for that at least. I think it's gonna go up near Tangela. Yeah, I like it better than some of these. I think, yeah, just a couple oddballs. 4. Okay, well, we did Chirac. Now let's look at his little brother Charmander. Did I not? I was like, for a second there, like, did I not already rank Charmander? I remember looking up its images and, like, you know, I'm like, you know, it can be cute sometimes. I think I just did that while I was talking about Charmeleon. But yeah, I like Charmander a lot more than Charmeleon. I don't like it more than Charizard. I don't think I have anything further to say about this one other than, you know, its anime voice of just Charmander, huh? Like, it's very whiny sounding. Apparently, the person that voiced it did that voice, you know, not giving a shit, thinking that it was going to be a one-off, somehow missing the fact that Ash caught it at the end of the episode, and it would be very obvious that it would be showing up again later, so good fucking job. We also got Damien in that episode, who's, you know, a joy, with just a, I left that Charmander outside to toughen him up, with the shittiest fucking accent ever. But, that aside, like I said, I like Charmander well enough. It's, you know, it's a cute little piece of shit. I gotta say, it loses some points because I hate how much everybody sucks it off. Like, you know, I could say the same thing for Charizard, but I specifically have memories, like, I must have shared this story before, but when Platinum first came out in the US, I swear there was like a dozen topics on the Gamefaqs board of people like, oh, can somebody trade me a Charmander? I really want one, because I don't like these starters very much. And it's like, fucking get a life. Like, I'm like so mean to everybody. Okay, I think I at least like it more than Metapod, probably. Again, Metapod is the measuring stick that everything else has to be judged against. It's, you know, it's hard to say because Metapod is stupid, and it's here because it's stupid. So, how do you compete with that? I know, you be stupid. I feel like I ranked Omanite too high. I probably kind of did, to be honest. See, this is the part where I now have to rethink the entire ranking, but I'm not gonna do it. It's not worth the effort. Okay, so new question. As of late, how many things have we inserted between Tentacruel and Shelter? I guess the answer is 4. I feel like there's been a lot of things that have been crammed in here, but no, it's more than Fearow, I think. I know, let's just throw everything next to it. New stuff that I've put in, because that's how I roll, I guess. I don't know, whatever. That's where it's going. 28. Sandslash. Okay, no, I don't dislike it. Well, no. No, I don't. The reason these Pokemon are in the dislike tier is because these two are incredibly boring, and these two are just unappealing to me. Sandslash is, on paper, I should think of it in a similar way that I think of Kabutops and Scyther, which are rated pretty highly. The reason I don't is twofold. One, it's dry, and I don't like dry things. That is, that one's gonna be one of my great quotes. It's, you know, I don't like sand, it's rough and coarse, and it, you know, gets in my vagina. But, aside from that, why the fuck does this thing get no ground moves? I need to find out how long it took for Sandslash to get a ground move, and if the answer is Gen 2, I'm gonna be disappointed, because that's lame. Nothing in Gen 1. Not counting that. Okay, it was Gen 3. Oh boy, level 52 for a 15 base power attack. I'm not counting Sand Tomb. When do we get a better move? Still no better move. When do we get a better move? Black and White 2. That is how long it took for it to get a decent fucking ground move. Now, yes, you could teach it Dig and Earthquake, like with TMs, but why you gotta do that? This thing is called Sandpan, right? Yeah. So I was about to make it, I'm like, I know it's called Sandslash, but geez, you didn't have to make its entire existence around Slash. We can make it really useful if we can learn Fury Swipe. Yeah, it's just like, come on, you couldn't have thrown it a bone? Like a bone meringue? That would have been a ground move. But no, man, I'm on fire with this one. Yeah, I just kind of don't care for Sandslash, and I know Autumn's watching this, and it's her favorite Gen 1 Pokemon, but sorry, I don't agree. It escapes the dislike tier, and it escapes the boring tier. I wish it could do better than that, because there's really nothing that wrong about it. It's just, every time I've seen this thing as an option, I'm like, you know, if I want a ground type, I can do better. And if I want something that can just slash shit, then I won't, because I'd never do that. But, you know, if I could, I would do Kabutops. Hell, even fucking Persian. No, I'm not using Persian. I think I like Seadra more. It's a close call. Seadra and Sandslash I feel pretty equally about, I think. Let's see, one of them is moist and one of them is dry. I think I prefer moist. Sandslash is cooler, though. But Seadra gets water moves, though. But Sandslash is cooler, though. Anyway, 58, Growlithe. It's a fucking dog. Where did I put Vulpix? Do I like Vulpix or Growlithe more? That's a good question. I don't particularly like it because I don't like dogs that much. It's fine. You know, as far as dogs go, it's inoffensive. It's pretty cute. It's also, like, it's a fire type that doesn't really advertise it that it's a fire type. It's also just Arcanine, but small. Like I mentioned before, I feel like they probably made Arcanine first. So really, this thing's kind of Riolu-esque. It's fine. I don't have a particular beef with it. I'm trying to think, compared to Vulpix, because I kind of like Vulpix, because in some of its artwork, I think it's pretty cute. Yeah, like this one, like, look at that. How do you not love that? But then you have shit like this, where it's got anime face. Also in the anime, you know, the thing, Brock gets it, he never does anything with it, and anytime it does show up, it just kind of whines. It's like, I fucking hate it. Also, this sprite, terrible. Why is it, like, prissy? It's like, oh, look at me. But anyway, why are we bitching about Vulpix? We're talking about Growlithe. So, I think I'll take Vulpix on a good day over Growlithe, but I'll take Vulpix on a bad day way below it. And Growlithe I don't think has good or bad days, it's consistent. So it at least goes above that. I do think I like it less than Flareon and less than Doduo, and yeah, I think it might just be right next to Vulpix, honestly. Funny how that worked out, because, like, I wasn't planning on that being the case. Yeah, that's pretty much how I feel about it. Alright, that works, I guess. Alright, Articuno. Guess who's going to the top? Guess who's going to the top? That is a close fucking call. Ugh. I could see arguments for either one. I'm like at a loss for words here. The thing is, both of these need pity points because Articuno gets shit on for not being as good as Zapdos. Jinx just gets shit on by everybody. Jinx gets, you know, more interesting type combination and is, you know, not a legendary, so I can actually use it. But God, Articuno is so fucking cool. Like, I think I gotta go with this ordering. It's a very close call, though. So, why do I like Articuno so much? I don't really know. It's mostly just because I like ice types, and because I think it's really, like, elegant and cool looking. Really, that's essentially it. There's a little bit of the element of it being kind of hidden away more than the other birds. So in Gen 1, Moltres is just at the end of Victory Road. I think it's still, you know, a little... I'm trying to remember, is it out of the way? I feel like it's just right by the exit. No, it's because the exit's on the right side, and Moltres is like... It's not too far. You would find that. So yeah, that thing is just kind of in your way, and Moltres also just can't decide where it wants to go. It moves like every generation, so in Fire Red, Leaf Green, they put it on Mount Ember in the Sevi Islands. In Heart Gold, Soul Silver, they just fucking threw it in Mount Silver for no reason. The other two have more or less stayed consistent. So Zapdos is in the Power Plant, which is a location that you may not know exists if you're not using a guide, but it's, you know, it's the boss of its own dungeon, basically. And Articuno is also the boss of its dungeon, but it's hidden really deep in it, in a place that, like, you have to go out of your way to reach. Because if you're going through Seafoam to get to Cinnabar, you can get through it by only solving half the boulder puzzle, I think. And you don't have to do that anyway, because you can just go south from Pallet. So Articuno always seemed like more of a prize to me. It's, you know, it's the reward for searching the cave properly, and the strength puzzles are kind of hard if you're a kid. Yeah, mostly it's just I think it's cool. It's always been my favorite of the birds. I feel like it doesn't get much attention. I remember in the second movie, Zapdos and Moltres got way more attention than Articuno did, and that kind of pissed me off, because I'm like, why are you ignoring my boy? He's the best one. Yeah, I don't have much else unique to say about it. I like it a lot, and I really can't decide between it and Jinx for my favorite, but I think it's my second. Also, I guess I should mention Yukoronsky. So, you know, Embargo the Big Dip, the strange creatures bullshit. I have Yukoronsky, which is basically just an Articuno, but exaggerated. Its appearance has changed a little bit, depending on, you know, the sprite or the drawing, but the intent was supposed to be that it has a super tiny body and, like, massively exaggerated wings and tail, because they're already pretty exaggerated on this thing, and it's just kind of more so. And I imagine I probably wouldn't have come up with that if I wasn't so, you know, partial to Articuno to begin with, but yeah, that's what that is. Alright, getting towards the home stretch here. What was that, 132? Ditto? Oh, God, okay. I think it at least goes up here. Maybe, I don't know, it might actually go a little lower than that. What do we say about Ditto? You know, say it with me, it's easy to draw, nice simple design. It's got a gimmick and it rolls with it, and there's the whole breeding aspect to it, which I don't care about as much. It's definitely useful, but I don't like it for that reason. The transforming thing, it's like, there's multiple layers to this. So in Gen 1 through 4, and in later gens with its, original ability, it blows ass. Yeah, it has to spend a turn transforming, and it's slow, so it's probably going to die before it even gets a chance to, or if it succeeds, it's going to be, massively weakened, and it just kind of sucks. With its hidden ability, Imposter, it has an interesting use, because I actually used it myself in White 2. I gave it a choice scarf, and I tried using it in, like, the PWT and stuff like that. It's interesting because, you send this thing out, and it copies your opponent, and it will go first, almost guaranteed, because it has the choice scarf. And so depending on what you're fighting, you can usually do some pretty good damage to it. It kind of depends on their coverage, but, whatever you can do to them, they're only going to be able to do the same thing to you, except I guess your HP doesn't change, so they probably hit you harder, but, EV trained in HP to help it a little bit. Either way, it's a cool gimmick. I like gimmicks. Most later generations that have a gimmick Pokemon, those are going to be among my favorites. So there's that aspect to it, and then there's just the whole, just the concept. There's always the question, if Pokemon were real, what would you want as a pet? And the cop-out answer, the equivalent to asking the genie for 3 more wishes is, I want Ditto because it can become any other Pokemon. And, that then raises the question, okay, can it become them if it, isn't in front of it to see it? I don't know. It's a little debatable. And then, of course, you're going to get the people who are like, oh, you're going to use it so you can, turn it and fuck it. And it's like, no, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's cool. And then, of course, it would be rude of me to not mention the Mew theory. And here's the thing on that one is, people from Game Freak have outright denied the existence of the rumor that Ditto is a failed Mew clone, but I still kind of like that idea anyway, and it's the type of thing where even though I know it's not technically true, I like to headcanon it. It's a cool concept. If you're not familiar with the theory, it's basically just the fact that you find it in the Pokemon Mansion where they were cloning Mew, and, they're the same color and, the same height, and they can both transform, so it kind of makes sense. It falls apart a little bit when you realize that Ditto is only in the mansion in yellow, and in red and blue, instead it's just kind of next to Fuchsia. So, it's definitely not a perfect theory, but it's a cool one. So, it gets some points for that, I think. Really, I gotta kind of rate this thing high, I think. I might just put it top of great, honestly. I don't think I could call it a personal favorite, but I think I do like it as a concept more than anything else here. Number 12 would be Butterfree. So, how many different Pokemon have I talked about where I've talked up Butterfree? I'm mentioning how, you train this thing up with, it's good when Weedle is rare so you can get there. You get it to, be able to fight Brock. I don't know how common that was with other people. For me, that seemed to be the, most common strategy in my, group of acquaintances. A lot of people would use Nidoran with Double Kick, or really the thing is, I think more or less common knowledge now that if you picked Charmander, just fucking use Ember. It'll die in a few hits. You can tank some hits, you can use a potion. It's fine. It's not that hard. Yeah, for whatever reason, Butterfree was always just, it was the Onyx Slayer, because it gets Confusion and Psychic is strong. But, beyond that, it's just okay. It gets Powder moves, and as of Gen 3 with Compound Eyes, it gets, good accuracy on Powder moves, which is nice. So, I did use one in Fire Red once, and that's about it. As a design, it's also... It's weird because it's a lot less realistic looking than Venomoth. It's still got pretty nice detailed wings, and it's just got a dopey cartoon body. I kind of like it, but I don't like it that much. I would say I at least like it more than Venomoth. I don't know if it's breaking out of this tier, though. Part of me is tempted to just put it next to Venonat. Of course, there's the whole theory with the evolutions being mixed up for that, but I personally subscribe to the belief that it's just people came up with designs, and, you know, sometimes concepts got shared between them, or like, you know, someone's like, hey, I saw this person do this. I can do something, you know, a little bit different with that. Butterfree is here. I think that's about how I feel about it. You know, amongst all the ones that I don't have strong opinions on, I have slightly more strong opinions about this one. 87. Oh shit, Dugong time. Hell yeah. Alright. Yeah, I have no opinions on Dugong. It's Seal again, but it loses a little bit of the dopiness, and it gains... End of sentence. Well, it gains an ice type. I like ice types. I don't really like Dugong, though. It's inoffensive. Here's the thing. If I liked Seal more, if Seal was a better Pokemon, and Dugong was exactly the same as it was, I think Dugong would go alongside Golduck in terms of just, it's so whatever that I don't have an opinion on it. So, I think I know where that means. It means it's going in boring. I would say maybe like here? I have nothing else to say about Dugong. You know, I'm glad it's at least part ice, but that doesn't really do much to save it. It's... yeah, squeaky chair. What makes Lapras good and Dugong not good? For me, you know, I got a good first impression with Lapras from Snap or whatever. You know, kind of has an air of mystery to it. It's given to you as a gift, so you can actually use it without having to, you know, already have a water type before getting to the place where you get it. It's also, like, you know, more of a mythological creature, kind of. Dugong is just a fucking walrus. I mean, here's the thing. There is an animal called the Dugong. Let me see what those look like exactly. I mean, compare that to a manatee. Manatees are pretty fucking dopey looking. It's just a sea lion, or I don't know the difference between a seal and a sea lion. Whatever. What's it called? Is it pinniped? Yeah, it's a pinniped of some description. That's all I can say about it. It's fucking whatever. Alright, Slowpoke. So, I said Slowpoke is not as good as Slowbro, so let's start there, and then decide how much lower it goes. I think I said everything I wanted to on this one. It's just, you know, it's Slowbro, but without the weird thing on its tail. It's, you know, where it all started. It just sits there vacantly until somebody pokes it, and then 3 days later it realizes it was poked. And that's about all I got. So, lower than Psyduck. It's definitely not this high up. Kind of a random place to put it, but I'm thinking about here. Again, I don't have a reason for it specifically, other than just it feels right. Got Magneton. Okay, so this is a weird one, because when I did Doug Trio, I sung the praises of this thing, and then when I did Diglett, I'm like, well, you know, it's right there. It makes sense. Magnemite is also highly rated. It's the same thing. I don't like Magneton as much, so I don't think I can put it quite up there. This is going to be a hard one, because as with, you know, Doug Trio's reason for having multiple heads is different. With Magneton, it's just, they're magnetic, so it makes sense that they would stick together. Now, with both Pokemon, it makes no sense why they evolve through level up. Slowbro also evolved through level up. It's just one of those things you have to kind of ignore. There's also the aspect of the early 3D models for Magneton just kind of having 3 Magnemite flying somewhat near each other, but not even, like, touching. It was a little stupid. I like it better when they're connected like this. But I like the base Pokemon, and I recognize that the evolution makes sense, and I don't dislike it. I just don't care about the Pokemon as much. So it's in a really weird position. We're about to see a very big fall. I can offer no explanation for this ranking other than, you know, I just kind of went through the list and asked, do I like this more or less than Magneton? And the point at which that answer changed was here. It's surprisingly low. I feel weird doing it. It's not here because it's a lazy evolution. It's just there because I don't know. I can't explain it. Number 9. Yep, and it took us a while to get here. So let us think. Blastoise, you know, I've gone on saying that in my first playthrough of Blue, I exclusively trained my starter, more or less, and, you know, Blastoise was my main man, and I It's one of my favorites, but I guess it was my favorite just because of circumstance. And then ever since my Gen 1 playthroughs, I haven't touched it, and I haven't really felt the need to go back. And it's a shame. So before I talk about Blastoise, let us, yeah. So I mentioned before that there used to be like a baby Blastoise, and then there was the original evolution of Wartortle. This is speculative artwork. This is what the back sprites looked like. It's an interesting what if. Yeah, as for what Blastoise is, the fact that it has these water cannons is kind of cool. It's a little out of place. It's something that you wouldn't expect to see in a Pokemon design until a later generation, when they start doing weird stuff like that more. But I like it. It's kind of out there. The problem is it just doesn't really, even if the design is kind of neat, it just doesn't do much to set itself apart from other water types. It doesn't have a secondary typing. It doesn't really get any exclusive moves that I can think of. Its signature move, I think, is Hydro Pump, which other stuff can get. It gets, like, Skull Bash, but I don't really care about that. Like, Withdraw? Okay, sure. It's okay. I think it at least needs to go above the Met here, though. Like, I don't think that poorly of it. It's another one where it's kind of hard for me to decide. I wish I liked it more than I did, but it kind of doesn't do much for me. It's one of those things where, as a water type, you kind of have to do something to stand out to me, and it's either having, a good dual type, or just being a design that I really, latch onto, and Blastoise isn't really either, although I still do like the design. It might not be that low. It's gonna be lower than Venusaur. God, I feel like a jackass putting it below Magikarp. Magikarp, again, is there kind of for irony points. You know what, it's kind of a cop-out answer, because I feel like I keep doing this where I just group similar things. But I think it goes there. I think of these two about on par with each other. If anything, I actually might like Blastoise a little more. I would rather use Venusaur on a team, because I like Leech Seed and Solar Beam and Sleep Powder and all that. But Blastoise has the better design, and I think that is fair. Okay, 143. That's going to be Snorlax. That's another highly rated one. I don't adore Snorlax, but it's definitely not bad. I think it's going in great tier. I don't know where yet, but it's going up here. I've already talked about it a bit. It's a big tank. You look at it and you know exactly what you're getting in for. It's just a big, sleepy, dumb piece of shit that usually, won't be bothering you, but if you piss it off, then it can wreck you. I've talked about how in Gen 1 it is, very high in the metagame. In Gen 2, it is the metagame. Every single team has one. If you don't have one, you're playing the game wrong. And it fell out of favor a bit after that, but I think it always stayed pretty well-liked. It's one of the kind of iconic Gen 1 Pokemon. I like the fact that it isn't very easily identifiable as any specific thing. It gives across the idea of a panda or like a hibernating bear without really being one. It has kind of the Totoro features without being specifically like that. It's just a good design. I like it. Not enough to break into my top tier, but it's good. Maybe like there? I'd say, it beats out the stuff that I like just because I like their simplicity. Beats out Pikachu just because I think it's a little more interesting. It's also another thing that I've not really used much. I did use it on the that White 2 team, but it was definitely the worst member of that team. And that was because I specifically tried to force a gluttony, hidden ability gimmick, and it just kind of didn't work. I think next was, Kabuto. So Sandshrew is going to be the last thing. Kabuto's cool. I have discussed this thing before. I definitely like it more than Omanite. It's weird, because this thing, to me, I don't know how to describe it, really. You have your other fossil Pokemon is very clearly based off of an ancient creature. Kabuto is a horseshoe crab, right? Which are still alive. I'm not wrong about that, am I? I guess it's kind of a trilobite. A little bit. It's a little different. And then, yeah, it's just some sort of, old-ass, weird exoskeleton having sea-dwelling creature thing. The thing I like about it, though, is that it's very mysterious. You know, it's got the glowing eyes on a pure black body that's usually hidden by this shell if it's close to the ground or stuck to a wall or whatever. And I've mentioned before, as stupid as it is, just my weird hang-up on not being able to see what its shell looked like in some of the early appearances. Like, you can actually even see it in some of these sprites, but this is not a very good sprite of it at all. I think I picked it in yellow and I picked Omanite in blue, so I didn't even get to see it in that version anyway until I looked up the sprite online. Yeah, the thing that, like, when I finally got to see what this thing looked like was actually the Burger King toy. It was like a little squirt gun type of thing. And I'm just like, oh, it has dents in it. Like, oh, wow, what a mystery solved. I don't know why that was such a thing for me. It bothered me that I couldn't see the top of the Pokemon. I never had that issue with, like, I can't see under Diglett. For that, I just kind of accepted it. And it's like, I had no reason to think that it would be anything unique anyway. Like, it could have just been smooth on the top, but I don't know. I can't explain it. But yeah, it's just kind of a cool little guy. 2 a.m. Kabutops is definitely cooler, but in a way, I kind of like Kabuto more. It's just, again, for different reasons, but I don't think it's for that strong of a reason. I could see this thing going lower, just maybe not by a lot. I'd say, like, maybe here. So, you know, between the Gyarados and Psyduck, everything has to go between those. And that leaves us with Sandshrew. I mentioned I didn't like Sandslash that much, and I like Sandshrew even less. So what a way to go out. Sorry, buddy. You are not going to be very high on the list. I think you're going about there. Didn't have to think about it very hard. It's kind of a shame, because it is very cute. It's just, it doesn't do much for me. I don't know what it is about the concept of something just being really dry to the touch that I find so off-putting. But, like, you know, looking at this thing with the texture that looks like, you know, caked ground or just, I don't know, like the bricks of a pyramid or something, it's not appealing to me. And it's weird that I have that hang-up when I'm okay with stuff like Geodude, because that would be the exact same thing, I think. But it's a combination of that and just the whole issue I have with Sandslash where it doesn't get any fucking moves. I'll also mention that for some reason it's a counterpart to Ekans, at least in first couple generations. I don't know if they kept that later. It's also like a counterpart to Pikachu, because both of them are called mouse Pokemon, even though this is not. It's the Pokédex calls it a mouse. Its name says Shrew, but really it's like an armadillo and pangolin type thing. I don't know. But they're right next to each other in the decks. They are similar creatures, and then ground and electric are like opposite types in a way. So they were potentially meant to be counterparts, sort of, maybe in conception, but then they dropped the idea. I don't know. I wish I liked them more. They didn't. There's nothing wrong with them, really. It's just they don't stand out to me much. But that's it. I've tiered everything, and I could stand here, you know, I could sit here for hours and potentially tweak stuff. Like, actually, I think I put Omanite a little bit too high. There's several things like that that I could change my mind on, but really, who cares? The point of this was for me to essentially just talk about every Pokemon a little bit, share my thoughts on them. The actual placement of them, which I'm sure has taken up probably half the runtime of this video, isn't as important, so, you know, you're welcome for me wasting 3 hours of your life with that. That's Gen 1. My thoughts on it are very different from most people's, I think. Most people don't like Jinx. Most people don't have a problem with Machoke. There's also some things on here that I think a lot of people would agree with. You know, most people probably like Snorlax. That's just how it goes. Like I mentioned before, part of the reason I like the series is just the fact that it does kind of have a little bit of everything. Nothing's ever going to appeal to everybody, but there's always something you'll like, and that's why I find it very hard to believe that in later generations, you know, people who basically insist on the early ones, that, like, you know, in the later ones, there's just nothing that they can find. Yet I say that, and I realized halfway through the sentence, I am, like, unreasonably biased against Gen 8 to such a degree where any good designs that came from Gen 8 are, like, tainted for me. It's a weird thing to be able to admit that, because I don't like just being able to be like here, let me just pull up something random. You know, okay, so I actually like Cramorant quite a bit. I think it's dopey as hell. It's one of my favorites from the generation. But the fact that it's from Gen 8 is like a strike against it to me. It's like, oh, you know, nah, it doesn't count. It's actually bad. And I hate that mindset. That's stupid, and I wish I could get over that hurdle. And so I guess I can understand why other people have it, where, you know, I'd never had the issue with Gen 5. I always thought that it had cool stuff in it, and the games were well made, but a lot of people didn't like them when they came out, and there were a couple bad things, or, you know, things that they didn't like that they latched onto, and it's just, you know, nope, it's 156 Pokemon of pure garbage. And it's like, come on, there's got to be something in there you like, but I guess I kind of get it. It's unfair. And so I guess, you know, if I had to say anything about this generation as a whole, it's the fact that it was the first gives it some unfair advantages, because there is stuff in here, like I mentioned with Oddish, where I think highly of it because it was just the first of an archetype, just like, you know, the little plant Pokemon. But then you look at something later on, so I like Lilligant, but I don't give a shit about Petalil. And, you know, maybe it's because its design is a little weirder than Oddish's, but for me, I think it might just be because Oddish came first. I don't know. Overall, Gen 1, you know, I'd say it's very solid. It succeeded for a reason, but in a lot of ways, it did kind of play it safe with a lot of the designs. It got out there with a few of them. We've got our weird, you know, Executors and Slowbros mixed in, and we've got our boring as shit stuff. So it's hard to group a whole generation, because there's always going to be a mix of different stuff. It's hard for me to hate on most of these. Even the ones that are pretty boring, you know, I can still kind of see the appeal of a lot of them. I've rambled long enough, so that'll be the end of this one. I have no idea when I'll do Gen 2. It's probably not going to be for a while, because I'm very slow at making videos.